Transcriber's notes: variations in spelling and hyphenation have been left as in the original. Words in italics in the original are surrounded by underscores. Words in bold in the original are surrounded by equal signs. A row of asterisks represents a thought break. Ellipses match the original. A few typographical errors have been corrected. A complete list as well as other notes follows the text. The rise of the Medieval Church and its influence on the civilization of Western Europe from the 1st to the 13th century. By Alexander Clarence Flick, Ph.D. Lit. D. Burt Franklin, New York, N.Y. To Henry C. Lee, who through his numerous scholarly monographs has earned the foremost place among American church historians, both at home and abroad. And to Professor Dr. Adolf Harnack, to whom both the Old and the New World are profoundly indebted for his scholarly labors, and from whose inspiration in public lectures and private conferences this work derived much that is best in it. This book is gratefully dedicated. Preface. The educational value of any subject depends primarily upon its own intrinsic value. The teaching of church history for 10 years as a regular course in liberal arts, side by side with the orthodox courses in history, has demonstrated beyond question that this subject can be made at once very popular and very valuable. It has proved its right to exist as a cultural subject. Yet the lack of intelligent information even among educated people concerning the history of the Christian Church, both in early and modern days, is simply appalling. The comparatively recent revival of interest in church history has given birth to many general church histories from English and American scholars. Numerous translations of discriminating and painstaking German authors are also available. A large number of intensive monographs has likewise appeared, but all these texts are written for classes in theological schools. Not a single church history, suitable either for regular college work or for popular reading, is available. And yet all the standard courses in history are provided with up-to-date texts and illustrative material. This work is intended to meet the need I have felt in my own classes and have heard expressed from fellow teachers and laymen, for a simple account of the evolution of the old church minus all theological and dogmatic discussions. The purpose has been to show the origin of the Christian Church, its development in organization, the forces which produced the papacy, and the marvelous, formative influence of the Roman Church upon the civilization of Western Europe. To that end, the principal lines of development are emphasized at every point, while the subordinate influences have been minimized. Causes and results, continuity and differentiation, and unity have been constantly kept in mind. The subject matter of this volume was worked out during a prolonged residence in Europe. Most of that time was spent in Germany under the inspiration of the foremost authorities in church history, among whom may be mentioned Professor Nippold of Jena, Professor Loofs of Halle, Professor Hauck of Leipzig, and particularly Professor Harnack of Berlin. The work of the lecture room and seminar was supplemented by investigation in the Royal Library of Berlin, the Vatican Library at Rome, the National Library at Paris, and the Library of the British Museum. The materials thus gathered were further organized and elaborated in a course of lectures on church history given in Syracuse University. The references in the text and the bibliographies at the end of chapters are given, so far as possible, to English sources. It is believed that the exclusion of a pedantic list of foreign works will make the work more useful. It is hoped that the student will be induced to go to the library, the laboratory of the historian, and there by extensive and intensive reading supplement the text. Should this volume prove to be of service, it will be followed by 2 companion volumes, one on the Reformation and another on the modern church. It is further planned to publish a sourcebook on church history to supplement the texts. My indebtedness to books and men is so great that it would be impossible to enumerate them here. While all sources have been laid under tribute, special obligation is felt to many monographs and intensive studies. Alexander C. Flick, Syracuse University. Contents. Page Chapter 1. The Study of Church History. Outline: Present status of history in college work. Roman 2, Ecclesiastical history excluded since the Reformation by political history. Roman 3, new view of the medieval church and its influence. Roman 4, renaissance of interest in church history. V, pedagogical value and treatment of church history. Roman 6, sources. Chapter 2, general bibliography on church history. Outline I primary materials. Roman 2, secondary materials. Roman 3, sketch of the writing of church history. Roman 4, most important collections of primary sources. V, most important general church histories. Roman 6, dictionaries and encyclopedias. Roman 7, atlases and chronologies. Roman 8, textbooks. Roman 9, sources. Chapter 3, preparation of the civilized world for the Christian church. Outline I the ancient world. Roman 2, condition of the civilized world at the time Jesus came. Roman 3, how the condition of the world prepared the way for Christianity. Roman 4, sources. Chapter 4, origin, spread, and organization of the church during the apostolic age. Outline I origin of the Christian church. Roman 2, spread of the apostolic church. Roman 3, organization of the early church. Roman 4, conclusions, V sources. Chapter 5, the Roman Church and Peter's primacy. Outline I planting of the church in Rome and its organization there. Roman 2, the two opposing views of the Petrine theory. Roman 3, proofs advanced for the Petrine theory. Roman 4, evidence given against the Petrine theory. V, historical conclusions. Roman 6, sources. Chapter 6, the Roman government's treatment of the Christians. Outline I religious persecutions before the Christian era. Roman 2, Christians first persecuted by the Jews. Roman 3, causes and motives of persecution by the Roman government. Roman 4, number and general character of the persecutions. V, results of persecutions. Roman 6, sources. Chapter 7, transition of the church under Constantine. Outline I condition of the empire in 300. Roman 2, how Constantine became emperor. Roman 3, Constantine's conversion to Christianity. Roman 4, Constantine's favors to Christianity. V, Constantine's character. Roman 6, Constantine's historical significance. Roman 7, sources. Chapter 8, the Council of Nicaea and its results. Outline I diversion of Christian thought in the early church. Roman 2, the Arian controversy. Roman 3, the Council of Nicaea and its actions. Roman 4, later history of Arianism. V sources. Chapter 9, rise of the papacy. Outline I favorable conditions when the Christian era began. Roman 2, forces at work up to 313. Roman 3, description of the Roman Church in 313. Roman 4, growth of the papacy from 313 to V, condition of the papacy at the close of this period. Roman 6, sources. Chapter 10, rise of the papacy, continued. Chapter 11, monasticism. Outline I importance of the institution of monasticism. Roman 2, antecedents and analogies. Roman 3, causes of the origin of Christian monasticism. Roman 4, evolution of Christian monasticism. V, spread of group monasticism from the east to the west. Roman 6, development of monasticism in Western Europe. Roman 7, opposition to monasticism. Roman 8, results and influences of monasticism. Roman 9, sources. Chapter 12, spread of the Christian Church over Europe. Outline I extent of Christianity under Gregory the Great. Roman 2, character of missionary work from the 6th to the 10th century. Roman 3, conversion of the British Isles. Roman 4, conversion of the Franks. V, conversion of the Germans. Roman 6, conversion of Scandinavia. Roman 7, planting of the church among the Slavs. Roman 8, efforts to convert the Mohammedans. Roman 9, sources. Chapter 13, separation of the Roman and Greek churches. Outline I relation of the Greek and Roman churches before. Roman 2, effect of the Arian controversy on the situation. Roman 3, the history of image worship. Roman 4, character and results of the iconoclastic controversy. V, final separation. Roman 6, resemblances and differences between the two churches. Roman 7, sources. Chapter 14, relation of the Church and State up to the dissolution of the Carolingian Empire. Outline I Church and State before Constantine. Roman II Church and State from Constantine to 476. Roman III period of the Ostrogothic rule 476–552. Roman IV reunion of Italy with the Eastern Empire. V alliance between the papacy and the Franks. Roman VI restoration of the empire in the West in 800. Roman VII effect of the rise of national states on the Church. Roman VIII sources. Chapter 15. The Pseudo-Isidorian Decretals and the Papal Constitution. Outline I. What were the Pseudo-Isidorian Decretals? Roman II condition of Europe when the Decretals appeared. Roman III purpose of the forgery. Roman IV character and composition. V time, place, and personality of authorship. Roman VI significance and results. Roman VII Nicholas I and papal supremacy. Roman VIII decline of spirituality in the Church. Roman IX sources. Chapter 16. Organization, life, and institutions of the Church, 6th to 9th century. Outline I. Organization of the papal hierarchy. Roman II moral condition of the clergy and laity. Roman III great activity and wide influence of the Church. Roman IV the ordeals and the Church. V church discipline, excommunication and interdict and penance. Roman VI worship, the Mass, preaching, hymns. Roman VII the sacraments. Roman VIII relics and saints. Roman IX sources. Chapter 17. The Holy Roman Empire and the Papacy. Outline I. Decline of the empire under the later Carolingians. Roman II preparations to restore the empire on a German basis. Roman III Otto the Great creates the Holy Roman Empire. Roman IV Holy Roman Empire attains its height under Henry Roman III. V results of the creation of the Holy Roman Empire. Roman VI sources. Chapter 18. Preparations for the Hildebrandine Reformation. Outline I. Decline of the papacy after Nicholas I. 850–867. Roman II reform efforts before the time of Hildebrand. Roman III the youth and education of Hildebrand. Roman IV the Hildebrandine popes. V sources. Chapter 19. Gregory Roman VII and his work. Outline I. Condition of the Church in 1073. Roman II election of Hildebrand as pope. Roman III Gregory Roman VII matured papal theory and reform ideas. Roman IV his efforts to realize his ideals. V the investiture strife. Roman VI conclusions. Roman VII sources. Chapter 20. The significance of the Crusades. Outline I. The rise and spread of Mohammedanism. Roman II positive and negative causes of the Crusades. Roman III character and description of the Crusades. Roman IV results and influences of the Crusades. V sources. Chapter 21. Rise of the Mendicant Orders in the Church. Outline I. Monasticism before the Crusades. Roman II effect of the Crusades on monasticism. Roman III origin of the begging orders. Roman IV rise and influence of the Dominicans. V origin and power of the Franciscans. Roman VI widespread results of medieval monasticism. Roman VII sources. Chapter 22. Innocent Roman III and the Church at its height. Outline I. Antecedent preparation for this period. Roman II career of Innocent Roman III up to 1198. Roman III Innocent Roman III's plans and ideals as pope. Roman IV condition of Europe at the close of the 12th century. V Innocent Roman III makes himself the political head of Europe. Roman VI Innocent Roman III's efforts to root out heresy and reform the Church. Roman VII Innocent Roman III's character and the general results of his pontificate. Roman VIII sources. Chapter 23. The Medieval Church at its height. Outline I. Characteristics of the 13th century. Roman II territorial extent and wealth of the Church. Roman III organization of the papal hierarchy completed. Roman IV the legal system of the Church. V the official language and ritual of the Church. Roman VI the sacramental system. Roman VII the employment of art. Roman VIII the Church molded the civilization of Europe. Roman IX sources. Index. The rise of the medieval Church. Chapter 1. The study of Church history. Outline I. Present status of history in college work. Roman II Ecclesiastical history excluded since the Reformation by political history. Roman 3, new view of the medieval church and its influence. Roman 4, renaissance of interest in church history. V, pedagogical value and treatment of church history. Roman 6, sources. Half a century ago, a prominent educator observed, "There is something remarkable in the actual condition of the study of church history. While it seems to be receiving more and more cultivation from a few of us, it fails to command the attention of the educated public in the same proportion. We are strongly of the opinion that beyond the requisitions of academical and professional examination, there is very little reading of church history in any way." Only 25 years ago, Professor Emerton, upon taking the chair of ecclesiastical history in Harvard University, could say with truth, "There are today not more than half a dozen colleges in the country where any adequate provision for an independent department of history has been made." At the present time, happily, the condition so much deplored in the last quotation has been remedied to a very large degree. Every great university in America has a well-organized faculty of history and allied subjects, while a large majority of the smaller institutions of higher education have regularly organized departments of history with instructors, well-trained at home or abroad, who devote all their time to the subject. But notwithstanding these facts, the statement made about church history still remains essentially true. The political, industrial, educational, and social sides of history have been emphasized by the creation of new departments with new courses of study, and by the writing of many textbooks, monographs, and general treatises. Professorships of sociology, political economy, political science, constitutional law, education, and literature have been created in unprecedented numbers. Ecclesiastical history, on the contrary, has been all but ignored. Even in Germany, where the greatest strides have been made in the subject, it is still relegated to the theological faculty, though the number of philosophical students selecting it often exceeds that of the theological, a very significant fact. In America, it would be difficult to point out more than a very few universities or colleges where a chair in church history is put on an equality with chairs of other branches of history or of correlated subjects. Its proper place, in both scholastic and popular estimation, is in the theological seminary, and there it has always remained as a professional study. Even in this restricted sense, however, its intrinsic worth has placed it among the most important courses in the curriculum, and has given it a standing beyond professional circles. Some of America's greatest scholars have contributed powerfully, through the classroom, lectures, and books, to give church history its rightful place both as a professional and as a liberal branch of learning. Until Luther led the great reformatory schism in the 16th century, all historians, crude and unscientific though much of their work was, recognized the necessary union of political and ecclesiastical history. The Venerable Bede began his celebrated history not with the coming of Abbot Augustine and his monks, but with the landing of Caesar and his Roman cohorts. As modern civilization crept over Western Europe and crossed the mighty deep to Columbia's shores, carrying with it the revolutionizing Teutonic conception of the national state with its new duties and relationships, the tendency was to magnify the political and social sides of history at the expense of the religious. The hatreds and misunderstandings of the Reformation, though doing something to rectify the orthodox history of the old church, really put members of the old organization wholly on the defensive and checked for centuries anything like a genuinely sympathetic and scientific study of the old church by Protestant historians. With Neander, that sympathetic Christian of Jewish descent, and the scholarly Gieseler, a new era opened. The growing doctrine of the separation of church and state accentuated the breach between political and religious history. The early crude conception of specialization also separated sacred from profane history and turned the former over wholly to the theologian. Secular historians took the position of Napoleon when invited to enter the Holy City. Jerusalem does not enter into the line of my operations. At last, the church historian and the civic historian have joined hands and look each other in the face. They see that their aim is essentially common, to know the truth about the past. This search for truth for its own sake is purely modern, almost contemporaneous. Formerly, History was written to justify or disprove some theory of political or ecclesiastical polity, or to glorify some dynasty, sect, party, or hero, or to vindicate some hypothesis or set of ideas. The historian was not a searcher for truth, but a lawyer with a cause to plead. It is generally realized now that the historian, whether he deals with the state, the church, society, education, or industry, is working an important part of the field of general history. A knowledge of each one of these institutions is necessary to supplement and explain any or all of the others. This institutional interdependence seems to be generally recognized now. The web of history, said Professor Hatch in beginning his great work at Oxford, is woven of one piece. It reflects the unity of human life, of which it is the record. We cannot isolate any group of facts and consider that no links of causation connect them with their predecessors or their contemporaries. Just as Professor Freeman insists on the continuity of history, so I wish to insist on its solidarity. The mutual labors of scholars in correlating fields have revolutionized our historical knowledge of the early and later Middle Ages. A multitude of controverted points have vanished like ghosts. We see the old church now as we never saw it before. The Catholic Church and the medieval papacy were the greatest of the creations of the first 15 centuries of the Christian era. The medieval church was not exclusively a religious organization. It was more of an ecclesiastical state. It had laws, lawyers, courts, and prisons. If not born into it, all the people of Western Europe were at least baptized into it. It levied taxes on its subjects. Standards of patriotism and treason were more sharply defined than in the modern state. The evolution of this great organization is the central fact of the first 13 centuries after Christ. It aimed to control the whole life of its subjects here and to determine their destiny hereafter. Well may our greatest American church historian, Henry C. Lee, ask, what would have been the condition of the world if that organization had not succeeded in bearing the ark of Christianity through the wilderness of the first 15 centuries? The history of Europe, then, after the Roman period must be looked at through the eyes of the Church. The character and works of that great institution must first be studied, not pathologically but sympathetically. The historian, if honest, dare not show a lack of appreciation of the service rendered to humanity by the organization which in all ages has assumed for itself the monopoly of the heritage of Christ. He must recognize the fact that ecclesiastical history is simply the spiritual side of universal history. The value of a science depends on its own intrinsic merits, says Olzog. When the great teacher commanded from the Mount of Olives, "Go ye into all the world and preach the gospel," that mount became the pivot on which the whole world's history has turned. If the Christian religion be a matter, not of mint, anise, and cumin, but of justice, mercy, and truth, if the Christian religion be not a priestly caste, or a monastic order, or a little sect, or a handful of opinions, but the whole congregation of faithful men dispersed throughout the world, if the very word which of old represented the chosen, people, is now to be found in the laity, if the biblical usage of the phrase ecclesia literally justifies Tertullian's definition, ubi tres sunt laeci, ibi est ecclesia, then the range of the history of the Church is as wide as the range of the world which it was designed to penetrate. The great difficulty with the study of church history in the past has been that teachers treated it wholly from a theological standpoint. That may have been proper when the subject was viewed as a narrow, professional study only. A new and better conception of the subject, however, as a part of the pregnant history of humanity, has brought with it a higher estimation of its value as a cultural study. All that can be claimed for historical studies in general can be claimed for it: mental discipline, broad culture, a view of practical life, enlarged sympathies and lessened prejudices, a truer conception of duty, and a saner estimate of the significance of current events. In addition, it may be ventured that no subject can be of greater vital importance to the student for the very reason that it deals with the most important of all subjects. In order to do the most good as a liberal branch of learning, church history must be taught not as theology or dogma, but as a powerful civilizing institution like the state or the school. Then it will be true that neither can the profane historian, the jurist, the statesman, the man of letters, the artist, nor the philosopher safely neglect the study of church history. For each one of these persons, as well as the minister, needs that pragmatic view of all the changes and developments of the Christian Church and the influence it has exerted on all other human relations. Within the last few years, however, there has been a noticeable awakening of interest in church history, both within and without college walls. The indefatigable labors of a few men like Henry C. Lee, who has given us a series of invaluable monographs on the history of the Old Church, have had much to do with the new status of church history. Universities are already recognizing courses in church history offered by divinity schools as liberal arts, electives for undergraduate and postgraduate study. The writers of recent textbooks on general history, as well as in particular fields, recognize the revolution and try to make amends for the sin of omission by giving the church a prominence never recognized before by secular historians. Publishers have felt the popular pulse, and consequently, studies and epics covering the whole range of church history have appeared in cheap and popular form from the pen of scholar and compiler. Foreign works have been translated. Journals devoted to the study of church history have been established. Lectureships have been created and endowed. Societies have been organized to further the work. Convenient editions of the sources are appearing. Everywhere there seems to be a reaction in favor of this misunderstood and neglected subject. An army of scholars is at work digging valuable material out of old monasteries, royal archives, private libraries, cemeteries and churches, catacombs, and every conceivable place of concealment. These labors are being rewarded by rich discoveries of valuable materials, which are immediately critically edited by competent hands and printed in translations suitable for all students. Huge collections of these sources are appearing in most of the European countries. The most significant evidence of reaction, however, lies in the fact that the most recent courses offered on the Middle Ages in our leading universities are essentially courses in church history. The name matters little so long as students approach the instructive history of Western Europe from the right standpoint. Thus, at length, has come the fulfillment of the prophecy of Professor Koth, d. 1850, made many years ago. It is reserved to future ages, and in a special sense to the institutions of learning, to give to church history its proper place in the curriculum of studies. When its nature and importance come to be fully known and appreciated, it will be no longer limited to one faculty. The best pedagogical methods must be applied to church history in order to obtain the best results. To that end, these practical suggestions are offered. One emphasis ought to be laid on ideas back of events rather than on the events themselves. 2. The important ought to be distinguished from the unimportant at every step. Athanasius and Augustine are worthier subjects of study than Flavian and Optatus. The invasion and conversion of the Teutons are more important than disputes over Easter or the shape of the tonsure. 3 original sources ought to be used so far as possible. History should be studied from the sources of friend and foe in the spirit of truth and love, sine ira et studio. 4. Both Protestant and Catholic secondary authorities ought to be read on every important controverted point. 5 origins ought to be studied with special care. 6 transition periods rather than crises ought to be given the most time. 7 biographies of epoch-making men like Constantine, Gregory the Great, Charlemagne, Hildebrand, St. Francis, Innocent Roman III, etc. ought to be carefully considered. 8 causes and results ought to be closely worked out and classified. 9 the continuity of the Church as a great force in the world ought to be ever kept in mind. 10 differentiation ought to be thoughtfully noted through the ages. 11 the unity of history, the influence of the Church upon every other institution ought to be followed from one transitional period to another. 12 the sympathetic attitude ought to be taken at all times in judging men and movements. The student ought to stand in the center of the circle so that he may see all points of the circumference, all persons, all events, all parties, all creeds, all sects, all shades of opinion, and see their true historical relations. Sources: Bright, W. The Study of Church History, in Waymarks of Church History, NY 1894, Cave A. Introduction to the Study of Theology, Edinb. 421 ff. Collins, W. E. The Study of Ecclesiastical History, N. Y. 1903, Cox, A.C. Institutes of Christian History, Chicago, DeWitt J. Church History as a Science, as a Theological Discipline, and as a Mode of the Gospel. Sink, 1883. Foster, F.H., The Seminary Method of Original Study in the Historical Sciences. N.Y., 1888. Gwatkin, H.M., The Meaning of Ecclesiastical History. Cam, 1891. Hatch, E. An Introductory Lecture on the Study of Ecclesiastical History. Lond, 1885. Hitchcock, R.D. The True Idea and Uses of Church History, N. Y. 1856. Jortin, J. The Use and Importance of Ecclesiastical History. Works, Roman 7. 405-454. Lond, 1772. Lee, H.C. Studies in Church History. Introd, Phil. Magifort, A.C. The Historical Study of Christianity. Bibliotheca Sacra, Jan. 1893, 151-71. Robinson, J. H. Sacred and Profane History. In and Rep. Am. Hist. Assen, 1899, I. 527. Smith, H. B. Nature and Worth of the Science of Church History. Bibliotheca Sacra, Volume Roman 7, 1851, 412. See Faith and Philosophy, Edinb. and N.Y. 1877, 49-86. Smythe, E.C. Value of the Study of Church History in Ministerial Education. Andover, 1874. Stanley, A.P. 3 Introductory Lectures on the Study of Ecclesiastical History. In History of the Eastern Church. Lond, and N.Y. 1884, 1776. See the introductions of the church histories of Schaff, Giesler, Olzog, Moeller, Kurtz, Hayes, Dollinger, and Hergenrother. Footnotes. Reprinted from the Methodist Review, Jan. 1905. Bib. Rep. Volume Roman 26. Unit. Reverend. Volume Roman 19. Hatch, An Introductory Lecture on the Study of Ecclesiastical History, London, 1885. Comp. Gwatkin, The Meaning of Ecclesiastical History, Cambridge, 1891. Maitland, Canon Law and the Church of England, London, 1898, 100-101. Lee, Studies in Church History, P. Roman 3. Ibid. Gwatkin, The Meaning of Ecclesiastical History, 8. Olzog, Universal Church History, I. Section 13. Stanley, Eastern Church, Introduction, 25. Olzog, I. 32. Giesler, Ecclesiastical History, Sec. 3 and 7. Examine recently published texts like Emerton, Medieval Europe Robinson, History of Western Europe, Munro, A History of the Middle Ages, etc. The Monumenta in Germany, the Rolls series in England, etc. Schaff, Church History Preface. Mace, Method in History, 2739. Freeman, Methods of Historical Study, Lond, and N.Y., 1886. Chapter 2. General Bibliography on Church History. Outline, I. Primary Materials. Roman 2, Secondary Materials. Roman 3, Sketch of the Writing of Church History. Roman 4, Most Important Collections of Primary Sources, v. Most Important General Church Histories. Roman 6, Dictionaries and Encyclopedias. Roman 7, Atlases and Chronologies. Roman 8, Textbooks. Roman 9, Sources. All our information about the origin, life, and growth of the Christian Church comes from the revelation of evidence which is termed sources. These sources are partly original, or primary, and partly secondary. For the student of history, both kinds of sources have a definite character and value, and are, therefore, of peculiar interest. Some knowledge about the scope and nature of the sources is necessary for an intelligent view of any field of history. At the same time, it is clear that any person presuming to pose as an authority on a given phase of history must not only be thoroughly acquainted with the varied contributions of all secondary works, but must also be a master of the character and worth of all first-hand materials. The primary sources are simply the records and remains left by the people who lived at any given time. Such materials, it will be readily seen, give the nearest and truest account of the ideas, feelings, motives, and beliefs, as well as of the deeds and actions of man. An original source is, therefore, merely a source back of which one cannot go for historical information. It is apparent, consequently, that the primary sources are the more important because they are the very foundations of history. No documents, no history, tersely declared Langlois. The primary sources put us in vital connection with the thoughts, doings, and institutions of past times. In them one sees reflected the spirit of the age. Every line, every word is a revelation. The student is led to feel history, to actually know men and women of the past, and thus to comprehend our own civilization in the earlier periods of its evolution. The primary sources cannot be accepted and assigned their true value, however, until their authenticity and genuineness are determined and the element of personal equation is taken into account. Even then, final judgment can never be absolute. For the sake of giving a clear conception of the range of the primary sources, the following classification may be of assistance. A-written sources of the subjoined kind: I-public official documents, acts of councils and synods, letters, bulls, briefs, rescripts, and regests of popes, patriarchs, and bishops, confessions of faith, liturgies, hymns, etc., church canons and laws and monastic rules, decrees and letters of kings, nobles, and civic assemblies, laws of states. Roman II, private writings of personal actors and observers, the apostles, church fathers, heretics and reformers, heathen, chroniclers and historians, missionaries, clergy and laity. Roman III, inscriptions on churches, public buildings, tombs, monuments, coins, seals, etc. B. Unwritten sources of the following character: I. Buildings, churches and baptisteries, tombs and monuments, civic edifices, private dwellings. Roman II art, sculpture, images and emblems, painting and fresco, mosaics, ecclesiastical vestments and ornaments, church furniture and vessels. Roman III, rites and ceremonies. Roman IV, oral traditions. The secondary sources are those that are compiled from a study of the original sources, or from other secondary works, or from both, as is more likely to be the case. This class of material is very abundant and varies greatly in character and value because of the striking difference in authorship, style, and purpose. It is always necessary, therefore, carefully to discriminate the wheat from the chaff and to be able easily to recognize the earmarks of a reliable authority. Many of the works produced by modern scientific scholarship are excellent in every respect and, in many fields of historical study, absolutely indispensable. Secondary sources may be divided as follows. A. Written works. I. History, general treatises based upon either primary sources or secondary materials or both, encyclopedias and dictionaries, monographs, essays, and articles. Roman II fiction, novels, poetry, drama. B. Unwritten. I. Oral traditions and reports. Roman II, transmitted rites and ceremonies. Roman III, works of art copied from originals. The earliest account of the history of the Christian Church extant is the New Testament. The Memoirs of Hegesippus, a converted Jew of the 2nd century, is the first known effort to record the growth of the Church, but all his books are lost. Eusebius, the Greek bishop called the father of church history, wrote a comprehensive ecclesiastical history to 324. Socrates, Sozomen, and Theodoret, each after his own ideal, continued the narrative of Eusebius. Rufinus translated the work of Eusebius into Latin and continued it to 395, while Epiphanius translated Socrates, Sozomen, and Theodoret into Latin and brought the record to 518. Theodorus and Evagrius were also continuators of these early works. Sulpicius Severus, a Gallic monk of noble birth, penned a fabulous chronicle of little worth. The Middle Ages produced little of real value in the field of church history. The chronicles represent the best output. A few scholars of the Eastern Church, the Byzantine historians, the annalists of the Latin Church, and several specialists like Gregory of Tours and the Venerable Bede complete the list. The lives of saints, however, abound. The fierce controversial spirit of the Reformation produced two monumental works. Matthias Flacius, aided by other Protestant scholars, in the Magdeburg centuries, sought to reveal the whole disreputable career of the old church. This keen, voluminous work of the Reformers called forth from the learned Italian, Baronius, a powerful defense of the Roman Church in his ecclesiastical annals. Bossuet, a Frenchman, in his discourse on universal history, made a severe attack on Protestantism, while Tillemont, a Gallic nobleman of Jansenist faith, wrote critically and with more moderation. In Germany, Hottinger, Spanheim, and Arnold vindicated the Reformation. Following the earlier age of fierce theological controversy, Semler, Henck, Schmidt, Hume, and Gibbon wrote in a very rationalistic style and spirit. During the 18th and 19th centuries, German scholars have led the world in their contributions to church history. The great Mosheim made a pronounced improvement in the writing of church history and introduced the modern scientific method. He was not alone the most learned theologian of his age in Germany, but was critical in the best sense, honest and impartial. His disciple, Schrock, wrote a work of 45 volumes of considerable value. Giesler improved on Mosheim's method and wrote an ideal outline of church history with full citations to all the known sources. Neander, a giant in learning and a saint in piety, gave the world an epoch-making general history of the Christian religion and church, 1825-52. His writings and his ideals have influenced nearly every church historian since his death, when it was said, "The last of the church fathers has gone." Among his immediate pupils are Hagenbach, Kurtz, Garrick, Niedner, and Semisch. Bohr founded the celebrated Tübingen school and did some excellent work in the ante-Nicene period. Strauss, Zeller, Schenkel, Roth, and Nippold are the most prominent among his followers. The names of other German historians who have labored in this domain of knowledge are so numerous that only a few of the most prominent will be mentioned. Chief among the Protestants are Hayes, Gefroerer, Ebrard, Herzog, Moeller, Muller, Lufs, Hock, and Harnack. Among the Roman Catholic writers are Stahlberg, Katterkamp, Dollinger, Ulzog, Pastor, Heffel, Hergenrother, and Jansen. Although British scholarship has not devoted itself so zealously to the writing of church history, yet some excellent contributions have been made by such men as Pusey, Keble, Newman, Waddington, Milman, Stanley, Stubbs, Robertson, Greenwood, Vaughan, Perry, Lingard, Creighton, Gwatkin, Tozer, Hatch, and Orr. American interest in the field of church history is largely the product of the last 30 years. Most conspicuous among the contributors are Smith, Lanson, Shedd, Schaff, Fisher, Sheldon, Dreyer, Hurst, Newman, Majiffert, and Henry C. Lee. At the present time, in every Christian country, a corps of well-trained scholars are devoting their lives to nearly every phase of church history, and the outlook is most gratifying. The literature on church history, taken as a whole, is perhaps more voluminous than that on any other phase of history. The use of the sources is, in consequence, at the very outset a problem of selection. It is apparent, therefore, that the following brief lists are not meant to be exhaustive. Only the most valuable collections of original documents and also the most reliable books of a secondary character are included. Special care has been taken to mention all useful collections of sources in the English language. At the conclusion of each chapter will be found references to the sources on special topics. The most important collections of primary sources are A. Official Documents, Ian English, Brett T. Collection of the Principal Liturgies, Lond, 1838, Fulton J. Index Canonum, NY 1892, G. H. and Hardy W. J. Documents Illustrative of English Church History, NY 1896, Hammond C. E. Liturgies Eastern and Western, Lond, Henderson E. F. Select Historical Documents of the Middle Ages, Lond, and NY 1892. Neal J. M. The Liturgies of St. Mark, St. James, St. Clement, St. Chrysostom, and St. Basil, 2 vols, Lond, Neal J. M. and Webb B. The Symbolism of Churches and Church Ornaments, Lond, and NY 1893, Og. F.A. Sourcebook of Medieval History, NY, Palmer W. Origins Liturgicae, 2 vols, Lond, 1845. Roberts and Donaldson, Ante-Nicene Christian Library, Volume Roman 24, Edinburgh, 1872. Robinson, J. H., Readings in European History, Volume I, Boston, 1906, Schaff P. The Creeds of Christendom, 3 vols, NY, Swainson, C. A. The Greek Liturgies, Lond and NY, Thatcher and McNeill, A Sourcebook for Medieval History, N. Y. 1907 University of Penn, Translations and reprints of original sources of European history. Phil, 1894 to present. Weiner, G. B., Comparative View of the Doctrines and Confessions of Christendom, Edinburgh, 1887. Roman II in Foreign Languages, Councils and Synods. 1. Binius S. Concilia Generalia et Provincialia Graeca et Latina, 4 vols, Best ed., Cologne, 1606. 2. L'Abbé P. Concilia, 18 vols, Paris, 1671, carried by others to 1727. 3. Hardouin J. Conciliarum Collectio, 12 vols, Paris. 4. Mansi G.D. Sacrorum Conciliarum Nova et Amplissima Collectio. 31 vols. Flor, 1759-98. Most complete collection to 1509. New edition now out. Bulls, acts, briefs, rescripts, and regests. 1. Bulli Diversorum Pontificum ad Joanne Roman 22. Ad Julium Roman 3. Ex Bibliotheca Ludovis et Gomes. Rome, 1550. This is the oldest collection, but it contains only 50 documents. 2. Cherubini made the first comprehensive collection of bulls and briefs from Leo I to 1585. It is known as the Magnum Bullarium Romanum. 3. Maynardus Bullarium Magnum, 19 vols, Luxem, 68. Contains bulls from Leo I to Benedict Roman 14. 4. Coquelines made a similar collection at Rome in 14 vols, 1733-48. Barbarini added 6 more vols. Rome, 1835. 5. Tomasetti has made the latest collection of bulls from Leo I to the 19th century, 25 vols, Turin 72. 6. The best collections of early papal briefs were made by Caustant, Paris, 1721, Schoneman, Göttingen, 1796, Thiel, Braunsberg, 1867-8. 7. Jaffe P. Regesta Pontificum Romanorum to 1198, Burr, 1881-88, 2 vols. 8. Potthest A. Regesta Pontificum, 1198 to 1304, Burr, 1873, 2 vols. 9. Kayer Regesta Pontificum Romanorum to 1198, Berlin, 19067, 2 vols. 10. The Liber Pontificalis gives the history of the popes down to the end of the 9th century. Duchesne's ed., the most complete, Rome, 1880-692, Mommsen's ed., excellent. 11. Merbt C. Quellenzer Geskich des Papstums, 2d ed., 1903, Creeds, Liturgies, and Hymns. 1. Walch, CWF, Bibliotheca Symbolum Vetus, Lemgo, 1770. 2. Niemeyer, A.H., Collectio Confessionum in Ecclesiae Reformatis Publicatorum, Leipzig, 1840. 3. Kimmel, E.J., Monumenta Fidei Ecclesiae Orientalis, Jena, 1840-352 vols. 4. Hewitley C.A. Harmonia Symbolica, Oxf., 1858. 5. Denzinger H.J.D., Enchiridion Symbolorum et Definitionum, Wurzb, 1888, 6th ed. 6. Kasperi C.P., Quellenzer Geskich des Taufsymbols und der Glaubensregel, Christiania, 1866-75, vols, revised in 1879. 7. Hahn A. Bibliothek der Symbol und Glaubensregeln, Berlin, 1877, 2d ed. 8. Durandus W. Rationale Divinorum Officiorum, about, many eds, last at Naples, 1866. 10. Renaudot E. Liturgiarum Orientalium Collectio, new ed., Paris, 1847, 2 vols. 11. Muratori L.A. Liturgia Romana Vetus, Venice. 12. Assimani J.A. Codex Liturgicus Ecclesiae Universi, Rome, 1740-966, 13 vols. 13. Wheel W.J.H. Bibliotheca Liturgica, Lond, 1886. 14. Delisle L. Mémoire sur d'anciens sacramentaires, Paris, 1886, Laws and Canons. 1. Richter L.A. Corpus Juris Canonis, Leipzig, 2 vols. 2. Friedberg E. Corpus Juris Canonis, Leipzig, best ed. 3. Mean Patrologia Latina, contains many ancient laws. 4. Henel Theodosian Code, Bonn, 1842, 6 vols. 5. Kruger Justinian Code, Burr, 1877. 6. Moser J.J. Corpus Juris Evange, Ecclesiae, Zur, 2 vols, Decrees and Acts of Civic Authorities. 1. Pertz et al. Monumenta Germaniae Historica, Burr, to present. 2. Muratori, Scriptures Rerum Italicorum, Milan 57, 25 vols, from 500 to 1500. 3. Thesaurus Veterum Inscriptionum, Milan 1739-42, 4 vols. 4. Corpus Juris Civilis, good ed., by Kriegel Brothers Leipzig, 1833-40, best ed., by Mommsen Burr, 1895, 3 vols. B. Private Writings of Contemporaries. I in English, Roberts and Donaldson, Ante-Nicene Christian Library. Vols. Edinb. 1864-72-1897. Cox, A.C. Ante-Nicene Fathers. 10 vols. Buff, Pusey et al. A Library of the Fathers of the Holy Catholic Church. 48 vols. Oxf. 1839-85. The Publications of the Parker Society. 53 vols. Cam. For English Church. Schaff et al. Select Library of the Nicene and Post-Nicene Fathers of the Christian Church. 14 vols. Buff. 1880-690. First series. Schaff and Weiss, Select Library of the Nicene and Post-Nicene Fathers of the Christian Church. 14 vols. Lond, and NY 1890-94, Bone Antiquarian Library. 36 vols. Lond, 1847, etc. Classical Library, 107 vols. Lond, 1848, etc. Ecclesiastical Library, 15 vols. Lond, 1851, etc. Fox, Acts and Monuments. Townsend ed. Lond, 1843. Lightfoot, The Apostolic Fathers. Lond, 1889. Roman II in Foreign Languages. Canisius H. Antiqui Lections. 2d ed. 1725. 7 vols. Comefes F. Grecolat. Patrum Bibliotheca Octarium Novum. 2 vols. Paris, 1648. Bibliotheca Graecorum Patrum Octarium Novissimum. 2 vols. Paris, 1672. Bibliotheca Patrum Concoinatoria. 8 vols. New ed. Paris, Dacre J.L. Veterum Aliquot Scriptorum qui in Gallii Bibliothesis deliterant, Maxime Benedictinorum Spisalgum. 13 vols. Paris, 1655-77. New ed. 1723. Dupin, L.E. Bibliothèque Universelle des Auteurs Ecclésiastiques. 47 vols. Paris, 1680-1704. Several later editions. Martin E. Veterum Scriptorum et Monumentorum Collectio Nova. Rouen, 1700. Montfaucon B. de Collectio Nova Patrum et Scriptorum Graecorum. Paris, 1706. 2 vols. Muratori L.A. Rerum Italicarum Scriptors. Mill, 25 vols. New ed. Now being published ed. by Carducci. Celier R. Histoire générale des auteurs sacrés et ecclésiastiques. New ed. Paris, 1858-69. 16 vols. Bouquet M. Scriptors Rerum Gallicarum et Francilarum. New ed. Paris, 1869-77. To date 23 vols. Galandi A Bibliotheca Veterum Patrum Antiquorum Scriptorum Ecclesiasticorum. 14 vols. Venice, 1765-81. Authors. Routh M.J. Reliquii Sacri. 5 vols. Oxf. 2d ed. Pertz et al. Monumenta Germani Historica. Burr, 1819 to present. Niebuhr et al. Scriptors Historiae Byzantini. Bonn 55. 48 vols. Mean J.P. Patrologiae Cursus Completus. Paris 66. 222 vols. Of Latin Fathers and 166 vols. Of Greek Fathers. Chronicles and Memorials of Great Britain and Ireland from the Roman invasion to Henry Roman VIII. Lond, 1858-90. 210 vols. Rolls Series, Academy of Vienna, Corpus Scriptorum Ecclesiae Latini. 17 vols. Vienna, 1867-95. Jaffe P. Bibliotheca Rerum Germanicarum, 1864-73. 6 vols. Graffin P. Patrologia Syriaca. Paris, 1895. 2 vols. 19. Die Griechischen Christlichen Schriftsteller der ersten drei Jahrhundert. 20. Bibliothèque de Théologie Historique. Paris, 1906 ff. To be completed in 60 vols. See inscriptions. I in English. Northcote J.S. Epitaphs of the Catacombs. Lond, Bingham J. Antiquities of the Christian Church. Oxf. 10 vols. Very valuable. Garrick H.E.F. Manual of the Antiquities of the Church. Lond, 1851. Bennett C.W. Christian Archaeology. NY 1888. Rushforth G. MCN. Latin Historical Inscriptions. Oxf. Roman II in Latin. See Corpus Inscriptionum Latinarum. Best ed. by Mommsen under Berlin Academy. 1862 to date 11 vols. Boek P.A. Corpus Inscriptionum Graecorum. Burr, Leblanc E. Inscriptions Crate de la Gaule, Paris 65. 2 vols. Hubner E. Inscriptions Hispan. Christ. Burr, 1871. Inscrip. Brit. Christ. Burr, 1876. De Rossi J.B., Inscriptions Christiani Urbis Rami Septimo Siculo Antiquires. Rome, 1861, Fabretti A Corpus Inscriptionum Italicarum. Turin 77, 2 vols, 3 supplements. Flor, 1800. L'Epigraphie Chrétienne en Gaul at dans l'Afrique, Paris, 1890. Most important general church historians. A. Before the Reformation. I. Greek, Hegesippus, a Christian Jew in Asia Minor 2 descent, wrote a church history in 5 books based on traditions, only fragments preserved. See Antioch, Lib. Roman 8, 762-5. See Eusebius, d. 340, father of church history, wrote a history of church to 324, valuable storehouse, various Eng translations, that by Magifert Ny 1890 in Nick, and Post-Nick, Fathers I is the best. Socrates d. 408, a lawyer continued Eusebius to 439, Bone, Nick and Post-Nick. Fathers Roman 2, Sazomen d. 400, a lawyer continued Eusebius to 423, Ibid, Bone, Theodoret d. 457, a bishop aimed to complete Socrates and Sazomen, Ibid, Bone, Evagrius d. 537, a lawyer continued Theodoret, Bone, Bagster Eccles, historians. For other Greek historians, lost or not in English, see Zog I. Section 17, Schaff I. 29. Roman 2, Latin to the Reformation. Rufinus, b. 345, a priest, translated Eusebius and added an inaccurate history of the Arians, 318-395. Preface only in Eng, Nick, and Post-Nick. Fathers Roman 3, 565. Severus b. 363, a Gallic priest, wrote the history of the world to 400. Good for Gaul. Ib. Xi 71-122. Orosius, 5th cent. A Spanish priest wrote a world history to 416, used as a textbook in Middle Ages. Bone, Cassiodorus d. 562, a statesman and abbot, compiled a church history from Socrates, Sazomen, and Theodoret. This is the famous tripartite history. It served as a textbook throughout the Middle Ages. Not in Eng, see Mean, Patrologia, Zix, and Hodgkin, the letters of Cassiodorus. Gregory of Tours d. 594, a bishop, wrote a valuable history of the Frankish Church. Not in Eng, Venerable Bede d. 735, father of English church history, wrote a history of the English Church to 731. Many Eng, eds. Paul Warnefried d. 799, a Lombard monk, wrote a history of the Langobards. Tr. by Falk U of Pa, Transl, and Rep. Phil, 1907. Hamo d. 853, Bishop of Halberstadt, abridged Rufinus and added notes of his own. Not in Eng, Anastasius d. 886, abbot and papal librarian at Rome, compiled a church history from the Greek writers. Not in Eng, Flotter d. 966, a bishop, wrote a history of the Church of Rheims to 948. Not in Eng. Liutprand d. 972, Bishop of Cremona, wrote a chronicle and a report of his embassy to Constantinople. C. Pertzmann, Jur, Roman 3, 264, Henderson, Hist, Docs of the M. A. 441 Adam of Bremen, d. 1076, a canon, wrote the only reliable history of the Scandinavian Church from 788 to 1076. Not in Eng. Orderic Vital, d. 1142, abbot in Normandy, wrote a church history to 1142. Best work of the Middle Ages. In Eng, Bone, vols. 27, 28, 30, 36 Ptolemy of Lucca d. 1312, a Dominican and papal librarian, wrote a church history to 1312. Not in Eng. Saint Antoninus d. 1459, Archbishop of Florence, wrote the largest medieval work from the creation to 1457. Not in Eng. Laurentius Valla d. 1457, an Italian critic and scholar, wrote a history of the church. Denounced the donation of Constantine as a forgery. Work full of doubt. Not in Eng. Nicholas of Cusa d. 1464, a cardinal, was a radical critic in his early days but temperate in later life. His works not in Eng. John of Tritenheim d. 1516 was among the first historians to write from the sources. Not in Eng. Albert Krantz d. 1517, a canon of Hamburg, wrote The Metropolis, a critical history of the church in northern Germany from 780 to 1504. Not in Eng. B. Roman Catholic historians after the Reformation. I. Italian, Baronius d. 1607, a cardinal, wrote Annals Ecclesiastici in 12 vols, the work of 30 years, invaluable. Not in Eng. written to refute the Protestant Magdeburg centuries, continued from 1198 to 1566 by Reynaldus, to 1571 by Laterci, to 1584 by Thaner. Poggi made valuable corrections. Best defense of the medieval papacy. Caspar Sackerli wrote Historia Ecclesiastica to 1185. Pub, in Rome, 1771-96 in 25 quarto vols. Muratori d. 1750 made a valuable collection of Italian historians and original documents from 500 to 1500. Not in Eng. Mansi d. 1769 edited a valuable and very complete edition of the Councils. Not in Eng. Orsi, 1761, a Dominican cardinal, wrote a church history for the first 6 centuries. Continued by others to the Council of Trent, not in Eng. For other Italian historians, see Zog, I. 49. Roman II French, Natales Alexander d. 1724 wrote a clear, deep church history to 1600. Its Gallican spirit put it in the index till corrected. Abbé Fleury d. 1723 wrote a church history to 1414 in 20 vols, from the sources. Continued to 1595 by Faber. First vols. Pub, in Eng, at Oxf, in 1842. Bossut d. 1704, the Bishop of Meaux, wrote a discourse on universal history. In Eng, continued by Kramer, a German Protestant. Tillemont d. 1698, a nobleman and priest, wrote fine biographies to 516 from the sources. An excellent piece of work in 16 vols. Dupin d. 1719 furnished a biographical and bibliographical church history to the 17th century. Celier d. 1763 wrote a similar work but more complete and valuable. Darras d. 1872, a general history of the Catholic Church. Transl, by Spalding, 4 vols, not reliable. Roman III German, Count Leopold von Stahlberg d. 1819, an ex-Protestant, wrote a church history to 430 in 15 vols. Kurz continued it in 30 more vols, to 1192, and Brichard in 9 more vols, to 1245. Theodor Katterkamp d. 1834, a professor at Munster and a friend of Stahlberg, wrote a history to 1153. Lotterer d. 1837, a professor at Gießen, produced a very liberal work up to 1073. Dollinger d. 1890, a professor in Munich, was the most learned historian of the Catholic Church in the 19th century, was excommunicated for refusing to accept the Vatican decrees, 1871. Most of his many works have been translated into Eng. Hefel d. 1893, a professor at Tübingen and a bishop, wrote History of the Councils to 1447. An excellent piece of work, completed by Hergenrother. In Eng Gefroer d. 1861, began his learned church history as a rationalist, 1841, and continued it from 1056 on as a Catholic. Hergenrother d. 1890, cardinal and keeper of the papal archives at Rome, wrote a general history of the Church which is very partisan. Roman IV, English and American. Newman d. 1890, an English cardinal, wrote The Arians of the 4th century, 1883, Church of the Fathers, and many other historical works. Allies the formation of Christendom. Lond, 1882-91, 7 vols. Spalding, 1872, an American prelate, wrote The History of the Protestant Reformation, 2 vols. 1860, and edited Darras's General History of the Catholic Church. 1868. Gibbons, b. 1834, cardinal in the U.S., wrote Faith of Our Fathers and other historical works. See Protestant Church historians. I. German, Matthias Flacius Illyricus, d. 1575, with 10 educated Protestant scholars, produced the Century Magdeburgenses, covering 13 centuries in 13 vols, to justify the Reformation. Controversial. Hottinger d. 1664 wrote a partisan history to 16th cent, in 9 vols, not original. Spanheim d. 1649 worked out a history from the sources to 16th cent, aimed at Baronius. Eng, Transl. Arnold d. 1714 wrote an impartial history of the Church and of heretics to 1688. Learned but fanatical. Mosheim d. 1755 wrote Institutes of Ecclesiastical History, marks an epoch in the writing of church history. Several Eng transls. Schrock d. 1808 wrote large work in 45 vols, on epoch plan to end of 18th cent, rich in historical material. Henk d. 1809 wrote a general history in a very rationalistic style. Neander d. 1850 professor in Berlin, the father of modern church history, wrote a general history of the Christian religion and church to 1430, based on the sources. Several Eng transls, Tories the best. Gieseler d. 1854, professor in Göttingen, wrote a history from the sources to 1648. Various Eng transls, excellent. Bohr d. 1860, professor in Tübingen, produced a history of the Christian church in 5 vols. In Eng, Hagenbach d. 1874, professor in Ball, wrote a general history of the church in 7 vols. In Eng. Roman II French. Chastel d. 1886, professor at Geneva, wrote a complete history of the church in 5 vols. Daubigny d. 1872, professor at Geneva, wrote a general history of the Reformation in 13 vols. In Eng, Renan E. d. 1892, was educated for the Catholic priesthood, but he early gave up that calling and devoted himself to history and literature. He produced many works of great value on early church history. Roman III English. Gibbon d. 1794 devoted 20 years to his history of the decline and fall of the Roman Empire. To 1453, still very valuable. Best ed. By Barry. Lond, 1896. Milner d. 1797 wrote a history of the Church of Christ in popular form. Dean Waddington d. 1869 penned 6 high and dry vols on the church. Robertson d. 1882, professor in King's College, London, wrote a history of the Christian church to 1517. Fairly well done from the sources. Milman d. 1868, among other works, wrote the history of Latin Christianity to 1455 in 8 vols. Excellent. Dean Stanley d. 1881 has given us histories of the Eastern Church and Jewish Church in a pure, plain style. Creighton d. 1901 has written the best history of the papacy from the Great Schism to the sack of Rome. 6 vols. Invaluable. Roman IV American. Smith d. 1877, professor in Union Theological Seminary, worked out the history of Christianity in 16 chronological tables, 1,860. Shedd d. 1894, professor in Union Theological Seminary, wrote a history of Christian doctrine in 2 vols. 1863. Schaff d. 1893, professor in Union Theological Seminary, a disciple of Neander, wrote, in addition to other works of value, a history of the Christian Church, to the Reformation. 7 vols, excellent. Volume 5 by D. S. Schaff. Sheldon B. 1845 has written an excellent history of doctrine and also of the Church. 5 vols, 1896. Allen D. 1908 wrote Christian history in 3 great decades in 3 vols. 1883. Fisher B. 1827, professor in Yale, has produced several valuable books on church history. White D. 1885 wrote 18 Christian centuries. Lee B. 1825 has written invaluable monographs on the Inquisition, indulgences, celibacy, etc., which have given him a worldwide reputation. Other Americans who are doing good work in church history are Jackson, Hurst, Baird, Thompson, Maumert, Gillett Storrs, Taylor, Clark, Emerton, Bigelow, West, Fulton, Jacobs, Newman, Zenos, Dexter, Magiffert, Dreyer, Faulkner, etc. Dictionaries and encyclopedias. A. English. I. Protestant. Abbott and Conant, Dictionary of Religious Knowledge N. Y. 1875. Benham, Dictionary of Religion. Lond and N.Y. 1887. Blunt, A Dictionary of Doctrinal and Historical Theology. Lond and Phil, 2d ed., 1891. Blunt, A Dictionary of Sects, Heresies, Ecclesiastical Parties, and Schools of Religious Thought. Lond and Phil, 2d ed., 1886. Buck, A Theological Dictionary. Lond, 1847. Chain and Black, Encyclopedia Biblica, 4 vols, N.Y., Edie, The Ecclesiastical Cyclopedia. Lond, 1847, Encyclopedia of Religious Knowledge. Phil, 1870, Farrar, An Ecclesiastical Dictionary. Lond, 1853, Gardner, The Christian Cyclopedia. Lond, 1854, Hastings, A Dictionary of the Bible, N.Y. and Edinburgh. Herzog, A Protestant, Theological, and Ecclesiastical Encyclopedia. 2 vols. Phil, 1858-60. Hook, A Church Dictionary. N.Y. 1875. Hook, Ecclesiastical Biography, 4 vols. Lond, 1845. Jackson, Concise Dictionary of Religious Knowledge and Gazetteer. N.Y. 1893. McClintock and Strong, Cyclopedia of Biblical, Theological, and Ecclesiastical Literature. 10 vols, N. Y 1867 2 sup. Vols, 1884-86. Marston, A Dictionary of Christian Churches and Sects. 2 vols, Lond, 1891. Sanford, A Concise Encyclopedia of Religious Knowledge, N. Y 1891. Schaff Herzog Encyclopedia of Religious Knowledge, 3 vols, NY 1891. The New Schaff Herzog Encyclopedia of Religious Knowledge, revised by S. M. Jackson. NY and Lond, 1908 FF. In vols, Shipley, A Glossary of Ecclesiastical Forms. Lond, Smith and Cheetham, A Dictionary of Christian Antiquities, 2 vols, Bost, 1875 80 Smith and Wace, A Dictionary of Christian Biography, Literature, Sects, and Doctrines, 4 vols, Bost, Stanton, An Ecclesiastical Dictionary. NY 1861. Walcott, Sacred Archaeology. Lond. 1868. Roman II Catholic, Addis and Arnold, A Catholic Dictionary, NY 1884, Gillow, Dictionary of English Catholic Biography and Bibliography, 1534-1884. 6 vols, Lond, 1887-94 Gibbings, Index Expurgatoris. Lond, 1837. Butler, Lives of the Fathers, Martyrs, and Other Saints. Vols. Lond, 1866. Barrington, The Faith of Catholics. 3 vols. Lond, 1846. The Catholic Encyclopedia. NY 1907 FF. To be completed in 15 vols. Thane, Ecclesiastical Dictionary, 1905. Roman III, Jewish and Mohammedan, The Jewish Encyclopedia. 12 vols. NY 1902-5 Encyclopedia Islam. 3 vols. 1908. B. Foreign. I. Protestant. Hock, Herzog's Real Enzyklopädie für Protestantische Theologie und Kirche. 1896 FF. Lichtenberger, Encyclopédie des Sciences Religieuses, Paris, 1872-82. 13 vols. Roman II Catholic, Aschbach Allgemeines Kirchenlexikon. Frankf, 4 vols, Wetzer und Welt Kirchenlexikon. Frabe, 1847-56. 12 vols, Hergenrother und Kohler. Kirchenlexikon oder Enzyklopädie der katholischen Theologie und ihrer Hilfswissenschaften. Frabe, 1880-1895. 10 vols. See consult standard secular encyclopedias like Britannica, Johnson, International, etc. Atlases and chronologies. I. English, Copen, A.L. The World in the Middle Ages. N.Y. Spruner Historico-Geographical Hand Atlas. Lond, 1861. Wilch, J.E.F. Handbook of the Geography and Statistics of the Church. 2 vols. Lond, 1859-69. McClure, C.E. Ecclesiastical Atlas. Lond, 1888. Freeman, E.A. Historical Geography of Europe. Lond, 2 vols. New ed. 1904. Laberton, R.H. New Historical Atlas and General History. N.Y. 1890. Riddle, J.E. Ecclesiastical Chronology. Lond, 1840. Tarner, G.E. Concise Tabular View of the Outlines of Christian History. Lond, 1890. Smith, H.B. History of the Church in Chronological Tables. N.Y. 1875. Woodward and Gates, Encyclopedia of Chronology. N.Y. Dow, E.W. Atlas of European History. N.Y. 1907. Roman II Foreign, Putzger, F.W. Historischer Schulatlas. Lapes, 1903 Anglicized now. Excellent. Droysen, H. Allgemeine Historische Handatlas. Lapes, Weidenbach Calendarium Hist. Kron, Mediaet Novi Evi Reg, 1855. Grotfen, G.A. Handbuch des Hist. C.H.R. Des Mittelalters. Hanov, 1872. Textbooks on Church History. I. Protestant. Allen, Outlines of Christian History. Bost, 1885. 3 vols. Blackburn, History of the Christian Church. Sin, 1879. Presp, Butler, An Ecclesiastical History. Phil, 1868-72. 2 vols. Fisher, History of the Christian Church. N.Y. 1887. Fawkes, A Manual of Ecclesiastical History. Oxf. 1851. Giesler, A Textbook of Church History. N.Y. 1868-79. Vols. Green. Handbook of Church History. N.Y. 1904. Garrick, A Manual of Church History to 1073. And 2 vols. Hardwick, A History of the Christian Church. Lond, 2 vols. Hayes, A History of the Christian Church. N.Y. 1870. Hurst, A History of the Christian Church. N.Y. 1897. 2 vols. Jennings, A Manual of Church History, NY 1880 782 vols. Knight, A Concise History of the Church. Lond, 1888. Kurtz, Church History, NY 1888, 3 vols. Moeller, History of the Christian Church. Lond, 1902, 3 vols. Moncrief, A Short History of the Christian Church, Chicago and NY 1902, Mosheim, Institutes of Ecclesiastical History. Last ed. Bost, 1902, 3 vols. Newman, A Manual of Church History. Phil, 1902 32 vols. Schaff, History of the Christian Church, NY 1884 92, vols. Volume V by D.S. Schaff, NY 1908, Smith, The Student's Manual of Ecclesiastical History, N. Y. 1879, Schubert, Outlines of Church History. Lond, 1907, Soame, Outlines of Church History. Lond, 1895, Waddington, A History of the Church. Lond, 1835, 3 vols. Zeno's Compendium of Church History. Phil, 1900. Roman II Catholic, Ulzog, A Manual of Universal Church History. Lond, 3 vols. Berkhuser, History of the Catholic Church from its first establishment to our own times. 7th ed., 1905. Bruch, History of the Catholic Church, NY 1886. Dollinger, Manual of Church History. Lond, 1840-42, 4 vols. Gilmartin, Manual of Church History. Lond, 1892 2 vols. It is a matter of deep regret that such excellent books by Catholic writers like Hergenrother, Krauss, Moeller, Funk, etc., have not yet been translated into English. Sources: Adams, C.K., A Manual of Historical Literature. N.Y., Cave A. Introduction to Theology. Edinb, 1886. Crooks, G.R. and Hurst, J.F. Literature of Theology, N.Y. 1896. Pt. Roman III. Darling, J. Cyclopedia Bibliographica. 3 vols. Lond, Donaldson, J. A Critical History of Christian Literature. Vols. Lond, 1864. 6 Dowling, J.G., An Introduction to the Critical Study of Ecclesiastical History. London, 1832. Fisher, J.A., A Select Bibliography of Ecclesiastical History. Bost, 1885. Fortescue, G.K., Subject Index of the Modern Works added to the Library of the British Museum in the years 1900. 3 vols. 1902-1904. Hurst, J.F., Literature of Theology. N.Y. 1896. Pt. Roman III, p. 186. Kruger, G., History of Early Christian Literature in the First 3 Centuries. N.Y. 1897. Malcolm H., Theological Index. Phil, 1870. Poole, W.F., Index to Periodical Literature, 1802 to date. Schaff, P., Theological Propaedeutics. N.Y. 1893. Sonnenschein, W.S., The Best Books. Lond, 1896. Tibbles, C.F., Thesaurus of the Best Theological, Historical, and Biographical Literature. N.Y. 1891. Footnotes. Extracts in Eusebius, Ecclesiastical History, and in Antonych, C.H. Fathers, C.H.R. Lit. Ed. Roman 8, 762. Chapter 3. Preparation of the Civilized World for the Christian Church. Outline: I. The Ancient World. Roman 2, Condition of the Civilized World at the time Jesus came. Roman 3, How the condition of the world prepared the way for Christianity. Roman 4, Sources. The ancient world included the many independent tribes surrounding the Mediterranean Sea and spreading into the interior. This independence was institutional. Each tribe had its own government, laws, and customs, its own religion and gods, its own ideals of education, its own commercial and industrial methods. But all these diversities of life and thought were broken down by the ascendancy of Rome. The independent laws, gods, and institutions fell before the onward march of those of the mistress of the world. When Jesus was born, the Roman Empire extended from the Euphrates to the Atlantic, and from the African desert to the Danube, Rhine, and Weser. It formed a wide fringe around the Mediterranean Sea, included the best parts of 3 continents, and had a population of 100 million. The empire was called the world. Roman law was predominant throughout the provinces as well as at Rome, but local usages were tolerated. Citizenship had become so widely extended that the different peoples began to feel themselves a single race, bound together by one emperor, one government, and one code of laws. The era of the boyhood of Jesus was one of comparative peace, since there was no important war after the naval battle of Actium, 31 BC. Hence the industries of the empire prospered greatly, across the Mediterranean as the Great Highway, up and down the rivers, and along the incomparable Roman roads, an enormous trade was carried on between the colonies and the capital, Rome. Factories thrived in every direction and commerce flourished. Showers of wealth fairly fell upon the eternal city. The trade of the empire was carried on in Latin, the official language of the empire for law and war. Greek was also a universal tongue, but used more especially for art, science, philosophy, education, and religion. Cicero complained, "Greek is read in almost all nations. Latin is confined by its own natural boundaries." Hebrew and other tongues were sectional. The literature of the opening century of the Christian era, however, was largely in Latin, which had been fertilized by Greek culture. Education had made far greater progress in this old world than is generally thought. Judea, Greece, and Rome had excellent systems of education, though differing much in purpose and in subjects studied. Pronounced schools of philosophy grew up. Art, comparatively little developed among the Jews, culminated with the Greeks, and from them was transplanted to Rome. Travel, always liberalizing and educational, was widespread among scholars, tradesmen, soldiers, and public officials. All these factors had produced a superior intelligence and general culture throughout the empire. The religious condition of the empire was very significant. The Roman religion, a mixture of Grecian and Etrurian religions of licentiousness and Puritanism, was alone legal over the whole empire. The emperor, as Pontifex Maximus, was head of the religion. Worship, however, had become mere form. Even priests ridiculed the gods. Cicero declared, "One soothsayer could not look another in the face without laughing," and even old women would no longer believe either in the fables of Tartarus or the joys of Elysium. This loss of faith engendered skepticism and superstition, and gave magicians and necromancers a wide patronage. The best men in Rome were demanding reformation, and were longing for and predicting a new era. Cicero prophesied, "There shall no longer be one law at Rome, and another at Athens, nor shall it decree one thing today and another tomorrow, but one and the same law, eternal and immutable, shall be prescribed for all nations and all times, and the God who shall prescribe, introduce, and promulgate this law shall be the one common Lord and supreme ruler of all." The Grecian religion, so closely resembling the Roman, was of course tolerated in the empire. The gods were ideal Greeks with virtues and vices magnified. They were born, had passions, senses, and bodies like men, but never died. They committed crimes, had troubles, and were given to wrath, hatred, lust, cruelty, perjury, deception, and adultery, yet were omnipotent and omniscient. While the conception of Zeus, as the father of the gods, ruled by fate, had a vague idea of monotheism in it, still the Greek religion lacked the Christian conception of sin and righteousness, for with the Greeks sin was only a folly of the understanding. Even the gods sinned. Small wonder then that Plato banished the gods from his ideal republic. Pindar, Aeschylus, and Sophocles also urged loftier views of the gods and preached a higher morality. With the Roman conquest, national honor and patriotism died out, and superstition, infidelity, refined materialism, and outright atheism came in. The best hearts were longing for a new and purer religion, and were ready to accept it when it came. The Jews, intensely religious, with several thousand years of spiritual history back of them, divided the known world into the followers of the true God and the heathen idolaters. Even they were separated into factions. 1. The Pharisees, numbering 6,000 stoical casuists, rigidly orthodox, prone to analyze the Mosaic law to death, intensely patriotic, and bitter against all non-Jewish tendencies, were very popular, guided public worship, and controlled the Jews in politics. 2. The Sadducees, rationalistic and skeptical, were aristocratic Epicureans who rejected oral traditions and denied resurrection, angels, and an all-ruling, foreknowing providence. They formed a smaller political party in opposition to the Pharisees, held many priestly offices, were in league with the Romans, and therefore had less influence with the people. 3. The Essenes, a mystic brotherhood of 4,000 whose purpose was to attain holiness, received their ideas from Eastern theosophists, lived communal lives on the shores of the Dead Sea, took the Old Testament allegorically, wore a white dress, were overscrupulously clean for the purpose of purification, and rejected animal food, bloody sacrifices, oaths, slavery, and marriage. They had little to do with politics, were foreigners of Christian monasticism, and may have influenced the ideas of Jesus. 4. The Samaritans, in origin half Jewish and half heathen Babylonian, practiced their Reformed Judaism about Gerizim under an established Levitical priesthood. They rejected all scriptures but the Pentateuch, held pure messianic expectations, looked with favor upon Christianity, and were bitterly hated by the Orthodox Jews. 5. The Zealots, led by Judas of Galilee, a sort of a nationalistic party, were imbued by a very materialistic conception of the hope of Israel. They sprang from the Pharisees and followed them in religious things. They confidently expected the realization of the kingdom of God, the Messiah, and a new Israel. In their patriotic zeal, they did not hesitate to use the sword and dagger to drive out their Roman foes in order to realize their dreams for a purely Jewish kingdom. Their followers came mostly from the lowest classes. 6. The common people accepted the Pharisees in a general way as leaders. They believed in tradition and in the resurrection, but they were prone to neglect the law and formalism so stoutly insisted upon by the scribes. This class of Jews had a vital, living fellowship with God and might be called pietists. Such characters as Simeon and Anna, Zachariah and Elizabeth, Joseph and Mary, and most of those influenced by John's call to repentance were of this class. They stood for the pure religion of the early prophets, and in a way opposed the sacerdotalism of the Jewish Church. They were in a spiritual and ethical mood to accept the great teachings of Jesus of Nazareth, and were consequently his first converts. While they constituted the majority of the Jews, and were scattered all over the Roman Empire, yet they were not organized as a political party. To these Christianity meant a great and much-needed reformation. The moral condition of the empire, east and west, makes a dark picture as drawn by such men as Paul, Seneca, Tacitus, Juvenal, Persius, and Sallust. The world is full of crimes and vices, moaned Seneca. Foreign conquest and plunder brought in their wake luxury, sensuality, cruelty, and licentiousness. Slavery was fostered, infanticide tolerated, marriage lax, and divorce shamefully common. Amusements became bloody and brutal. 20,000 lives were sacrificed in 1 month to appease the populace, who cared only for panem et circenses. The stern virtue and morality of old Greece and Rome were dead. The huge empire was a giant body without a soul going to final destruction. It is evident, then, that forces both positive and negative were at work to prepare the civilized world for the reception of Christianity. 1. The universal empire of Rome was a positive groundwork for the universal empire of the gospel. The imperial organization suggested a form of organization for the church, so that Latin Christianity was simply Rome baptized. The unity of the empire afforded concrete illustration of God's spiritual kingdom and implied fatherhood and brotherhood. Imperial toleration of harmless provincial religions protected Christianity, and thus enabled it to get a foothold before persecution came. Universal peace also was a boon to the Christian crusade. The flourishing commerce, the good roads uniting the empire, the extensive travel, and the various military expeditions all made the spread of new ideas easier and quicker. 2. Pagan theology became a stepping stone to Christian theology. The decay of polytheism, because of its unspiritual and unsatisfying character, made spiritual monotheism acceptable. Pagan temples, priests, and rites made the conception of, and the transition to, Christianity easier. Even the low moral condition and widespread skepticism strongly emphasized the need of a better religion. 3. The schools of the empire prepared men's minds for an intellectual consideration of the new faith, though not necessarily for its adoption. The Greek and Latin tongues were excellent mediums for propagating the new doctrines. Greek particularly was excellent for the expression of abstract and lofty truth, and the Old Testament had been translated into it more than 2 centuries before Jesus. Grecian eloquence became the model for sacred oratory. The philosophy of Plato and Aristotle formed the scientific basis for Christian theology. The spiritual flights of Plato, the religious reflections of Plutarch, and the moral precepts of Seneca were all used as arguments of revealed religion. Even pagan art, with its love for the beautiful, was early employed to give material expression to Christian ideas. 4. The Jews, scattered over the world, befriended by Julius Caesar, given legal status as a sect by Augustus, expelled in vain by Tiberius and Claudius, spread a knowledge of the living God over the whole empire before Christ appeared. Synagogues were numerous, and many Gentiles became converts to monotheism. These converts were the first to accept the teachings of Jesus, and in this way formed the nuclei of the Christian Church. Thus, Jerusalem, the holy city, Athens, the city of culture, and Rome, the city of power, combined to prepare the world so that the matchless ethical and religious teaching of Jesus of Nazareth could capture the hearts and heads of men, replace the national religions, and become realized in the outward forms and inward beliefs of the Christian Church, which was soon to exercise a controlling power in the civilized world. Sources: A. Primary. I. Jewish, Old Testament Apocrypha. Transl, by E. C. Bissell N. Y. 1865-80. Josephus 37-103 A.D., Antiquities and the Jewish War, various eds. Whiston the Standard. Philo Judaeus 20 BC 40 A.D., Works, Transl, by C.D. Jange in Bone Lond, 1854 4 vols, The Talmud. Transl, by Bodkinson and revised by Wise N. Y. 1896. Lardner, Jewish and Heathen Testimonies. Works, Roman 7, Lond, 1788. Roman 2, Pagan. = 1, Greek = The Classics. Bone Lib. Excellent, Fine Transl, by W. H. Appleton Bost, 1893. Polybius 204 122 BC, Histories, Transl, by E.S. Schuckberg, 2 vols, Lond, 1889. Strabo 62 BC 24 AD, Geography, Transl, by Falconer and Hamilton, Lond, 1890, 2 vols, Bone Lib. = 2, Latin = Virgil 1719 BC, Works, Bone Lib 1894, Morley Univ. Lib 1884. Horace 65 8 BC, Works, Transl, by Lonsdale and Lee, Lond, 1873. Best complete Ang ed is by Wickham, 2 vols, Oxf. 1887-1892, Livy 59 BC 17 AD, Works, Bone Lib 1850, Transl, by Stephenson, Lond. 1883-90 Ovid 43 BC 17 AD, Works, Bone Lib Transl, by H. T. Riley, Lond, 1852, Lucan 3965 AD, Pharsalia, Transl, by H. T. Riley, Lond, 1853, Bone Lib, Seneca 365 AD, Works, Transl, by T. Lodge, Lond, Bone Lib has partial list. Pliny 61 115 AD, Works, Transl, by Milmoth and Bossicay, Lond, 1878. Tacitus 54 119 AD, Works, Bone Lib 1848, 2 vols, Transl, by Church and Brodrib, Lond, 1877. Juvenal 47 130 AD, Works, Bone Lib Transl, by Strong and Leeper, Lond, 1882. Suetonius 75 160 AD, Lives of the 12 Caesars, Bone Lib 1855. Transl, by C. Whibley, Lond, 1899, 2 vols. Roman 3, Christian, New Testament. 27 canonical books, New Testament Apocrypha in Antioch, Christ, Lib. Volume 16, Justin Martyr 103 164 AD, Apologies, Ib. Volume Roman 2, 184 AM, ed. Volume I, Tertullian 104 216 AD, Apology, Antioch, Christ, Lib. Zi 53 140, several other transls. Minucius Felix, Octavius, Ibid, Roman 13. Eusebius, D. 340, The Evangelical Preparation. Transl by H. Street, Lond, 1842. St. Augustine, D. 430, The City of God. Nick and Postnick. Fathers, Buff, 1880 690. Roman 2, 16 621. Other transls. B. Secondary. I. Special, Breed, Dr. A History of the Preparation of the World for Christ. NY 1893, Dollinger, J.J.I. The Gentile and the Jew. Lond, 2 vols, Fisher, G.P. Beginnings of Christianity, NY 1877, Hardwick, C. Christ and Other Masters. Lond, 1875, 2 vols, Hosrath, A. History of the New Testament Times. Lond, 4 vols, Morris, F.D. Religions of the World. Lond and Bost. Presence de E. Religions Before Christ. Edinb, 1862, Shahan, J.T. The Beginnings of Christianity, N.Y., Trench, R.C. Christ the Desire of All Nations. Cam, Ullhorn G. Conflict of Christianity with Heathenism, Lond, 1880, Wernel P. The Beginnings of Christianity, Lond, 1908, vols. Roman II, General. Ulzog I, section 2431. Backhouse E. Early ch, Hist, ch, 1 Bohr I 143, Blunt J. H. Key to ch, Hist, ch, 1 Buzik I Inter Burton E. Lex on Eccles Hist, Todd Sent, Catterill H. Genesis of the ch, 1 Cheetham ch, 1 Cox H. First Cent of Christianity ICHS, 110, Daras ICH, 1 Dollinger Hist. Of the ICH, 1 Sec 1 to Duff ch, 1 6 Farrar FW Early Days of Christianity BK, ICH, 1 Fisher PD, ICH, 1 Gibbon I Roman 2, Giesler I Sec 819, Gilmartin I Sec 3 Garrick PP, 2128, Hayes 1323, Hurst I 6187, Jackson FJF Hist of the Christ ch, to 461 ch, 2 Janes LG A Study of Prim. Christ. CHS, 1 to Killen ch, 1 Kurtz I Sec 612, Milman Hist of Christ. Toth Sent, ch, 1 Milner I Sent, I Moeller I 2648, Moschheim 1130 Neander I 169, Robertson BK ICH, 1 Schaff ICH, 1 Waddington ch, 1. Footnotes. Lee Hist of the Inc. Roman 3, 57. Moeller Roman 2, 436. Munro The Renaissance of the 12th Century, Innen, Rep. M. Hist, Asak, 1906 IP 45. Munro The Renaissance of the 12th Century, Innen, Rep. M. Hist, Asak, 1906 IP 47. Robinson Readings ICH, 17. Translations and reprints Roman 3, number 6. See Lee Hist, of Inc., for best discussion of this institution. See Acts Roman 19, 19 for biblical authority. Putnam Censorship of the Church of Rome, I 5861. Ibid 6467. Neander Roman 4, 182, Kurtz I 12138. In this century, it became customary for popes to fill many benefices themselves, and to receive all or half of the first year's income from those appointed. Examples: permit to cousins to marry, release of a monk from his vow. This is a narrow woolen scarf made by the nuns of St. Agnes in Rome. Lee Stud in ch, Hist, 235-86. The ceremony of bell, book, and candle was the most common. Lee Stud in ch, Hist, 395, 397, 403, 404, 405, 412. Ibid, 442, 448. Ibid, 384, 463. Math Paris Hist, Maj, and 1208-1214. Lee Stud in ch, Hist, 427. Ibid, 417, 419, 424-21, etc. Ibid, 440. Ibid, 417. Ibid, 418. Lee Stud in ch, Hist, 427. Ibid, 428. Agnel, Curiosités judiciaires du Moyen Age, 26. Lee Stud in ch, Hist, 428. Ibid, 429. Ibid, 433. See Translations and Reprints Roman 4, number 4. Lee Stud in ch, Hist, 435-437. Ibid, 451. See Letter of Innocent Roman 3. In Regest, lib. X. Ep. 79. Lee Stud in ch, Hist, 455. Ibid, 457. Waker, Kirchliches Finanzwesen der Papst. Kurtz I 166. Gams Series Episcoporum Ecclesiae Catholici, Lee Stud in ch, Hist, 61109. Some monasteries secured papal exemption from episcopal control. Froude, Short Stories of Great Subjects, 54. Smith and Cheetham, Dict, Chr. Antic, I 353-355, Cath and Sick. Kurtz, Volume I 168. Seehausen, Essay on Cathedrals, Freeman Cathedral Church of Wells, Walcott Cathedralia. Emerton Med, Europe 549. This power had been given to them in the reforms of Gregory Roman 7. Robinson, readings, I. 361. Urban Roman 2, Adrian Roman 4, Alexander v. Gregory Roman 7, Benedict Roman 12, Nicholas v. Sixtus Roman 4, Urban Roman 4, John Roman 22. Sixtus v. were among the many popes of humble ancestry. Anselm of Milan 9th cent, Regino of Prum 10th cent, Burchard of Worms 11th cent, Ivo of Chartres 12th cent, and Algerius of Liege 1120. The best edition is by Richter. Unfortunately, there is no English translation. Lee, Formulary of the Papal Penitentiary, Roman 31 to Roman 35. Ibid. One of the most famous preachers of the 13th century was the German Franciscan, Berthold of Regensburg, d. 1272, who often preached to crowds numbering 100,000. See Robinson, readings, I. 348. John Paguz Asinus, a doctor of Paris University, substituted the word consubstantiation. Kings, at their coronation, and sometimes at the approach of death, were by a special favor given the cup. Alexander of Hales gave the dogmatic justification of this idea. Wasserschleben, Bussardnung Halle, 1851. A journey to the Holy Land took the place of all penance. Mansi Call, Consul, Roman 18, 525. Fifth Canon of the Council of Ancyra, in 314. Summa Supplement P3, 25. Summa P4, 23 Art, 1-2 Mem, 5-6. Lee Indulgences, 18 ff. Pflughardung Acta Pontiff, Roman 3, N 408, Pothast Regest, N 3799. Lee Indulgences, 178. Ibid 314. Ibid 305, 310. Epist, Ican, Roman 7. After receiving extreme unction, recipients were forbidden to touch the ground again with their bare feet or to have marital intercourse. Read the bull unum sanctam of Boniface, Roman 8, 1302. Robinson, readings, I. 346. As late as the 13th century, an offender who wished to prove that he was a priest in order to obtain the privilege of trial by a church court had to show that he could read a single line. This was called benefit of clergy. See Robinson, readings, volume ICH. 16, Lee Hist, of Inc., Roman 3, 57. Milman, Lat., Christ, Roman 6, 357. Lee Hist of the Inc., I4. Ibid, I1. Chapter 4. Origin, Spread, and Organization of the Church during the Apostolic Age. Outline, Origin of the Christian Church. Roman 2, Spread of the Apostolic Church. Roman 3, Organization of the Early Church. Roman 4, Conclusions, V-sources. The Christian Church has both an internal and an external side, a soul and a body. Thoughts, feelings, and beliefs constitute the inner church, the creed. These, in turn, aided by physical conditions, determine the outward organization of the church. In a broad sense, the church was a product of certain forces already in the world at the opening of the Christian era, which were utilized by the believers in the teachings of Jesus. From pagan and Jewish sources, contributions were made to both the form and content of the Christian church in the following ways. 1. The Jews gave an ideas. A belief in Jehovah as God, B. the conception of sin, C. a consciousness of the need of repentance and reconciliation, D. the doctrine of immortality, E. the conception of heaven and hell, F. angels and the devil, G. miracles, H. the Old Testament as God's word, and I. the Sabbath. To the form of the Christian church they suggested. A. the synagogue, B. officials like the elders, C. ceremonies, D. feasts, and E. organization. 2. The pagans contributed in ideas. A. Greek philosophy and culture, B. concepts of morality, C. the idea of absolute sovereignty, and D. universality. In form they gave. A. Local organizations like the democratic Hellenistic guild or municipality, or the numerous Roman social or religious associations known as collegia and sodalitia, especially the Collegia Funeratia, and the general organization of the empire. B. Rites and ceremonies. C. The evening meal. D. Festivals like Easter and Christmas. E. The use of images, and F. Architecture, painting, and ornamentation. 3. The real founder of the church, however, was Jesus Christ. He supplied the fundamental ideas of A. The universal fatherhood of God, B. The divine sonship of the Savior of the world, C. The brotherhood of man, and D. The ethical law of self-sacrifice. He created the church, A. By choosing 12 apostles, by teaching them, and by commissioning them to continue the work, B. By winning a number of converts to his doctrines, C. By leaving certain sacraments for his followers. Catholics say 7, most Protestants 2. But he left no written church constitution giving the details of organization. The work of Jesus and his immediate followers in founding the church is described in the New Testament. Broadly, then, the Church of Jesus Christ is composed of all the believers in the teachings of Jesus, although differing greatly in interpretation and in organization. From Jerusalem, the apostles and disciples of Jesus spread his teachings to Syria, Asia Minor, Africa, Greece, and Rome. From these fields, the propagation was continued until by the time of Constantine, every point within and some places without the empire were reached. Throughout every city and village, enthusiastically exclaimed Eusebius, churches were quickly established and filled with members from every people. The fruitful labors of Paul and Timothy were explained thus, and so were the churches established in the faith and increased in numbers daily. Other apostles were, no doubt, equally active in various parts of the empire. The Christians, a term of derision first used by the heathen of Antioch numbering 500 in 30 A.D., grew to 500,000 by 100 A.D., and increased to 30,000 by 311 A.D., a growth almost unparalleled in the world's religious history. They included all the social classes in the empire from slave to emperor, though the great middle class was in all probability most numerously represented. The causes for this marvelous growth are found in A. The revolutionary teachings of Jesus, particularly the idea of immortality, which was very vague in heathen minds, and the law of love and self-sacrifice. B. The miraculous powers attributed to the first Christians. C. The purer and austerer morality of the early Christians. D. The unity and discipline of the Church, making it a powerful organization within the empire. E. The preparation and ripeness of the empire for Christianity. And F. The subjective vividness of the constant presence of Jesus with the early Christians, as explained by Paul, and their zealous propagandism. The results of this new life, brought into the world so dramatically, must be measured in terms of all subsequent history. Every institution in the empire was modified by this new spiritual force, so that as old pagan imperial Rome gradually fell, new Christian Rome took its place to rule all Western Europe for more than 1,000 years in every sphere of human activity and endeavor. The exact form of the organization of the early Christian Church is extremely difficult to determine, because of the lack of sufficient positive authority in the New Testament and in patristic literature. The Acts of the Apostles and the letters of Paul and others to the first Christian communities tell nearly all anyone can know about the origin and organization of the Apostolic Church. From these sources, it is clear that Jesus left certain great teachings and many devoted believers in those truths. After his departure, the apostles, not limited to 12, receiving authority directly from the Master, like the prophets of old, spread the new pregnant faith over the world, organized their converts according to individual ideas and local needs, and practically monopolized all direction of the church. With the increase of these Christian societies in size and numbers came the necessity of appointing local officers, or of having them elected by the brethren. In this way, at an early date, began the outward organization of the church. The development of the Jewish kingdom of God into the ecclesia of the Christians was a comparatively easy transition, especially for the Jewish converts. Next to the apostles in point of time, but not authority in the biblical account, came the deacons. At Jerusalem, the apostles had the brethren select 7 men of honest report to minister to the poor and unfortunate, and to wait on the table in the daily love feasts. They were installed by laying on of hands. This democratic example apparently was followed elsewhere. Both sexes were eligible. The high qualifications for the office suggest its importance. St. Paul tells us that the earliest Christian communities found it necessary to have some organization, hence they chose bishops, or overseers and presbyters or elders. But throughout the New Testament, the words elder, presbyter, and bishop seem to be used interchangeably. The qualifications for the offices were the same. Bishops and elders are never joined together like bishops and deacons, as if they were two distinct classes of officers. Timothy, for example, appoints bishops and deacons, Titus, elders and deacons. Paul sends greetings to bishops and deacons at Philippi, but omits all mention of elders and presbyters because, presumably, they were included in the conception of bishops. In his pastoral epistles, he describes all church officers, but mentions only two classes, bishops or elders and deacons. Peter, who calls himself also an elder, urges the elders to tend the flock of God and to fulfill the office of bishop. Even Clement of Rome uses bishop and presbyter interchangeably as late as 95 AD. Irenaeus, d. 190, and Tertullian, d. 220, however, were conscious of a distinct division and differentiation. That the official titles, bishop and presbyter or elder, were used from early apostolic days, all must admit, for the New Testament evidence is unmistakable. But perplexity and doubt arise at once when an attempt is made to determine the resemblances and differences in their duties and powers. The term elder or presbyter may have been used merely to designate the personal relation of the most highly respected members to the congregation, while the name bishop or overseer may have been the official designation of leadership. Indeed, some scholars, like Hatch and Harnack, believe that the functions of presbyters and bishops were distinct and different from the beginning. They assert that the College of Presbyters assumed the leadership, or government proper, of the Christian community, with jurisdiction and disciplinary power, while the bishops had charge of the administration of the church, including worship and finance, and were also largely occupied with charitable work, in cooperation with the deacons, such as care for the sick, the poor, and strangers. According to this view, each congregation was organized with three sets of officers, namely, deacons, presbyters, and bishops, from the very outset. Gradually, however, an amalgamation took place. The bishops, with their practical information, received seats and votes in the presbytery and finally came to fill the office of presidency. It seems more probable, on the contrary, that these two titles simply signify the twofold origin of the early Christians, namely, from the Jews and the pagans. The word presbyter is of Hebraic derivation, while bishop is a pure Greek term. Consequently, the tendency developed to use presbyter wherever the Hebrew element predominated, and, on the other hand, to employ bishop for Greek communities. It was but natural, too, that these two terms should come to signify the same thing and should come to be used interchangeably. The derivation of these terms is not clear. Both presbyter and bishop appear to have been in use in Syria and Asia Minor to designate officers of municipal and private corporations. In Grecian civic organizations, the word bishop or superintendent was likewise commonly used. Then there were the well-known elders of the Jewish synagogue, and the senators of Roman municipalities. In fact, a universal respect for seniority existed in the Old World. It was very natural, therefore, that the Christians should adopt the known forms, names, and offices of those organizations with which they were familiar. This method of procedure is precisely the one followed over the world today in propagating any idea through organized effort. These elders were apparently organized into boards or councils for the purpose of better furthering the interests of the church. They were not teachers at first so much as the administrators or business managers of the general concerns of the church. They helped to enact ordinances, discussed important questions with the apostles, and assisted them in every possible way, enforced discipline, settled disputes between Christians, and prayed for the sick and anointed them. The first Christians, eagerly awaiting the literal second coming of Christ, and imbued with great enthusiasm for the gospel, did not feel the need of an elaborate constitution. But in time, as numbers increased, as severe persecution fell upon the Christians, and as the original fervor and spirituality decreased with the conversion of so many pagans, it became necessary to develop a regular system of church government, which would more effectively meet the new conditions. The fact of differentiation in organization is easily established, because the earliest and later forms may be determined with reasonable accuracy, but the transitional process is much more difficult of comprehension. This evolution, however, appears to have taken this course. 1. The Board of Presbyters, at least in the larger congregations, naturally and logically developed ahead with a priority in rank. The office of president was universal in contemporary Jewish associations and in Roman and Greek organizations. The creation of a chairman of the administrative body became a political necessity to expedite business and to enforce discipline in the Christian societies. Moreover, there was the example of the apostles, who actually designated officers to continue their work, A, of teaching the true doctrines, B, of organizing new churches, C, of ordaining deacons and elders, and D, in acting as head of the whole congregation. Hence, this change was natural, imperative, and easy, but the transition must have been gradual and must have lacked uniformity. 2. The president of the Board of Presbyters came, in course of time, to have a recognized supremacy in power as well as in rank, and the title of bishop was gradually restricted to his high office. After the death of the apostles, more duties devolved upon the president of the council, and it was in the course of things that the special word bishop, i.e., overseer or superintendent, should be applied to him. By the 2nd century, at least, if not indeed before, the differentiation had begun, and from that time on it can be plainly traced in the Church Fathers. Jerome states that at Alexandria until the middle of the 3rd century, the presbyters elected one of their number as president and called him bishop. Hilarius says, "Every bishop is a presbyter, but not every presbyter a bishop, for he only is bishop who is the primate among the presbyters." Examples, secular and ecclesiastical, were not lacking to warrant the change. A, the Old Testament priesthood, B, Christ and his apostles, C, the apostles and their appointees, D, the emperor and his officials. The bishop soon professed to occupy the place of an apostle instead of Christ as earlier, hence arose the idea of an apostolic seat and apostolic succession. He represented Christian unity of doctrine and discipline and ruled over a recognized territory, first a single church, then a city, then a province. From the bishop, it was only another step to the archbishop, the metropolitan, the patriarch, and the pope. 3. The position of the presbyter changes, likewise, from that of the highest officer in the church to one subordinate, A, to the board of elders, and then B, to the bishop. This distinction once made between bishop and presbyter, there was a tendency for the bishops to usurp more and more power, while the presbyters opposed it. The 3rd century is full of these quarrels. Here began the conflict between the principles of monarchy and aristocracy in the church. Soon, from acting as a member of a council, the presbyter came to act alone under the bishop, i.e., the presbyter became a priest, just as the president became a bishop. Presbyters also assumed new functions, A, ministry of the word, and B, ministry of the sacraments. New detached communities were ruled not infrequently by single presbyters under the city bishop. Indeed, it seems that from the outset, the smaller and weaker Christian communities were ruled by single elders. 4. The status and functions of the deacon likewise were altered. At first, he visited the sick and unfortunate, collected and dispersed alms, and reported on discipline. Stephen taught, Philip baptized. With the growth of Christian civilization, however, institutions of relief hospitals, orphanages, infant asylums, almshouses, poorhouses, guest houses, etc. took the place of the earlier personal ministrations of the deacons. Each institution had its own head, not necessarily a deacon. From being distributors of alms, therefore, the deacon first became an assistant of the bishop, and later the chief helper of the priest in the administration of the sacraments. With the multiplication of the duties of this office came the archdeacons and subdeacons. 5. The many duties incident to a complex organization gradually produced a new set of subordinate officials, the minor orders. A. Lectors to read the scriptures in public and to keep the books. B. Acolytes to assist the bishops. C. Exorcists to pray for those possessed of evil spirits. D. Janitors to care for the buildings and preserve order. E. Precentors to conduct public praise service. F. Catechists to instruct the catechumens. G. Interpreters to translate the scripture lesson. 6. The clergy came to be distinct from the laity. A sacerdotal class was developed. In the early church, the priesthood was universal, i.e., laymen as well as church officers could preach, baptize, administer the sacraments, and exercise discipline. The relation of clergy to laity was merely that of leadership as in non-Christian organizations. Ordination simply meant appointment and was used in civic installations, while laying on of hands was only a symbol of prayer and even used by the Jews for secular affairs. Gradually, however, the tendency to put the church officials above the laity grew stronger until something akin to the Old Testament idea of the priesthood was revived. By the 4th century, the church officers had lost their primitive character and had become a separate class mediating between God and man. The causes of this separation are not difficult to see, namely, A. The peculiar duties of the church officials tended to give them a distinct character. B. The persecutions to which the Roman government subjected them threw them into conspicuous relief. C. The legalization of Christianity bestowed upon them a distinct civil status, made them immune from public burdens like taxes and military service, exempted them from civil courts, and permitted them to acquire property. And D. The rise of asceticism forced the clergy to observe a code of morals different from that of the laity, demanded celibacy, originated the badge of the tonsure, and created clergy houses. The laity were early organized in congregations. Membership in the church was open to all believers in Jesus. The election of officers was, for the most part, democratic. The life of each congregation was socialistic and communistic. All possessions were sold for the common good and to create a common fund for the needy. The members enjoyed a common evening meal and their common love feast, which was to them the highest act of worship. Disobedience or infidelity might be punished by private admonition, public correction, and in stubborn cases excommunication. But after the 1st century, these communistic democratic societies were gradually replaced by a hierarchical organization with new or modified institutions. The monarchio-episcopal principle of church government was gradually evolved, but nevertheless, much of the primitive democracy remained. This evolution in the government of the church may be clearly seen by the end of the 2nd century. From this discussion, these conclusions may be drawn. 1. The New Testament does not furnish a satisfactory model for any one distinct organization of the Christian church. 2. In the New Testament, however, are found the germs from which sprang deacons, priests, bishops, metropolitans, patriarchs, and popes. 3. The elements from which the church was organized already existed in large measure in human society. Hence the church, in its outward form, had a natural historical growth and was influenced by A. the Jewish synagogue, B. Greek municipalities, C. the Roman government, D. local needs, and E. the conditions of the times. The animating principle and causal inspiration was Christianity. 4. Christian society, like human society, was subject to constant change which is easily detected. The form of organization, originally democratic, was gradually changed by the force of circumstances until it became monarchical, and at the same time the officers underwent a similar transformation. Sources: A. Primary. I. Jewish, Josephus, Jewish War Against Appian Autobiography Whiston ed., Philo Judaeus. Works, 4 vols. Bone Lib 1854-55 Talmud. Transl by Rodkinson, Reverend by Wise N.Y. 1896. Roman II, Heathen, Lucan, Pliny, Tacitus, Suetonius. See chapter Roman III of this work. Celsus, c. 178 AD, Against the Christians. Transl by Lardner Lond, 1830, Porphyry d. 306 Against the Christians. Ib. Julian d. 363 Against the Christians. Ib. Also Transl by Nevins Lond, 1873. Works, Bone Lib 1888 Transl by Duncombe Lond, 1784, Public Letters. Transl by Chinnock Lond, 1901. Roman III Christian. 1. New Testament 27 canonical books. 2. New Testament Apocrypha Schaff I 188. Transl in Antioch, Christ, Lib. Volume Roman 16. Acts, Transl by Phillips Lond, 1876. Epistles by Paul and 8 by Seneca, Apocalypses of the Apostles. 3. Apostolic Fathers Clement of Rome 97. Epist. to the Ch. of Corinth Best ed. by Lightfoot Apost. Fathers NY 1891. Ignatius D. 7115. Epistles 7. Ib. C. Killen. Barnabas. Epistle. Lightfoot Cunningham. Polycarp D. 156. Epistle. Lightfoot Jackson. Papias D. 153. Fragments. Lightfoot Hall. Shepherd of Hermas. Lightfoot Hoole. Didache. Hoole. Hitchcock. Equals 4 Post-Apostolic Fathers equals Justin Martyr D 164. Works, Antioch, Christ Lib Roman 2, AM ed. I Irenaeus D 202. Works, Ib v Roman 9, AM ed. I Fathers of the Holy Cath, ch 42. Hippolytus, Works, Antioch, Christ, Lib Roman 2, Roman 6, 1543. Victor D 200. Works. Ib Roman 18, 388 434 Tertullian D 230. Works. Ib I 408 Roman 2, 25 Roman 3, 118 Xi 53 140 Roman 18. AM ed. Roman 3 Roman 4. Origen D 254. Works. Ib Roman 2, 13 X AM ed. Roman 4. Cyprian D 258. Works. Ib Roman 8, Roman 13, 1-64 M. Ed. V. Dionysius of Alexandria D 264. Works. Ib Roman 2265. Tatian D 166. Works. Ib Roman 3 146 AM ed. Roman 2. Eusebius Eccle Hist in Nick and Post-Nick Fathers 1 other translations. Equals 5 Collections equals Apostolic Constitutions. Antioch, Christ, Lib Roman 17, AM ed. Roman 7, O'Leary L.E. Apostle, Const and Cognate Documents N. Y 1906 Apostolical Canons, Tr. by R.C. Jenkins, Lond, 1856, C. Harnack Sources of the Apostolic Canons, Lond, Caniber F.C. The Apology and Acts of Apollonius and Other Monuments of Early Christianity, N.Y. 1894. Lardner, N. Jewish and Heathen Testimonials, in his works Roman 7 Roman 9. B. Secondary. I. Special, Allies T.W. The Formation of Christendom 4 vols Lond, 1895, Anderton W.H. Fasti Apostolici, Lond, 1884, Anson A.J.R. The Church, Its Organization in the Time of the Apostles, Lond, 1886, Barnes A. Organization and Government of the Apostolic Church, Filat, 1854. Bartlett J.V. The Apostolic Age, N.Y. 1900, Baumgarten M. The Acts of the Apostles, 3 vols, N.Y. Capes J.M. The Church of the Apostles, Lond, 1886, Catterill H. The Genesis of the Church, Edinb. 1872, Coleman L. Ancient Christianity, Filat, 1853, Cox H. The First Century of Christianity, Lond, Cutts E.L. Notes of Lessons on the Church in the New Testament, N.Y. 1892, Davidson S. The Ecclesiastical Polity of the New Testament, Lond, 1855, Dobschutz E. Vaughan The Early Christian Communities, N.Y. 1903, Christian Life in the Primitive Church, N.Y. 1904, Dollinger J.J.I. The First Age of Christianity and the Church, 2 vols, Lond, 1877, Fairbairn A.M. Christianity in the First Century Lond, 1883, Falconer J.W. From Apostle to Priest, Edinb. 1900, Farrar F.W. The Early Days of Christianity, N.Y., Fisher, G.P. Beginnings of Christianity, N.Y. 1888, Giles J.A. Apostolical Records of Early Christianity, Lond, 1886, Harnack A. The Expansion of Christianity in the First 3 Centuries, Lond, 1904-1905, 2 vols, Hatch E. Growth of Church Institutions, Lond, 1887, Influence of Greek Ideas and Usages upon the Church Lond, 1890, Organization of the Early Churches, Lond, Hosrath A. The Time of the Apostles, 4 vols, Lond. Hines S. and Newman J. H. History of the Christian Church in the First Century, Lond, 1862, Hort F. J. A. The Christian Ecclesia, Lond, 1897, Jacob G. A. Ecclesiastical Polity of the New Testament, N.Y. 1874, Janes L. G. Study of the Primitive Church, Bost, Lightfoot J. B. Apostolic Fathers, N.Y. 1891, Dissertations on the Apostolic Age, N.Y. 1892. Morris J. F. D. Lectures on Ecclesiastical History, Cam. 1854, Magifert A.C. History of Christianity in the Apostolic Age, N.Y. 1891, Marival L.A. Christian Records, Lond, 1857, Miller E. The Priesthood in the Light of the New Testament, Lond, 1876, Neander A. Planting and Training of the Christian Church by the Apostles, N.Y. 1856. Or J. Neglected Factors in the Study of the Progress of Christianity, N.Y. 1899, The Early Church, Its History and Literature. NY 1901, Palmer R. The Catholic and Apostolic Church. Lond, Pressensé et de Early Days of Christianity, 4 vols. N. Y 1873-8. Price J. Notes on the History of the Early Church. Lond, 1892. Ramsay W. M. The Church in the Roman Empire. NY. Reichel C.P. The Origins of the Church. Dub 1882. Renan E. Origins of Christianity. Lond, 1888. Ropes J.H. The Apostolic Age in the Light of Modern Criticism. NY 1906. Rowe C.A. Apostolical Christianity. Lond, 1881. Schaff P. History of the Apostolic Church. NY. Simcox W.H. The Beginnings of the Christian Church. Lond, 1881. Slater W.F. Faith and Life of the Early Church. Lond, 1892. Stanley A.P. Apostolic Age. Oxf. 1874. Tarrant W.G. Beginnings of Christendom. Lond, 1893. Taylor I. Ancient Christianity. Lond, 1844. Thatcher O.J. History of the Apostolical Church. N. Y. 1893. Thiersch H.W.J. History of the Christian Church in the Apostolic Age. Lond, 1852. Vaughan C.S. The Church of the First Days. 3 vols. Lond, 1864. Vetter H.C. Dawn of Christianity. Falah, 1894. Watson R.A. Apostolic Age. Lond, 1894. Weizsäcker C. The Apostolic Age. 2 vols. NY 1894. Antiqua Mater. Lond, 1887. Wernel P. The Beginnings of Christianity. NY 1902. Roman II General. Ulzog I 117-160. Backhouse Pt. ICH. 1-2 Bore Roman II 61. Blunt ICH. 2-5 Buzik ICH. 1-2 Bright WCH. 1 Burton CH. 8 Butler CH. 2-4-5 Chantrell CH. 1-2 Cheatham CH. 2-4-7-8 Cox CH. 2 Crooks CH. 3-10-18 Cunningham Lecht. 1-2 Dehorb CH. 2832. Dollinger JJ. ICH. 1 Sec 4 5 CH. 3 Sec 14 Duff 79 105 108 120 139 157 226 260 304 396. Fisher PD. ICH. 2 PD. Roman 2 CH. 1 2 Fitzgerald I 6375 118 129. Falk CH. 1 2 Giesler Sec 2530. Gilmartin ICH. 4 Garrick 106 139. Hayes 2441. Hoare CH. 1 2 Hurst I 149. Jackson CH. 310. Jennings ICH. 1 2 Killen Sec. 3 CH. 3 Kurtz I 2236 5264. Mahan BK ICH. 11 BK. Roman 2 CH. 48. Millman BK. ICH. 1 Moeller I 6268. Neander I Sec 2 3. Newman AH PD. ICH. 1 3 Robertson BK. ICH. 8 Schaff I 187-17 432-506. Sykes CH. 2. Chapter 5. The Roman Church and Peter's Primacy. Outline I Planting of the Church in Rome and its organization there. Roman 2, the 2 opposing views of the Petrine theory. Roman 3, proofs advanced for the Petrine theory. Roman 4, evidence given against the Petrine theory. V, historical conclusions. Roman 6, sources. Reports concerning the teachings and labors of Jesus must have early reached Rome. A perpetual stream of strangers and provincials flowed into Rome from every quarter of the empire. Hence, every new creed, theory, and organization was soon known in the capital. Roman merchants, sailors, soldiers, or public officials, or the Jews or the Greeks, might have carried news of the new sect to the heart of imperial power. Tertullian mentions the legend that Emperor Tiberius sought to include Jesus among the Roman gods, but his plan was frustrated by the Roman Senate. Eusebius declared that this same ruler, being obviously pleased with the doctrine, threatened death to the accusers of the Christians. It seems reasonable to conclude, then, that Christianity, soon after its birth, was introduced into the Eternal City. It appears clear, too, that Christian converts were early won in Rome, or else migrated thither from other parts of the empire. It is not at all improbable that many of these early Christians in the capital were Jews. Paul said that upon his arrival in Italy, he found brethren at Puteoli, and that a week later Christians came out of the city of Rome to greet him. It is also quite probable that these various Christian communities in Italy had already created loose local organizations. Paul, during his prolonged stay in Rome, undoubtedly converted many to the new faith and labored to perfect their church organization. The magnificent work done by this apostle in promulgating the new faith throughout Western Europe was sealed by a martyr's death at Rome. It appears also that the apostle Peter labored at Rome, probably after Paul, and completed the organization of the church. Tradition likewise gives him a martyr's crown. The Roman Church, therefore, founded by two apostles and nourished by their heroic blood, was a double apostolic seat. This unusual origin, coupled with the fact of location in the heart of the world, together with 100 other causes, made the Roman Church very conspicuous from the first and enabled it to become the determining factor in Western civilization for 1,500 years. Under these circumstances, it was but natural that the head of the Roman Church should come to have superior respect, primacy in rank, and leadership in power, first in Italy and then throughout Western Europe. The Mother Church in Rome was imbued with great missionary zeal and spread the new faith with extraordinary rapidity. In 64 AD, the Christians in Rome, according to the heathen historian Tacitus, constituted a huge multitude. By 250, the Roman bishop ruled over 46 presbyters, 7 deacons, 7 subdeacons, 42 acolytes, and 50 readers, exorcists, and porters. The Christians in Rome, a city of possibly 1 million, numbered at least 50,000 as estimated by Gibbon and possibly 3 times that many as reckoned by later investigators. Optatus, bishop of Milve and Numidia, asserted that in 300 there were 40 churches in the Eternal City. While possibly a few churches may have been planted in Western Europe independently, just as in Rome, still, in general, Christianity was disseminated throughout Western Europe and the western part of northern Africa through the apostolic organization in the capital city. Paul may have even made a visit to Spain. Bede says that King Lucius asked the Roman bishop in 156 to send missionaries to Britain, and Tertullian confirmed the declaration. In France, a church was planted at Lyon in 177 and another at Vienne. In the 3rd century, asserts Gregory of Tours, 7 Roman missionaries went to Gaul, and there became 7 bishops with subordinate churches. The famous Saint Denis of Paris was one of these pioneers. Christianity was likewise early carried into Germany, Cisrhenana, and across the Mediterranean to northwestern Africa. It is a matter of no great surprise, therefore, to see the Roman Church revered as the great Mother Church of the West. Paul speaks of the faith of Rome as proclaimed throughout the whole world. The process of church organization at Rome was no doubt quite similar to that described in the preceding chapter, with this difference, however, that the episcopal system was either present from the time Peter and Paul appointed a successor, or at least began very early. Through his presbyters, or priests, the Bishop of Rome at first ruled over a number of separate communities in the city. As the faithful spread the gospel beyond the walls, churches were organized in the villages, and jurisdiction over them became vested in priests sent out by the bishops. In time, however, the churches in the chief centers of population demanded bishops of their own. They were appointed or elected under influence from Rome and, consequently, acknowledged allegiance to the Roman See. There is incontrovertible evidence that by the 4th century, every city in Italy had a bishop. The village bishops naturally looked to the city bishops for assistance and advice. The city bishops similarly depended upon the bishop in the capital of the province, and the provincial bishop in like manner recognized the superiority of the bishop in the capital of the empire. Thus, the power of the Roman bishop was gradually extended first over Italy and then over Western Europe. The consciousness of a unity of belief, unity of interest, and unity of purpose developed comparatively early among the churches. A name for this unity is first found in Ignatius and was the Universal or Catholic Church. Before long, the Bishop of Rome was to claim, by divine appointment and arrangement, sovereign jurisdiction over the great organization. The classes won to the new faith in the city of Rome through the zeal of the Roman Christians included representatives from the slave to the imperial family. The earliest converts may have been the Jews, who were quite numerous in the Eternal City, and who best understood the significance of Christianity. The hope and faith and love of the new teaching appealed powerfully to the lowest social classes, the wretched slave and the impoverished freedman. The need and the truth of this lofty, universal creed also won adherents from the great creative middle class, including not only the educated, but also the soldiers, tradespeople, farmers, imperial officials, and skilled workmen. In fact, the marvelous vitality and the unparalleled growth of Christianity in Rome can be explained satisfactorily only upon the supposition that the representation of this class was very great. From the nobility, converts were likewise secured, and even in the emperor's household followers were found. In short, the whole social and moral structure of Rome was leavened by the new ideas. Along with this unparalleled growth of the power of the Roman bishop was created the Petrine theory, destined to have a powerful effect on the history of the Church. Since an inquiry into this theory has a peculiar significance for the Roman Catholic, the Greek Catholic, and the Protestant, it is necessary to consider the subject rather carefully from the standpoint of both its advocates and opponents. The Roman Catholic belief is that Jesus came to organize his church on earth, that he appointed Peter to be his successor and head of the church, that Peter went to Rome, established the church there in the great capital city, labored as its head 25 years, and died there as a martyr. That Peter transmitted his leadership and primacy to the Bishop of Rome, whom he appointed as his successor, and who in turn transferred it to succeeding popes. That the Roman Church, therefore, is the only true church, and that these contentions are conclusively proved from the Bible, the Church Fathers, traditions, and monuments. The Greek Catholic view coincides with Rome in asserting the divine origin of the Church. A certain honorable primacy is conceded to the Apostle Peter, and to his successors at Rome, as patriarchs of the West, is granted a kind of supreme leadership in the Church. But the patriarchs of the East are put on an equality with the Pope of Rome, and thus the extreme claims of the Petrine theory are denied. Protestant opinion, on the other hand, takes two forms. 1. The pro-Petrine view, held chiefly by the Episcopalians, maintains that Jesus turned his church over to all his apostles, that upon their death they transmitted their leadership to succeeding bishops, that Peter was in Rome and with Paul helped to organize the church there, and appointed a successor through whom apostolic power has been transmitted to all bishops appointed by the Bishop of Rome or by his appointees, where it now resides. That bishops and their successors appointed by apostles other than Peter have just as much power as the Bishop of Rome, because the fruits of Peter's work are merely the most marked, but not necessarily the only divine or the most divine. That adequate proofs of this position are found in history, the Church Fathers, and the Scriptures. 2. The anti-Petrine view, taken by most Protestants, asserts that Jesus left no church organization, that he did not appoint Peter as his successor, that whatever leadership Peter had came from his temperament and natural ability, that there is no positive proof of Peter's being in Rome, consequently he could not have founded the church there and named a successor, that therefore the Roman Catholic Church is not the only true church, and that abundant proof of this position can be supplied. It may be well now to examine the proof offered in support of the Petrine theory under the four following heads. 1. Peter's primacy. Jesus said to Peter, "Thou art Peter, and upon this rock I will build my church, and I will give unto thee the keys of the kingdom of heaven, and whatsoever thou shalt bind on earth shall be bound in heaven, and whatsoever thou shalt loose on earth shall be loosed in heaven." No such words were addressed to any other apostle, hence Peter is the foundation stone of the church. Just as God changed Abram's name to Abraham when he called him to be the father of a mighty nation, so Jesus gave Peter a new name. Peter was chosen to be present with James and John on important occasions, like the healing of the daughter of Jairus, the glorification of Jesus, the struggle in Gethsemane, and on all these occasions Peter is named first in the record. He likewise was the first to whom the risen Christ appeared. Before his ascension, Jesus gave Peter charge over his whole fold laity, priests, and bishops when he commanded, "Feed my sheep," and twice repeated, "Feed my lambs." These facts are sufficient, it is believed, to warrant the belief that Jesus appointed Peter to be the head of his church. 2. Peter's exercise of his primacy. Next to Jesus, he stands head and shoulders above all the other apostles in his activity. The first 12 chapters of Acts are devoted to him. His name always comes first in the lists of apostles, and Judas Iscariot's last. He performed the first recorded miracle and was the first to address the Jews in Jerusalem, while the other apostles stood around to see 3,000 converted. He was first to win converts from both the Jews and from the Gentiles, Cornelius and his friends. He was the first to inflict ecclesiastical punishment on offenders. He fought the first heretic in the Christian church. He made the earliest apostolic visitation of the churches. When a successor to Judas was chosen, Peter alone spoke, and the other apostles silently acted on his advice. In the Council of Jerusalem, Peter first spoke. When the dispute ceased and all the multitude kept silence, even James obeyed. James was beheaded by Herod, but no tumult resulted. Peter was imprisoned about the same time, and the whole church was aroused about it. St. Paul himself plainly admitted Peter's preeminence. These deeds clearly indicate, it is contended, that Peter consciously exercised the primacy bestowed upon him, and that his fellow apostles recognized it. 3 Peter's visit to Rome and martyrdom there. Peter's first epistle, addressed from Babylon, naturally interpreted, proves that he wrote it in Rome. Clement of Rome, 96 AD, said, "Let us set before our eyes the good apostles Peter, who endured many labors, and having borne his witness went to the appointed place of glory." Etc. Ignatius of Antioch, 115, in a letter to the Romans, mentions Peter as having exhorted them. Papias, 130, interpreted 1 Peter v. 13 to mean Rome. Dionysius, Bishop of Corinth, 170, wrote Soter, Bishop of Rome, about the common activity of Peter and Paul in Italy. Irenaeus, 190, wrote Matthew, published his gospel while Peter and Paul were preaching at Rome and founding the church there. Clement of Alexandria, 200, said that Peter, the elect, the chosen one, the first of the disciples, preached at Rome. Tertullian, 200, positively asserted Peter's presence in Rome, and is the first to describe the manner of his death in Nero's reign. Origen, 250, declared that Peter was the great foundation of the church, and that at last, having arrived in Rome, he was crucified head downward, having himself requested that he might so suffer. Commodian, 250, named Peter and Paul as Neronian martyrs, and Caius, a Roman presbyter, 250, makes a like assertion. Cyprian, d. 258, was the first to call Rome the locum Petri, while Hippolytus recorded Peter's conflict with Simon Magus at Rome. The Muratorian canon referred to the Passion of Peter in close connection with Paul's journey to Rome. Peter of Alexandria, 306, believed Peter was crucified there, and Lactantius accepted it as undoubted. The doctrine of Addai, 4th century of the Syriac Church, mentioned the epistles of Paul which Simon Peter sent us from the city of Rome. Eusebius, using all previous testimony, made the most complete and convincing statement, which caps the climax of the overwhelming proof. The Deposito Martyrum gave the report of the removal of the 2 apostles' bodies in 258 to the catacombs. Jerome, d. 420, added the information that Peter labored 25 years in Rome before his martyrdom. 4 Peter as the first pope in Rome. With the establishment of Peter's primacy and his presence in Rome, it is certainly warrantable to conclude that he perfected the organization of the church there and served as its head until his death, when he appointed a successor. Clement, 96, and Ignatius, 115, Dionysius, 170, and Irenaeus, 190, Commodian, 250, and Lactantius, d. 330, all in speaking of Peter and Paul as founders of the Roman Church, always name Peter first. Ignatius spoke of the presidency of the Roman Church under Peter, and Tertullian, b. 160, asserted that Jesus gave the keys to Peter, the bishop of bishops, at Rome, and through him to the church. Origen, d. 254, called Peter the Prince of the Apostles and the great foundation of the church. All the earliest lists of popes began with Peter and indicate the transmission of his power. Cyprian, d. 258, gave the complete statement of the primacy of the Roman bishop and the unity of the church through Peter and Jesus. This sums up, essentially, all the proofs offered in support of the Petrine theory, and constitutes, it must be confessed, a powerful and consistent case. It is necessary now, in the next place, to look at the evidence offered in opposition to the Petrine theory. For the sake of clearness, this evidence will be given under the 4 heads just employed. 1 Peter's primacy. The famous passage, "Thou art Peter," etc., correctly interpreted, does not warrant a belief in Peter's primacy. Peter may mean rock, Cephas, but it here refers to Christ, not Peter, or to Peter's confession, just made, or to Peter's faith, or to Peter merely as a type of all the apostles. Furthermore, the commission to bind and to loose, and the promise connected with it were not intended exclusively for Peter, but for all the apostles. Peter stood only for a type. The change of Peter's name does not carry with it any special significance. Peter himself never mentioned his primacy in his speeches or writings, and nowhere else in the New Testament is it distinctly stated or recognized by others. Whatever natural capacity for leadership Peter may have possessed, it cannot be proved that he received an official primacy. Such a position would have conflicted likewise with the supremacy of Jesus. To Peter's exercise of his primacy. The numerous instances where Peter took the lead, or acted, or spoke first, or where his name heads lists of apostles, merely show that he was a man of impulsive, aggressive character, who would and did naturally take the lead in powers common to all the apostles. At the Council of Jerusalem, Peter did not preside, as he would have done if he was the recognized Prince of the Apostles, but only made the first speech. Paul would not have rebuked Peter to his face about some very important points had Peter been the recognized head of the church. Peter was a coward, braggart, and traitor, and was reproved again and again by Jesus himself, who would not have chosen such a person to be the head of the church. There is not a single reference in the New Testament to show that Peter ever attempted to exercise a primacy over his companions. He called himself a fellow elder. 3. Peter's presence in Rome. There is not a syllable in the New Testament to warrant the conclusion that Peter was in Rome. Inference alone makes Babylon the eternal city. On the contrary, there are implications in the scriptures that he was not in Rome. Paul in his epistle to the Romans greeted all his friends, but said not a word about Peter. This would clearly indicate that Peter had not been in Rome before this epistle was written, nor at the time it was written. Again, in letters written from Rome, Paul is strangely silent about Peter's presence. The claim rests wholly upon tradition, therefore, and that is far from conclusive. There is a significant silence from the time of 2 Peter until that of Clement, 96. Clement, to be sure, mentions Peter's martyrdom, but it is only by inference that the place is Rome. Not until well on in the 2nd century did the legend about Peter's connection with Rome begin to circulate, and not until the 3rd century did Tertullian assert positively that Peter was martyred in Rome under Nero. After that, the assertion was generally accepted over the Church as a truth. 4. Peter as the first Roman pope. This, of course, is precluded by the want of adequate evidence of Peter's presence and labors in Rome. The evidence adduced here ends with the sweeping denial of every claim of the Petrine theory. Having now stated the two sides of the question, here still remains the duty of making the historical summary from the sources available, namely, both the canonical and apocryphal books of the New Testament and the traditional evidence in the Church Fathers. The New Testament, as the most important source of information, reveals Peter's birthplace, occupation, marriage, call by Jesus, and elevation to apostleship. It shows the conspicuous leadership of Peter in the apostolic college indeed, a primacy which Jesus himself recognized, yet leaves the character of that primacy and the power to transfer it to a successor open to question. The New Testament evidence does not give any clue to Peter's movements after Paul's notice of him in Galatians Roman 2. Except the reference in 1 Peter, which naturally, but not literally, interpreted might indicate that he was in Rome, Babylon. It likewise affords very scanty grounds, therefore, for believing that Peter first established the church in Rome, or that he was the first bishop of Rome, or that he conferred his power upon a successor. Traditional evidence, on the contrary, is more favorable to Peter's presence in Rome. No one can possibly doubt that the Petrine theory was generally believed in Western Christendom, at least after the 3rd century. Prior to the 3rd century, there are many streams of testimony which converge in positive support of at least a portion of the Petrine theory. 1. The official lists and records of the Roman Church, some of which must rest upon earlier sources, accept the whole question as proved and recognized generally. 2. The transference of Peter's remains to a new resting place in 258 shows that the tradition was definite and unquestioned early in the 3rd century. 3. The writings of Caius, Origen, Clement of Alexandria, and Tertullian indicate that the theory was accepted in Asia, Alexandria, Carthage, and Rome at the same period. 4. A passage from Irenaeus, who probably used the official documents in Rome and who may have known St. John and his companions, carries the legend back to the 2nd century. 5. The testimony of Dionysius of Corinth, d. 165, Papias, and Ignatius, d. 114, carries the belief back through the 2nd to the 1st century. 6. The clear testimony of Clement of Rome makes a connecting link at the close of the 1st century. Hence, when the various pieces of evidence, the official sources, the monumental testimony, and the writings of the early fathers, which are independent and consistent, are combined, they form a solid body of proof, which is practically irresistible, that Peter was in Rome. Likewise, the absolute absence of any rival tradition from other cities adds greatly to the probability. Peter's presence and death in Rome may be admitted as an established fact. If in Rome, whether 1 year or 25 years, Peter, with his aggressive nature, with his marked ability for leadership, and with his capacity for organization, must have had a great deal to do with the establishment of the Roman Church, either jointly with Paul or independently of him. Nor does it seem to be a misuse of the law of historical probabilities to assert that Peter, either with Paul or without him, appointed a bishop for the Church of Rome and transferred to that bishop his apostolic authority. From these facts, based almost entirely upon traditional evidence, coupled with the peculiar primacy conceded to Peter in the New Testament by his fellow apostles, gradually developed the Petrine theory with all its sweeping claims. The admission of the belief that the Petrine theory is founded on certain established facts, and not merely on fancies and myths, does not carry with it the recognition of all the assertions which form a part of that theory. Peter's unique leadership in the Apostolic College, his activity in founding the Roman Church, and his naming of a successor, who in time became the Pope, may all be granted without carrying with it the necessity of accepting the assertion that Christ chose Peter to be the head of a definite, divinely planned church, and that Peter, conscious of that great mission, went to the capital of the Roman Empire, and there organized the only true church on earth. Sources: A. Primary. I. Christian equals New Testament equals 27 canonical books equals New Testament Apocrypha equals see chapter Roman 3 equals Church Fathers equals Clement of Rome, Antioch, Christ, Lib. ICH 5 Roman 3 CH 12 FF AM ed. Roman 9 Ignatius Ib. I 137 FF 449 FF Papias Ib. I 441 FF Dionysius of Corinth D 178 Euseb. Roman 2 25 Clement of Alexandria D 218 Miscellanies Antioch, Christ, Lib. Roman 4 355 Roman 12 326 379 451 M. ed. Roman 2 Irenaeus Ib. I 261 AM ed. I. Tertullian Ib. Roman 2 408 Roman 15 25 Roman 18 118 AM ed. Roman 3 Roman 4 Origen Ib. Roman 23 13 AM ed. Roman 4 Hippolytus Ib. Roman 9 130 Peter of Alexandria D 311 Ib. Roman 14 305 318 Caius of Rome 210 Euseb. Roman 2 25 Roman 3 28 v 28 Roman 6 20 Antioch Fathers v Roman 2 non-Christian Eusebius Eckel Hist many eds Socrates Eckel Hist Nick and Postnick Fathers Roman 2 Theodoret Letters number 86 Ib. Roman 3 282 Josephus and Philo see chapter Roman 4 Heathen writers like Lucan, Pliny, Tacitus, Suetonius, Celsus, Porphyry, and Julian see chaps Roman 3 and Roman 4. B. Secondary. I. Special Allies T.W. St. Peter, his name and his office, Lond, 1895, Almat C.F.B. Cathedra Petri, Lond, 1884, was St. Peter Bishop of Rome, Lond, 1887, Barnes A.S. St. Peter in Rome and his tomb in the Vatican Hill, Lond, 1900, Barrington and Kirk, Faith of the Catholics, 3 vols, N. Y. 1885, Burke's H.A. Studies in the Life and Character of St. Peter, Lond. 1887, Bright W. The Roman See in the Early Church. Lond, Brown J. H. Peter the Apostle Never in Rome. Lond, Bruce A. B. Training of the 12, NY 1871. Darby W. A. St. Peter at Rome. Lond, 1872. Ellendorf J. St. Peter, was he ever at Rome and a bishop of the Church of Rome? Lond, 1887. Fuad C. St. Peter and the First Years of Christianity. NY 1892. Gallagher M. Was the Apostle Peter ever at Rome? N. Y 1894. Green S. G. The Apostle Peter, His Life and Letters. Lond, 1873. Hatch E. Peter and Sick. Britt, Hodder E. Simon Peter, His Life. Lond, 1893. Kenrick F. P. The Primacy of the Apostolic See Vindicated. Phil, 1855. Lightfoot J. B. St. Peter in Rome. Clement Roman II. Lond, 1890. Littledale R. F. The Petrine Claims. NY 1889. Livius T. St. Peter, Bishop of Rome. Lond, 1902. Murphy J. N. The Chair of St. Peter. Lond, 1888. Puller F. W. The Primitive Saints and the See of Rome. Lond, 1900. Ramsay W. M. The Church and the Roman Empire. Lond, Rivington L. The Primitive Church and the See of St. Peter. NY 1894. Robbins S. Against the Claims of the Roman Church. Lond, 1853. Robinson C.S. Simon Peter, His Life and Times. 2 vols. Lond, 1890-5. Ryberg A.V. Roman Legends about the Apostles Paul and Peter. Lond, 1898. Simon T.C. The Mission and Martyrdom of St. Peter. Lond, 1852. Roman II General. Ulzog I 117-133. Backhouse 76-229. Bartlett 297 FF, 364 FF. Blunt I-10 24 28 43 45. Bouzique ICH 1 Brock CH, 2 3 Cheatham CH, 2 Section 5 CH, 4 Section 5. Cox ICH 10. Darras ICH 13 Dollinger First Age I 7183 Roman 2, 115 145 Hist. Of CH, ICH, 3 Section 4 Duff CH, 7 Farrar BK Roman 2 CH, 511. Fisher 18 20 23 26 43 57. Gibbon CH 910. Giesler I Section 27. Giles CH. 16. Gilmartin ICH, 2 pp. 28 29. Greenwood ICH, 13 Haste 30. Hurst I 104 106 325 Jackson CH, 3 11 Jennings ICH, 1 Killen Section 1 CH, 10. Kurtz I 45 Mahan BK, ICH, 8 Millman ICH, 1 Milner I Cent 1 CH, 12. Moeller I 345. Neander Planting etc. IBK Roman 4 CH, 2 CH. Hist. I 84 203 211. Pressensey Early Years of Christ. 10 FF, 64 176. Renan the Apostles CH, Robertson BK, ICH 8 P 160. Schaff Apost, Age BK ICH 4 CH, Hist PD, ICH 4 Stanley Apost, Age 5 56 114 Walpole CH 13. Chapter 6. The Roman government's treatment of the Christians. Outline: Irreligious persecutions before the Christian era. Roman 2. Christians first persecuted by the Jews. Roman 3. Causes and motives of persecution by the Roman government. Roman 4. Number and general character of the persecutions. Results of persecutions. Roman 6. Sources. Religious persecution originated long before the Christian era began. In fact, it runs through the whole history of religion. In Rome, all citizens were required by law to conform to the Roman religion so that the gods would protect the state. Refusal brought punishment, but always on political grounds. Foreign religions which were either harmless or helpful were often adopted, or at least tolerated. Those, however, which were dangerous to public morality, social order, or political security, and which were not tolerant of other religions, were severely treated by the Roman government. This was the Roman legal principle of procedure in the case of every such religion. Hence, when Christianity appeared, Rome had already developed a distinct policy which first tolerated and then persecuted it. Persecution came to the Christians first from the Jews. Had not these deserters of their father's faith precipitated Roman hatred upon the Jews, which resulted in persecution, expulsion, and loss of freedom and independence? Might not the Jewish religion be greatly weakened if this proselyting continued? Hence the Christians were persecuted individually and in masses. The Jews sought in every possible way to incite the Roman authorities against the hated Christians. This resulted in an irreparable breach between the two sects. The Christians were brought into greater prominence, and the Romans even sought to protect them from the Jewish fanatics. At the same time, a greater Christian zeal was aroused, and thus the spread of the new faith was promoted. The Roman government tolerated the Christians at the outset because they were regarded as a harmless sect of Jews whose work was quiet and unobtrusive. The significance of Christianity was not understood, nor the marvelous spread of the faith noticed. Indeed, Roman hostility to the Jews led at first to personal and official protection of the supporters of the new faith, until the Jewish War in 70 AD. The Roman policy soon changed, however, from that of indifference or protection to persecution. The causes for this change are 1. The political science of the Roman Empire, and 2. The inherent character of Christianity. Ethically, the Roman state embodied the highest good, hence all human good depended upon the integrity and security of the state. That principle subordinated the religious to the political and made the emperor the head of all recognized religions. Roman law upheld this theory, as clearly stated by Cicero. No man shall have for himself particular gods of his own. No man shall worship by himself new or foreign gods unless they are recognized by the public laws. Julius Paulus, a Roman citizen, stated the idea thus: whoever introduces new religions, the tendency and character of which are unknown, whereby the minds of men might be disturbed, should, if belonging to the higher rank, be banished, if to the lower, punished with death. Gaius said of forbidden associations, neither a society, nor a college, nor any body of this kind, is conceded to all persons promiscuously, for this thing is regulated by laws or codes of the Senate and by imperial constitutions. Hence, from a legal standpoint, Christianity was illegal, because it introduced a new religion not admitted into the class of religions licitae. You are not permitted by the law, was the taunt of pagans. To organize churches and to hold unlicensed meetings were violations of Roman law. Might they not easily serve as covers for political plots? Maecenas advised Augustus, worship the gods in all respects in accordance with the laws of your country and compel all others to do the same. But hate and punish those who would introduce anything whatever alien to our customs in this particular. Because such persons, by introducing new divinities, mislead many to adopt foreign laws. Hence conspiracies and secret combinations the last things to be born in a monarchy. Roman citizens, therefore, who turned Christian were criminals, outlaws, bandits, and traitors. Consequently, the best emperors, those who felt called upon to enforce the law for the weal of the empire, those who wished to restore the vigor and power of old Rome, sought to exterminate them, while the worst rulers were mostly indifferent and in some instances tolerant. Christianity, inherently, was opposed to the whole governmental, social, and religious systems of Rome in the most offensive and uncompromising manner. It advocated one God for all men, one universal kingdom, one brotherhood of all men, and one plan of salvation. It was worldwide above the emperor and advocated a non-Roman unity. The Christians were subjects of God's kingdom first, and the emperor's next, and when Rome spurned this secondary allegiance, they ceased to feel themselves Romans at all. They refused the duties of loyal citizens, held no offices, objected to military service, and refused to sacrifice to the honor of the emperor. Does not the emperor punish you justly? Asked Celsus. Should all do like you, he would be left alone, there would be none to defend him. The rudest barbarians would make themselves masters of the world. Furthermore, the Christians claimed the exclusive possession of divine knowledge and called all forms of pagan worship idolatrous. Christianity itself was intolerant of all other religions. Was not Christianity the only true faith? How then could the Christians compromise with false faiths or concede to them any truth or any right to exist? Hence, it was inevitable, and Christians were keenly conscious of the fact, that a conflict should arise between Christianity and the Roman Empire before the universal dominion of the world could come. The efforts of imperial officers to compromise matters by insisting on mere outward conformity met with little success. The attack made by paganism on Christianity came first from Roman philosophers, scholars, and statesmen for all sorts of motives. Some desired popular favor, others were sincere, still others sought to win imperial approval. Many, no doubt, even though they had no longer any heart for the ancient faith, yet could not bear to see it abolished. They would agree with Caecilius that, since all nations agree to recognize the immortal gods, although their nature or their origin may be uncertain, I cannot endure that anyone swelling with audacity and such irreligious knowledge should strive to dissolve or weaken a religion so old, so useful, so salutary. Tacitus called Christians haters of mankind, and assailed their religion as a destructive superstition. Suetonius denounced the new faith as a poisonous or malignant superstition. Others scoffed at these odd devotees as dangerous infidels, enemies of Caesar and of the Roman people, and a reprobate, unlawful, desperate faction. Priests, driven on by duty and possibly fearing the loss of their offices, added their sacred voices to the popular clamor. Merchants and artists, whose livelihood depended upon the sale of their products and wares to pagan temples and worshippers, raised their voices against the new sect, without altars, without temples, without images, and without sacrifices. Then the populace, incited by the above-named classes, took up the opposition and soon spread the wildest reports. Christians were also declared to be responsible for every disaster like war, famine, fire, pestilence, flood, earthquakes, death of prominent persons, etc. The gods, angered at the presence of such persons, sent these dire calamities on the atheists, who denied the many gods and worshipped but one, and who discarded all images, even that of the emperor. Did they not adore the wood of a cross and worship the head of an ass? Did they not refuse to conform to all religious observances and festivals? Who but dangerous conspirators would hold their meetings in secret at night? These anarchists who refused all civic service, these social revolutionists who broke up family ties, set slave against master, taught robbery under the guise of equality, refused to enjoy the social games and festivals, and interfered with business. These cannibals who ate the flesh and drank the blood of their infants, the offspring of their incestuous and adulterous carousals, what punishment could be too severe for such degenerates? Were they not a Jewish sect which had deserted the faith of their fathers, and which could command respect neither for age nor legality? The occasion for the inevitable war between the Roman sword and the Christian cross was popular hatred and ridicule, and the frequent outbreaks of the mobs. The fundamental cause was political necessity, for the Christians were guilty of crimen lese majestatis, high treason. Christianity in the Roman Empire was somewhat like anarchy today in the United States in its relation to the state. The technical charges made against the Christians were: 1. Introducing a religio illicita, for which the penalty was death or banishment. 2. Committing lesa majestas, for which the penalty was loss of social rank, glory, or death by sword, fire, or wild beasts. 3. Being guilty of sacrilegium, for which the penalty was death by crucifixion, the axe, or wild beasts. 4. Practicing magic, for which the penalty was crucifixion or exposure to wild beasts in the circus. Both the number and character of the persecutions seem to be misunderstood. The Church Fathers and many later historians magnify the number, fierceness, and duration of the persecutions, and the number killed. On the contrary, it seems that considerable time elapsed before the Christians were noticed by the government, which then proceeded against them with caution and reluctance and punished them in comparative moderation. The Church enjoyed many seasons of rest and peace. The number of Christians killed during the entire period of persecution was comparatively small. The persecutions varied with the whims and feelings of each emperor. The best rulers like Trajan, Marcus Aurelius, Decius, and Diocletian, feeling the necessity of upholding the law, were the most energetic persecutors, while the worst emperors were indifferent or even favorable. The early persecutions were only spasmodic outbreaks and limited; the later ones were general. There is no reason for giving 10 as the number of the persecutions, nor for comparing them with the 10 plagues of Egypt. The first persecution occurred in Rome under Nero in 64 AD. Some historians contend that the Neronian persecution fell upon the Jews, whom Tacitus, writing 50 years after the event, erroneously calls Christians. Others maintain that the Jews, through court influence, shifted the punishment from themselves to the Christians. Recent scholars, however, are inclined to accept the literal narrative of Tacitus. According to his version of the situation, the persecution was accidental a device of Nero to divert the suspicion directed against himself of having burned Roman local. That is, it did not extend to the provinces. A few Christians were tortured and compelled to confess themselves guilty of incendiarism and to give the names of others, and that led to the punishment of an ingens multitudo as Nero's scapegoats. As a punishment for their alleged crime of incendiarism and hatred for the human race, they were covered with the skins of wild beasts and torn to pieces by the dogs in the circus, crucified by day, and burned as torches by night. Paul, in all likelihood, fell a victim to this persecution, and the Roman Church has always believed that Peter also perished at this time. As a result, the attention of the Roman government was directed to these haters of the human race, and they became branded as outlaws and brigands. Popular fury ran riot. A precedent was established, both in Rome and the provinces, for punishing Christians for the name alone. Nevertheless, sympathy was won for them. They secretly increased in numbers and were compelled to adopt a better organization in order to resist oppression. Above everything else, the striking difference between the kingdom of God and the empire of Caesar was strongly marked on the Christian conscience. After Nero's persecution under the Flavian emperors, 68-96, there was a standing law against Christianity, like that against brigandage, but it was only occasionally enforced. There is no positive proof of persecution under Vespasian, 69-79. Titus, 79-81, however, continued the policy of Nero. Under Domitian, 81-96, there was increased severity in both Rome and the provinces. This may have been occasioned in part by the fact that as a result of the Jewish war, all toleration for the Jews was withdrawn. Christians were now classed with the hated Jews. Flavius Clemens, the emperor's cousin, was executed, and his beautiful wife Domitilla was banished. Many others were killed, compelled to fight wild beasts in the arena, or at least lost their property. It was even reported that Domitian planned to have all the relatives of Jesus slain in order to prevent the rise of a possible rival in the East. Of the 5 good emperors, 96-180, who succeeded the Flavian rulers, 3 continued the policy of persecution. The first, Nerva 96-98, was tolerant to the Christians. The next emperor, Trajan 98-117, one of the best emperors, was not a wanton persecutor, but felt it to be his duty to uphold the laws and religion of the empire. He was really the first emperor to proceed against Christianity from a purely legal point of view. By this time, Christianity was clearly recognized as a distinct sect, and its real significance appreciated. His policy may be clearly seen in his correspondence with Pliny, the governor of Bithynia, 112. No doubt his views were influenced by Tacitus and Pliny, who regarded Christianity as a bad and immoderate superstition. Still, under Trajan, persecution was limited to Bithynia, Jerusalem, and Antioch, although Christianity had been formally proscribed everywhere, together with all secret societies. His attitude was the model for persecutions of the 2nd century and later. Hadrian, 117-138, who apparently judged Christianity rather trivially, issued the famous rescript which forbade riotous proceedings, on the one hand, and malicious information against the Christians on the other. If anyone, therefore, accuses them and shows that they are doing anything contrary to the laws, do you pass judgment according to the crime? But by Hercules. If anyone bring an accusation through mere calumny, decide in regard to his criminality and see to it that you inflict punishment. Hadrian's adopted son and successor, Antoninus Pius, 138-161, a wise, upright ruler, interfered to protect Christians at Athens and Thessalonica. His edict, given in Eusebius, is probably spurious, though the spirit may be correct. Marcus Aurelius, 161-180, an educated Stoic and an excellent emperor, encouraged persecution against those guilty of sheer obstinacy. Public calamities had again aroused the mob against the Christians. The imperial decree, not fit to be executed even against barbarous enemies, authorized the use of torture to discover Christians and to compel them to recant, and also ordered the confiscation of property. This order to seek out Christians and not await formal complaints seems to mark a new step in imperial legislation. Still, persecution was not general, but confined to Lyon and Vienne in southern Gaul and to Asia Minor. The period from 180 to 249 saw no essential changes. Persecutions were merely local and depended more upon provincial feeling and the character of the governor than on the emperor. Some of the emperors were friendly to the new religion, others quite hostile. Commodus, 181-93, dissolute, timid, and cruel, was friendly to the Christians owing, probably, to the influence of his favorite concubine, Marcia, who may have been a Christian. Septimus Severus, 193-11, an able soldier, was indifferent to the new faith up to 202, when he issued a rescript forbidding pagans from becoming Christians and enforced the old Trajan law with considerable severity. Caracalla, 211-17, and Heliogabalus, 218-22, two of the most contemptible Roman rulers, both tolerated Christianity. The former recalled banished Christians, the latter sought to merge Christianity into his own elective system of religion. Alexander Severus, 222-35, actually gave Christianity a place in his cosmopolitan faith, had a bust of Jesus set up in his private chapel, allowed churches to be built, and protected the Christians. But Christianity was not legalized. On the contrary, Ulpian, the great jurist, collected for public use in case of need all the imperial laws against the new faith. Maximinus the Thracian, 235-38, a coarse, brutal military leader, ordered that all officers of the churches should be put to death as responsible for the gospel teaching. Philip the Arabian, 244-48, was reported to be a Christian. At all events, Christians were not punished during his rule. The last period of persecution, 249-11, was characterized by civil and moral decline in the empire and by the amazing growth of Christianity, which had become bold and aggressive. It must either be exterminated or else adopted as the state religion. Hence the emperors, who sought to restore the old power and splendor of ancient Rome, showed the greatest severity. Decius, 249-51, issued the first edict of universal persecution, 250, as a political necessity. Local officials, under the threat of severe penalties, were required to compel all Christians to conform to the state religion. Christians might flee, but their property was confiscated and their return meant death. The inquisitorial process was employed and penalties were severe, especially for the leaders. Decius declared that he would rather hear of the rise of a rival emperor than of the appointment of a Roman bishop. Valerian, 253-60, was said at first to be mild and friendly toward the men of God. But public disasters and the advice of his friends led him to renew the persecutions, so he issued an edict in 257 commanding Christians to conform to the state religion on pain of banishment. The assembly of Christians was forbidden, and the bishops were banished. The next year he promulgated a second decree more sanguinary than that of Decius, because it condemned all bishops, priests, and deacons to death. Gallienus, 260-68, recalled the exiled Christians, restored their church property, and forbade further persecution, but Aurelian, 270-75, ordered the old laws enforced with renewed vigor. His death, however, prevented the execution of the order, and thus the Christians had about 40 years of peace. Under Diocletian, 284-305, a warrior statesman, occurred the last, longest, and harshest persecution. It was mildest in the west and worst in Syria and Egypt, and endured 10 years. This emperor, apparently, took up the sword very reluctantly. In 287, he issued a decree against the Manichaeans in Egypt, which was a general condemnation of Christianity. In 295, all soldiers were ordered to sacrifice on pain of expulsion, or, in obstinate cases, execution. In 303, Christians were accused of burning the imperial palace at Nicomedia and suffered accordingly. An imperial edict commanded the churches to be razed to the ground, the scriptures destroyed by fire, Christian officials degraded, Christian servants enslaved, bishops imprisoned and forced to sacrifice, and torture employed to compel Christians to conform. Everywhere these laws were executed, Eusebius says, with great severity, until checked by the Edict of Limited Toleration by Galerius and his co-regents in 311, and stopped by the decree of complete toleration granted by Constantine in 313 after a glorious struggle of 250 years. The results of the persecutions were very marked and have been both exaggerated and ignored. 1. The growth of Christianity was helped rather than hindered. Persecution advertised the new belief and won sympathy. It created an intense devotion to the cause, proved the truth of the religion, and made a martyr's crown desirable. Tertullian exclaimed, "Go on, rack, torture, grind us to powder. Our members increase in proportion as you mow us down. The blood of Christians is their harvest seed. Your very obstinacy is a teacher. For who is not incited by a consideration of it to inquire what there is in the core of the matter? And who, after having joined us, does not long to suffer?" The period of persecution ended with a conquest of the emperor and a large part of the empire. The victory was thus a double one. 2. The organization of the church was affected. Persecution forced the church to organize itself more efficiently, produced responsible leaders who were forced to direct the struggle against Rome and who, as a result, were given preeminence by special punishment, and developed the monarchio-episcopal system. The extraordinary development of the power of the Bishop of Rome, in particular, was influenced to a far greater degree than is ordinarily taken into account. Much emphasis has been laid on the fact that that epoch of outlawry ended by the adoption of Christianity by the empire. A much more important result, however, is found in the fact that Christianity, for weal or woe, adopted the Roman Empire. 3. The church was kept purer in belief and more united in form. The spiritual was magnified over the temporal. Common oppression joined Christians in common sympathy. The differences between Christianity and paganism were emphasized. With death over their heads, the Christians thought little of life here, but much of that hereafter, and regulated their lives accordingly. Still, the growing consciousness that the church was a worldwide institution must have been powerfully stimulated. With the evolution of the idea of Christian unity appeared the conspicuous leadership of the Roman Church. Irenaeus, d. 202, could declare that it was a matter of necessity that every church should agree with this church, on account of its preeminent authority. Tertullian, c. 220, also recognized the distinction of the Roman Church, though later he questioned the validity of the Petrine claim. It was left to Cyprian, d. 258, to give the first complete account of the universal or Catholic Church in his work on the unity of the Church. For persecution produced a group of extraordinary literary defenders like the apologists, controversialists, and letter writers, and helped to develop the fundamental, orthodox Christian doctrine. It also produced much legendary poetry, and out of this baptism of blood was created the heroic age of the Church, based partly on fact and partly on fiction. 5. The forms of worship were modified, the worship of saints and relics was originated, and the priesthood was sanctified and set above the laity. 6. An example was furnished for later persecutions of the pagans, Mohammedans, Jews, and heretics. Sources: A. Primary. I. Christian = New Testament = Church Fathers = Clement ep to Cor, ch. 57 Lightfoot Lond, Justin Martyr 1 Paul, ch. 524 31 52, 2 Paul, ch. 28 Dialogue with Trypho, ch. 110, Antioch Lib. Roman 2 1 2 79, Athenagoras Plea for the Christians, ch. 1412 31 Ib. Roman 2 375, Minucius Felix the Octavius. Ib. 451-571, Severus Sacred Hist. Roman 2 ch. 2833, Nick and Postnick, Fathers Tertullian to Scapulam, ch. 4. Ib. Roman 2 4951 Apology, ch. 216, Ib. 5584, Lactantius Divine Institutes v. ch. 1911, Ib. Roman 22 92 93 98 99. About the death of persecutors, ch. 4 7 Ib. Roman 22 167 168 170, Origen against Celsus ch. 3 Ib. X 400, Cyprian Epistle 80 to Demetrianus, ch. 17, Ib. Roman 8 436, Irenaeus Fragments, ch. 13, Ib. X 164 165, Hippolytus Christ and Antichrist, ch. 5660, Ib. Roman 9 34 35 Eusebius Eccle, Hist. Various eds. Roman 2 Heathen Writers, Tacitus Annals I 15 Roman 15, 3844 Juvenal First Satire verse 155 ff. Suetonius Hist of the 12 Caesars. Tiberius ch. 36 Claudius ch. 25-5 Nero ch. 1638 Domitian ch. 12 Bone Dion Cassius Hist of Rome. Ziphelin's Abridgment in Eng, 2 vols. 1704. Pliny Letters X 96-97. Transl. By Louis Land. Aurelius Meditations Xi 3 Bone 1869. Celsus Against the Christians. Eng Transl Land. Lucian The Death of Peregrinus. Transl by Took Land 1820. Equals collections equals Univ of Penn. Translations and reprints Roman 4 No. Fox Acts and Monuments I. B. Secondary. I. Special. Addis W.E. Christianity in the Roman Empire. Land. Bearing Good Lives of the Saints. NY 1873-7. Big The Church's Task Under the Roman Empire. Land. Butler A. Lives of the Fathers, Martyrs, and Saints. Dub. 1866. Carr A. The Church and the Roman Empire. Land. 1886. Casey J. Trials and Triumphs of the Church. Dub. 1899. Cassello B.F.C. The Church and the Catacombs. Land. 1894. Croke A.D. The Church and the Roman Empire. Land. Dollinger J.J.I. Hippolytus and Callistus. Edinb. First Age of Christianity. Land. 1877. Greg J.A.F. The Decian Persecutions. Edinb. 1897. Hardy E.G. Christianity and the Roman Government. Land. 1894. Healy P.J. The Valerian Persecution. N.Y. 1905. Lightfoot J.B. St. Clement of Rome. I. 6981. Ignatius I. 69 Mason A.J. The Diocletian Persecution. Land. 1876. Newton R. Heroes of the Early Church. Land. 1889. Oxenham H.N. Studies in Ecclesiastical History and Biography. Land. 1884. 2756. Parham A.F. Stories about the Early Christians. Land. 1887. Presensey Edo The Martyrs and Apologists. N.Y. ICH 214. Ramsay W.M. The Church in the Roman Empire. N.Y. Rankin J. The First Saints. Land. 1893. Renan E. Marcus Aurelius. Antichrist Spence H.D.M. Early Christianity and Paganism. N.Y. Van Land 1902. Steer E. Persecutions of the Early Church. Land. Ulhorn G. The Conflict of Christianity with Heathenism. N.Y. 1879. Watson F. Defenders of the Faith. Land. 1888. Workman H.B. Persecution in the Early Church. Land. Roman II General. Ulzog I. Sec 48 6470 Backhouse Pt. 2 ch. 28 Bartlett ch. 2 Bohr Roman II 215-21. Buzik ICH 3 Burton ch. 2 5 7 11 13 16 17 Butler ch. 6 8 Chantrell ch. 3 Cheatham ch. 3 Sec 1 Clark ch. 1 2 Cox ch. 2 Sec 27 Croke ch. 110 Crooks ch. 14. Daras ICH 14. Dollinger ICH 1 Sec 9 10. Duff ch. 11 13 15 22 25 30. Fisher PD 2 ch. 1 Fawkes ch. 1 3 Giesler I 119. Gilmartin ICH 5 Garrick 77 102 Hayes 4255. Hoare ch. 3. Hurst I 160 1179. Jackson ch. -3. Jennings ICH 2 3 Knight ch. 2 5. Kurtz I Sec 22. Marival 6 8 Milman BK ICH 1. Milner I Cent 2 4 Moeller I 74 82 159 190 Neander I 86 Newman I 147. Robertson BK ICH 1357 Schaff Roman II FF. Chapter 7. Transition of the Church under Constantine. Outline I Condition of the Empire in 300. Roman II How Constantine became emperor. Roman III Constantine's conversion to Christianity. Roman IV Constantine's favors to Christianity. V. Constantine's character. Roman VI Constantine's historical significance. Roman VII Sources. To understand the great changes that took place in the Christian Church under Constantine, it is necessary to keep distinctly in mind both the status of Christianity, on the one hand, and the general conditions of the empire, on the other. In territorial extent, the empire still formed a huge fringe around the Mediterranean Sea and had lost but little of its vastness under Trajan, 98-117. Under Diocletian, 284-305, the empire became an undisguised Oriental despotism. The administration was divided between two Augusti, each of whom had an associate called Caesar. This division of rule, with its increased expense, aroused much jealousy and discontent, and greatly weakened the empire. As many as 6 rival emperors appeared at once, and out of the rivalry emerged Constantine the Great as the sole ruler of the empire. Wars with the Persians in the east and with the barbarians on the north accelerated the declining political morality. At the same time, social classes became more marked, and moral standards lower. Schools were neglected, literature became superficial, poetry lost its voice, and oratory declined. Paganism, largely a form of patriotism and national festivity, still numbered many adherents, but it was not deeply rooted in their hearts. Christianity, in the face of outlawry and severe persecution, had spread steadily and marvelously, and particularly among the substantial people of the empire. It is difficult to estimate the number of Christians because few records were left, and the number of real believers was much larger than the professed adherents. The earlier estimates are probably too low. After more careful investigation, 30,000,000 may be safely given as indicating the numerical strength of the new creed. When Constantine the Great appeared, therefore, old pagan Rome was declining, while a new Christian Rome was rapidly rising. Christianity would undoubtedly have gained the victory sooner or later had Constantine not appeared as its champion. Constantine was born about 274 at Naissus, in Upper Moesia. His father was Constantius Chlorus, a nephew of Emperor Claudius, the conqueror of the Goths, who was selected as Caesar of the West possibly because of his imperial connection. His mother was Helena, the daughter of an innkeeper, and not the fabled English princess. She was only a concubine, who, however, was made a legal wife after the birth of Constantine. She was a Christian, it seems, and no doubt taught the new faith to both her husband and son. Constantine's education was gained mostly in court circles and on the battlefield. As a boy, he was instructed in the schools of Drepanum in Cilicia, his mother's birthplace, later changed to Helenopolis. Little is known about this phase of his training, and there are reasons for believing that it was not very comprehensive. In 292, when Constantine was 18, his father became Caesar of the West, divorced his mother, and sent him to be educated as a sort of hostage at the court of Diocletian at Nicomedia. There he acquired his preliminary military training and political education. With Diocletian, he made an expedition to Egypt via Palestine, 296, and the next year joined Galerius in a campaign against the Persians. He soon won a reputation as a bold warrior and became a popular leader. Indeed, his superior ability aroused the jealousy of Galerius, who purposely exposed him to the gravest dangers, thus hoping to get rid of him. After his military success, he was made tribune of the first rank. Skilled in the art of politics at the court of the Eastern rulers, and having won his spurs in battle, he expected to be elevated to the office of Caesar, when Diocletian resigned in 305 but was defeated by Galerius, who succeeded Diocletian as Augustus and chose his own nephew as Caesar. This was a keen disappointment to young Constantine. In 305, Constantius Chlorus succeeded Maximian, who had resigned by agreement with Diocletian, as Augustus of the West. And since there was no reason why an Augustus should leave his son as hostage at the court of an equal, he demanded the return of Constantine. Galerius reluctantly consented, but before the official permit was executed, Constantine, fearing treachery, fled at night, maimed the post horses to prevent pursuit, and reached Boulogne just in time to go with his father to Britain. After an easy conquest of Britain, Constantius Chlorus died at York, July 306, having named his son as his successor, whereupon the soldiers immediately saluted Constantine as Augustus. Although this was the ancient practice, and Constantine was eligible for the office both by heredity and by preparation, still, constitutionally, the nomination rested with Galerius, who, enraged at the usurpation, and also at Constantine's shrewd diplomatic letter, allowed him only the title of Caesar. No man in the empire was better fitted by age, appearance, previous training, and ability for the higher office. Backed by his army, Constantine continued his father's policy to defend the Gauls against the Franks and Germans and to develop the prosperity of the country. He married Maximian's daughter, 307, as a diplomatic precaution and was recognized by him as Augustus. Meanwhile, Maxentius, the son of Maximian, who, discovered in conspiracy, had committed suicide, had assumed the imperial purple at Rome and now took his father's death as a pretext for war against Constantine. Encouraged by a Roman embassy, Constantine at once hastily marched toward Rome and at Milvian Bridge defeated his rival, who was drowned in the Tiber, 312. Constantine was now sole emperor of the West. In 324, Licinius was defeated in the East, and Constantine had become emperor of the United Roman Empire. Constantine's connection with Christianity marks a new epoch in the history of the Church. Under him, the new faith was legalized, emancipated, protected, and given lands and buildings. Constantine's mother, who was a Christian, probably gave him his first favorable impressions of the outlawed religion. As a boy, he must have heard it discussed as a topic for both light and serious conversation. At the court of Diocletian and Galerius, he saw the Edict of Persecution proclaimed in 303 and must have witnessed the action of Christians under martyrdom, noticed their marvelous growth in the face of outlawry and punishment, and perhaps came to look with some favor upon their teachings. When he succeeded his father as Emperor of the West, he continued his father's policy of toleration and let Diocletian's Edict of Persecution fall as a dead letter. Tradition tells us that Constantine was converted to Christianity suddenly by a miracle. One day, during the conflict with Maxentius at Milvian Bridge, he and his whole army saw a bright cross in the heavens with this inscription in Greek on it: "In this sign, conquer." In a dream that night, Christ appeared to him and commanded him to use the emblem of the cross as his battle ensign, and promised him victory in consequence. Constantine immediately had the costly labarum made to be carried before his army, and with it at Milvian Bridge, 10 miles from Rome, he vanquished his foe. 3 theories have been proposed to explain the spectacle of the cross. 1. That it was a genuine miracle, supported by the following facts. A. Eusebius, who gives us the first account, had all the evidence directly from Constantine himself under oath. B. Constantine's whole army witnessed the miracle and put the emblem on their shields. C. Socrates says the original standard could still be seen in his day. The older historians all upheld the miracle, although few scholars today take that view. 2. That it was a natural phenomenon colored by Constantine's imagination, or an optical illusion, or a dream. 3. That it was a pious fraud, deliberately invented either by Constantine or by Eusebius. Whatever the theories may be, the fact remains that for some reason Constantine invoked the aid of the Christians' God, and carried the Christian emblem in front of his troops to one victory after another until he became sole ruler of the empire. If it was merely experimenting with the name and cross of Jesus, the experiment brought convincing belief, for the sacred emblem was employed in all later military campaigns. The triumph over Maxentius at Milvian Bridge was a great victory for Christianity. Constantine had a statue of himself with a cross in his hands set up in Rome. An inscription on it stated that through Christianity, the glory and freedom of Rome had been restored. Henceforth, Constantine extended imperial aid and protection to the Christians, and a new era was opened in the history of the Christian Church. He endowed and enlarged Christian churches in Rome and later elsewhere. He wrote letters in behalf of Christians in Africa. He made Christian bishops, like Hosius, Lactantius, and Eusebius, his trusted political advisors, and he enacted laws legalizing the new faith and protecting its adherents. The Edict of Limited Toleration passed by Galerius in 311, in conjunction with Constantine and Licinius, was very unsatisfactory. The Christians might rebuild their churches, but were required to pray for the emperor. A decided preference was shown to paganism, since no person was free to leave his own religion and join another. This was a great hardship, for many Romans were Christians at heart and were only waiting for permission to join the new church openly. To meet the new conditions and to afford the needed relief, Constantine, jointly with Licinius, in 313 issued the Edict of Milan, the Magna Charta of religious liberty. It was promulgated in Greek and Latin over the whole empire as imperial law. It did not make Christianity the state religion, as is generally asserted, but only legalized it and popularized it. Now people could and did openly desert the old and join the new faith. Persecutions were forbidden under severe penalties. Exiles were recalled. Confiscated property was restored with compensation to the possessor. All Romans were exhorted to worship the Christian God. This famous edict was significant because it put Christianity on an equality with paganism, gave it opportunity for public organization, thus paving the way for the Catholic hierarchy already begun, and marks a new era in the history of the Christian Church, because at last, a great Roman emperor and his conquering army had taken up the sword in defense of persecuted Christianity. The proclamation of emancipation and protection was followed by other acts which clearly show that Constantine meant to favor and control the new religion. The Christian clergy were exempted from military and municipal duties of favor already enjoyed by pagan priests and even Jewish rabbis. March 313. The Church Council of Arles was convoked 314. The emancipation of Christian slaves was facilitated 315. Various customs and ordinances offensive to Christians were abolished 316. Bequests to churches were legalized 321. The cessation of civic business on Sunday was enjoined, but as a dies solis, 321. The heathen symbols of Jupiter, Apollo, Mars, and Hercules were removed from imperial coins, 323. In defeating Licinius, 324, a bitter reactionist, Constantine felt that he was waging war in behalf of Christianity. In 324, Constantine issued a general exhortation to all Romans to embrace the new creed for the common weal. The highest dignities were open to Christians. Gifts and remission of taxes enriched their churches. A craze for buildings led to the erection of churches at various sacred spots in the Holy Land, at Nicomedia, in Constantinople, in Rome, and elsewhere. 50 costly manuscripts of the Bible were ordered prepared for the leading churches. The Council of Nicaea was held in 325, the Arian schism healed, and the first written creed given the Church. Finally, by divine command, as it was said, Constantine removed his capital from old pagan Rome to Byzantium, the new Christian Rome, which was renamed Constantinople, 326. This left Christianity in the West, already strong and active, to organize itself under the guidance of the Bishop of Rome, and powerfully aided the evolution of the papal hierarchy. In the East, under imperial protection, the spread and organization of the popular belief was phenomenal. Paganism was still legal, however. Its institutions were not attacked, and the privileges of its priests were confirmed. Nevertheless, the triumphs of Christianity were all won at the expense of paganism. As the new faith arose, the old sank, yet not without many a desperate and even noble effort to persist. Individual cults which were either immoral or offensive, like that of Venus in Phoenicia, Aesculapius at Igi, and the Nile priests at Heliopolis, were prohibited. Private haruspices were forbidden. There is even some evidence of a general edict against sacrifices. All of these things indicate the passing away of the old order and the birth of the new. Opinion about Constantine's character takes two extreme views. On the one hand, it is held that in 312 Constantine, like Paul, was miraculously converted to Christianity, and that from that day forth he was a saint incarnate. Eusebius, and later panegyrists like Mosheim, are responsible for this picture. To this day, the Greek churches celebrate his memory as saint equal of the apostles. On the other hand, it is asserted that he was nothing but a shrewd politician, able to read the signs of the times, who assumed an outward connection with Christianity solely for political expediency. Zosimus, a pagan historian, gives the worst account, ascribing to him the basest motive for every deed. Keim calls him a political trickster, and Burckhardt styles him a murdering egoist and politischer Rechner without a spark of Christianity. Was Constantine a Christian? The query is a difficult one to answer because 10 men would each give a different definition of the essentials of a Christian. The favorable evidence will be considered first. Constantine's activity in behalf of the new religion, already mentioned, shows at least his sympathy for it and no doubt his belief in it. His imperial laws, improving woman's condition, mitigating slavery, abolishing crucifixion as a method of punishment, and caring for the unfortunate, breathe forth the spirit of Christian justice and humanity. He tried to convert his subjects to Christianity through Christian governors in the provinces, by letters and sermons, by rewarding towns for converting temples into churches, and by conforming to Christian worship. He diligently attended divine services, had a stated hour and place for prayer, fasted, kept Easter vigils with great devotion, and even invited his subjects to hear him preach on the folly of paganism and about the truth of Christianity. He exerted every effort to make Constantinople a Christian city. Churches replaced altars, the imperial palace was adorned with biblical scenes, gladiatorial combats were prohibited, and the smoke of public sacrifice never rose from the hills of New Rome. The imperial treasury was lavishly used to support Christianity. Constantine's sons were given a Christian education. He believed in the efficacy of baptism, even though he did postpone it to the end of his life, a common practice to wash away all sins. Besides, he wished to be baptized in the river Jordan, where Jesus himself was baptized. In 337, he was received into the church as a catechumen, promised to live worthily as a follower of Jesus, was baptized, and wore the white baptismal robe till he died. The unfavorable evidence submitted leads to the conclusion, held by some historians, that Constantine's conversion was not genuine, but due to hypocrisy, superstition, or policy. He retained the title Pontifex Maximus, head of the old religion. The Edict of Milan protected paganism, and he continued that policy. After defeating Maxentius at Milvian Bridge, he had his triumphal arch erected. The original inscription said that he triumphed over his rival by the favor of Jupiter. These words were later erased, and the neutral phrase Instinctu Divinitas substituted. In Rome, he restored pagan temples and said, "You who consider it profitable to yourselves, continue to visit the public altars and temples and to observe your sacred rites." Even in Constantinople, temples were erected to the gods. The laws of 319 show that sacrifice still existed, at least in private houses. Pagan emblems were continued on imperial coins till 330. Constantine, as Pontifex Maximus, continued to attend the sacred games connected with the pagan religion, and even used pagan rites along with Christian to dedicate his new capital. In 321, he ordered that when lightning should strike the imperial palace, or any public building, the soothsayers should be consulted to determine the cause as of old. The same year, he employed heathen magic to heal diseases, to protect crops, to prevent rain and hail, etc. He retained many pagans at court and in public office, and was very intimate with pagan philosophers like Sopater. In no document did he formally renounce paganism and declare himself a Christian. He was guilty of weakness and crimes inconsistent with a Christian life. He was vain, suspicious, despotic, and gained his ambitious ends through bloody wars. He was undoubtedly guilty of murdering Licinius, his brother-in-law, contrary to a sacred pledge. Licinius, the younger, his nephew, a boy of 11, Crispus, his eldest son, on the ground of treasonable conspiracy, and Fausta, his wife, for adultery. To wipe away these sins, and many others, he accepted at the close of his life the Christian rite of baptism. After his death, the Senate voted to place him among the gods. After weighing all evidence, these historical conclusions may be drawn. 1. Constantine was primarily a statesman, and wisely used both paganism and Christianity to unite his empire and to build up his autocratic power. He was Pontifex Maximus, not alone of paganism, but of all religions. The grateful Christians heartily granted that leadership. Up to 323, he kept the two religions equally balanced, but to do so he was forced to favor Christianity most. After 323, he depressed paganism and exalted Christianity. Toward the end of his life, he showed a tendency to forcibly suppress the old religion. 2. Constantine was a Christian, but not as a result of a miracle at Milvian Bridge. His conversion was a gradual result of many influences. Training at his Christian mother's knee, paternal instruction, his youthful observations at the Eastern imperial court, a growing belief in monotheism, his discontent with the faith of his fathers and a proneness toward sun worship, and his religious philosophy, which led him to look at Christianity as a system of thought rather than a life creed law, not a faith world force of purity and simplicity. All these factors produced within him a growing comprehension of the truth, power, and beauty of Christianity. The cross in the sky and the consequent victories led to a conviction that God had selected him as the champion of the new creed, the Bishop of Bishops. Contact with the leading Christians in the empire, men of heart and brains, greatly increased his admiration for Christianity and interest in it. Just when he became a Christian, no one can say, but that he died a sincere believer one can hardly doubt. 3. He was a product of his age. He was actuated by both religious and political motives and was not merely an artful politician. It was not an easy thing to be a Roman emperor and at the same time a Christian. He was guilty of grave crimes, but they were the result of gusts of passion, like those of Peter the Great, and not of constitutional depravity. Nor do these sins appear so enormous when considered in the light of his long, useful career, the dynastic difficulties confronting him, and the morality of many Christian leaders of the day. It must not be forgotten that he was a converted heathen, that the Christian code had not yet become the moral code, and that the integrity of the empire stood above family ties and even religious demands. 4. He made his age the beginning of a new era. He enabled Christianity to become the molding spirit of Western civilization. He was the first representative of that theoretical Christian theocracy which makes the church and state two sides of God's government on earth. The church and state were to remain united throughout all the succeeding ages to the present time. Even Protestant nations adopted the principle. Among the most noteworthy exceptions today are the United States, Italy, and, but recently, France. He founded the Byzantine Empire and bears the same relation to the East that Charles the Great does to the West. He gave the Church its first unity and organization, its first universal council, and its first written creed. He stamped his own character on his age and made it greater and happier. He has continued to live through succeeding centuries by reason of what he was and what he did. For all these reasons, judged by achievement, the world unites in calling him the Great. 5. Historically, Constantine's significance lies not in the fact that he was a Christian, personally, but that he for the first time endowed the new religion with that worldly power which made it for over 1,000 years the most powerful moral, social, and political agency the world has seen. Constantine the Great was succeeded by Charles the Great, and he in turn by Otto the Great. On the ruins of the Christianized Roman Empire arose the Roman Empire of the Germans, and in this, the work of Constantine was really completed. Not until the Reformation and the modern age did the cry arise that the work of Constantine must be undone. Constantine's 3 sons and successors continued his policy. Laws were passed favorable to Christianity. Paganism was still tolerated, but the tendency to suppress it had developed into a fixed policy. Sacrifices were forbidden on pain of death and confiscation in 352. The persecuted, in turn, became the persecutors, emperors. One of the Christian leaders advised, the temples must be overthrown and utterly destroyed in order that the pernicious error may no longer pollute the Roman world. The supreme God has committed the government to you, so that you may cure this cancer. Pagan temples were converted into Christian churches. Unity of worship and unity of imperial rule were declared to be essential. Pagan opposition to religious unity under the emperor was now interpreted as treason, just as Christianity was so regarded before 311. Thus identified with the empire, Christianity became the popular dominant faith. Rome and Alexandria alone clung to the old gods. Under Julian, 361–363, a nephew of Constantine the Great, paganism made one last supreme effort for mastery. The reaction was inspired by Neoplatonism, by the personal devotion of Julian to the classical faith, and by the hope of securing a stronger imperial unity through the supremacy of paganism. Julian did not openly persecute Christianity, but treated it very much as Constantine did paganism. Had he lived longer, nevertheless, harsher measures might have been employed. He seemed to feel that he was swimming against the tide, however, and fell in battle against the Persians, 363, saying, "Thou hast conquered, Galilean." Julian's sudden death with one stroke precipitated the decline and fall of paganism. His successor, Jovian 363–364, a Christian, restored Christianity to imperial and popular favor. The legal toleration of all religions continued under Valentinian, I.D. 375, and Valens, d. 378. Emperor Gratian, 375–383, began the repression of paganism in the West, and Valentinian, Roman II, 380–392, continued it, while Theodosius I, 378–395, pursued the same policy in the East and forcibly suppressed paganism. The Edict of 380 constituted Christianity the exclusive religion of the whole empire. We command all who read this law to embrace the name of Catholic Christians, deciding that all other idiots and madmen should bear the infamy attaching to their heretical opinions, and as they will first meet with the penalty of divine vengeance, so they will afterwards receive that condemnation at our hands, which the heavenly judge has empowered us to administer. The new faith had won a famous victory. Even the old Roman Senate, the last refuge of paganism, voted that the religion of Jesus was true. Sources: A. Primary. I. Church Fathers, Eusebius, I. Life of Constantine/I. I. Nick and Postnick, Fathers I. 472, edited by Magiffert, Best Edition, Church History. Ib. Socrates, Ecclesiastical History. Ib. Roman II, BK 1, Sazomen, Ecclesiastical History. Ib. Roman II, BK 1, 4, Theodoret, Ecclesiastical History. Ib. Roman III, BK 1, Lactantius, Death of Persecutors. Antinick, Christ, Lib. Roman 21, 485, Roman 22, 186 ff. Evagrius, Ecclesiastical History. Bone, Eckel, Lib. St. Athanasius Works, Fathers of the Holy Cath. Ch. Roman 8, Roman 13, Roman 19. Nick and Postnick, Fathers Roman 4, 2d Sir. St. Basil Letters, Ib. Roman 8, 109. St. Augustine, Sermons on the New Testament. Fathers of the Holy Cath. Ch. Lv. Ch. 12 St. Chrysostom Homilies, Ib. Roman 21 Ch. 11 Nick and Postnick. Fathers Roman 9, 1 Sir St. Ambrose Letters No. 21-23. Fathers of the Holy Cath. Ch. Roman 45, St. Cyril Catechetical Lectures. Ib. Roman 14 Ch. 22 Nick and Postnick. Fathers Roman 7, 2d Sir. Roman 2 Pagan, Zosimus History, Transl by J. Davis Lond, 1814. Emperor Julian Letters, Transl by E. J. Chinnock Lond, 1901. Sovereign Son and Mother of the Gods in King Julian the Emperor. Lond, 1888. Roman 3 Collections, Henderson Select Historical Documents of the Middle Ages. Bone Lib 1892 p. 319. Univ. Of Penn, Translations and Reprints. Roman 4, No. 1, Roman 6, No. 4. Robinson, Readings in European History, I. 21. B. Secondary. I. Special, Car A. The Church and the Roman Empire. Lond, 1886. Chauner W. The Influence of Christianity upon the Legislation of Constantine the Great. Lond, 1874. Cutts E. L. Constantine the Great. Lond, 1881. Fletcher J. Life of Constantine the Great. Lond, Watkin H. M. Studies of Arianism. Cam, 1882. The Arian Controversy. NY, 1889. Hardy, E. G. Christianity and the Roman Government. Lond. 1894. Newman J. H. The Arians of the 4th Century. Lond. Saunders G. The State of the Christian Community Before and After Constantine. Glask, 1882. Smith and Wace, Dictionary of Christian Biography. Art on Constantine. Roman 2 General. Allen Ch. 1 to Ulzog I Section 96 100 Backhouse pt. 2 Ch. 10 Bohr Roman 2 225–28. Blunt ICH, 6 Buzik ICH, 3 Roman 2 Ch. 1 Bright 60 FF 310 Butler Ch. 2326 Cheatham pt. Roman 2 Ch. 1 Cox Ch. 3 Croak Ch. 1216 Daras IPD. 2 Ch. 1 to Dollinger Roman 2 Ch. 1 Sec 1. Duff Ch. 3137. Fisher PD. 3 Ch. 1 Fawkes Ch. 4 Gibbon Ch. 1725. Gieseler Div 3 PD. 2 Ch. 1 Sec 7577. Gilmartin ICH 10. Garrick Sec 6163. Hayes Sec 9395. Hoare Ch. 5 Hurst I 410–426. Jackson Ch. 1216. Jennings I Ch. 4 Knight Ch. 6. Kurtz I section 40-43. Mahan BK 2ch 10, Milman BK 1ch 2 Milner I cent 4ch 23 Molar I 296 308. Moshheim Roman 2 454 481 Neander Roman 2 Newman I 305 319. Robertson BK 2ch 1 Schaff Roman 2 137. Stanley 281. Chapter 8. The Council of Nicaea and its results. Outline: diversion of Christian thought in the early Church. Roman 2, the Arian controversy. Roman 3, the Council of Nicaea and its actions. Roman 4, later history of Arianism. Resources. Early Christianity was characterized by a remarkable intellectual activity, which was chiefly theological and philosophical. Speculative discussions were rife, particularly in the East, where the different philosophical systems were prominent. Jesus left no definite creed, which all could understand alike. The ante-Nicene period was full of sharp and bitter theological and ecclesiastical antagonisms. Such an epoch of dissension and division, the world was not to witness again until the dawn of the Protestant revolt. Christian converts came from Judaism and from various types of paganism, hence at the very outset there was a tendency to create two distinct types of Christianity: the Jewish and the non-Jewish. This lack of unity and uniformity was clearly seen and sneered at by the pagan scholars. This was Origen's significant explanation. Seeing that Christianity appeared an object of veneration to men, and not to the laboring and serving classes alone, but also to many among the Greeks who were devoted to literary pursuits, there necessarily originated sects, not at all as a result of faction and strife, but through the earnest desire of many literary men to enter more profoundly into the truths of Christianity. The consequence was that, understanding differently those things which were considered divine by all, there arose sects, which received their names from men who admired Christianity in its fundamental nature, but from a variety of causes reached discordant views. Among the heretical sects of the ante-Nicene period were 1. The Ebionites, who were Judaizing Christians as shown in the Book of Acts and the Pauline epistles. They desired to be both Jews and Christians and ended by being neither. They soon divided up into many sects. They lived in and about Palestine for the first 3 centuries of the Christian era. They believed that God made the world and gave the Mosaic law, which was still essential to salvation, that Jesus was the Messiah, though not divine, only a great man like Moses and David, but they denounced Paul and heroized James and Peter. They observed the Jewish Sabbath, retained the rite of circumcision, and observed the law. In the minds of the great body of Orthodox Christians, they were regarded as heretics. 2. The Gnostics embraced various factions, mostly pagan converts to Christianity, which flourished in Syria, Asia Minor, and Egypt chiefly during the 2nd century. Their ideas can be traced back to Philo's Jewish Alexandrian philosophy, to Buddhism and Zoroastrianism, and to the old Egyptian religion. Knowledge, above all else, was the one thing desired. Believing in the inherent evil of matter, they sought to account for a bad world without compromising God. Jehovah of the Old Testament was rejected as the supreme being. They cast aside all the New Testament except the Pauline epistles and parts of the Gospels. They professed to apprehend the divine mysteries. Some advocated asceticism, and others gave the utmost license to the flesh. All believed in the idea of the evolution of the world, through Christ, to an ideal state. Although denounced as heretics, they left a marked influence on Christianity. Gnosticism was so speculative, however, that it gave rise to many leaders and creeds. 3. The Manichaeans accepted Gnosticism minus true Christianity and adopted Oriental dualism under Christian names. Manichaeism originated with Mani about 238 in Persia and spread westward over the Christian Church. Its leading principle was absolute dualism, a kingdom of light and one of darkness in eternal opposition, yet brought together by a sort of pantheism. Christianity was accepted, but explained in terms of this dualism. The Old Testament was wholly rejected as well as parts of the New. The elevated priesthood celebrated the secret rites of baptism and communion with solemn pomp, lived as ascetics, possessed no property, and abstained from wine and animal food. This system, claiming to be true Christianity, had a marked influence on both the doctrines and organization of the Church. 4. The Monarchians denied the doctrine of the Trinity, but were divided into a number of groups. The Theological in the 2nd century rejected all of the Apostle John's works and denied the eternity of the Logos as a person of the Godhead. Theodatus, a leather dealer of Byzantium, went to Rome in 190 and taught that Jesus was a mere man, till baptism gave him divine attributes. Paul of Samosata, Bishop of Antioch, was excommunicated in 269 for advocating the doctrine that the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit are one person, God. He maintained that Jesus was a divinely begotten man exalted to divine dignity by the Holy Spirit or Logos, an attribute of God. Praxias of Asia Minor visited Rome about 195 and later preached in Carthage. He held that the Father and Christ were one and attributed the Passion to God. Hence his party were called the Patripassians. Sabellianism was simply another form of this heresy and helped to precipitate the Arian controversy. In addition to these 4 heretical sects, there were 3 distinct reactionary and reforming parties. 1. Montanism originated, like so many radical movements, in Asia Minor, 150. Montanus professed to have received a message from the Paraclete to reform the growing worldliness and the lax ecclesiastical discipline of the Church. Montanists denounced the innovations introduced into the Church and sought to return to the simpler and purer doctrines and organization of the early Church. They preached a universal priesthood of all believers. In exalting virginity, widowhood, and martyrdom, in professing a contempt for the world with all its excesses, and in insisting upon an arbitrary holiness, Montanism was a force paving the way for ascetic Christianity. They accepted all the fundamental principles of the Church, but professed to receive special divine revelations from the Paraclete. As the Holy Ghost was called, they lived in constant expectation of the coming of the end of the world. Tertullian was their greatest apologist. But both the Christian hierarchy and the imperial power were turned against these reforming Puritans. Under Justinian, Montanism disappeared 532. 2. The Novatianists withdrew from the Church, protesting against the readmission of those who through fear deserted the Church in the Decian persecution, 249–51. They were strong in North Africa and Asia Minor and continued until the 6th century, absorbing most of the Montanists. In doctrine and organization, they did not differ from the regular Church, but only on the question of discipline. They also laid unusual stress on the doctrine of baptismal regeneration. Their churches were still found in the 5th century in Rome, till closed by Innocent I. 3. The Donatists grew out of the Montanist opposition to laxity and innovation in the Church and Novatian strictness of discipline. The Donatists denounced the Christians who during the Diocletian persecution delivered up the Scriptures and tried to drive them out of the Church. The party centered in Carthage and was led by Bishop Donatus. They believed in ecclesiastical purism, held the Church to be an exclusive society of saved sinners, emphasized inner holiness as a qualification of membership, asserted the necessity of baptismal regeneration and infant baptism, said unholy priests could not administer the sacraments, advocated rigid discipline, resisted the union of church and state, and were organized as a hierarchy. They were very active in the early part of the 4th century and attempted to secure the support of Constantine. He decided against them and tried to quiet them. Emperor Julian favored them, but Augustine sought their overthrow. Finally, the Vandals swept them away. The Arian controversy was a natural product of the early differences about the nature of the Godhead and was distinctly connected with the Ebionites, Gnostics, Montanists, and Sabellians. In the Eastern speculation about the mystery of the Holy Trinity, one faction of theorists tended to refine the deity into a mental conception, another to impersonate him into a material being. Between these extremes arose the discussion about the nature and relation between the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. Tertullian and Origen both attempted to solve the problem. Dionysius of Alexandria, 260, in a contest with the Sabellians, is reported to have declared, "The Son of God is a work and a creature, not appertaining to him by nature, but as regards his essence, as foreign to the Father as the husbandman to the vine. For as a creature, he did not exist before he was produced." Dionysius of Rome, backed up by a synod, repudiated that proposition and clearly stated the orthodox Trinitarian view. Origen widened the breach by asserting the eternal divinity of Christ, but at the same time maintaining also his subordination to the Father as a secondary God. The conflicting schools of theology at Alexandria and Antioch were ready to take sides in the controversy, which reached a crisis at the end of the 3rd century, when all theological thought was focused on this one question. The controversy broke out in Alexandria in 318. Bishop Alexander, in a public address, insisted on the interpretation of the eternity of the Son. Arius, a presbyter, charged the bishop with Sabellianism, which advocated an undivided Godhead, and held that Christ was a creature of God, hence not coexistent and eternal. He and his followers held that God alone was eternal, that he created the Son, or Logos, by his fiat, hence the Son is different in essence and finite. That the Son was created before time was and in turn made the universe and rules it, that the Son is Logos in soul, stands between God and man, and is to be worshipped as the most exalted of creatures, the creator and ruler of the world, and the redeemer of men. It was contended that all these propositions could be proved beyond dispute from the Bible. Alexander, in a personal interview, sought to stop Arius, who was an old priest in control of the most influential church in the city, a proud, learned, ambitious, and fascinating man, who, defeated in his candidacy for the archiepiscopacy of Alexandria, began to foment social and religious circles by attacking Alexander. Failing to quiet him, Alexander called a synod to discuss the disputed points, but Arius seemed to carry the day and continued his agitation. Then the bishop commanded Arius and his followers to renounce their impiety. Refusing to obey, Arius was called before a local council in 320 and there excommunicated. But Arius now spread his views all the more zealously by conversation, by letters, by sermons, and later, while in exile, in a poetic work called The Banquet. His doctrines pleased the widespread rationalism and hence became very popular. They were put into popular songs and sung everywhere, and became the chief topic of conversation in all social circles. Arius, however, was forced to flee to Palestine and thence to Nicomedia, while Alexander drew up his encyclic to all Christian bishops, 323, giving the history of the controversy and defending the Trinitarian position. The eastern part of the empire broke up into 2 powerful parties, the Arians and the Trinitarians or Athanasians. In every city, bishops were engaged in obstinate conflict, with bishops and people rising against people. Theology became mere technology. Staunch partisans came forth as champions on both sides: Eusebius, the church historian Eusebius, the bishop of Nicomedia, Chrysostom, Theodore, and Ephraim stood for Arianism, while Athanasius, Marcellus, Basil, Cyril, and blind Didymus became Alexander's supporters. In a short time, the whole Eastern Church became a metaphysical battlefield. Finally, both sides appealed to Constantine, who, viewing the contest as a war of words, wrote a common letter and sent it by his court bishop to both leaders, in which he said that the quarrel was childish and unworthy such churchmen, that moreover it was displeasing to him personally, hence they were asked to stop it. When this imperial request failed, Constantine summoned the Council of Nicaea to settle the dispute. The Council of Nicaea was summoned by the emperor for the summer of 325. Constantine's purpose in convening it was to settle by compromise or otherwise religious disputes, which might easily become a political danger to the empire. It was the first universal council of Christendom. Of the 2,000 persons in attendance, more than 300 were bishops. All of the 13 provinces in the empire, except Britain, were represented. All the West, however, sent but 6 representatives, good proof that the Arian controversy was an Eastern question. The Bishop of Rome was too old to go, so he sent 2 presbyters to represent him. Even a few pagan philosophers were attracted to the council and actually took part in the discussions. In organizing the council, the bishops were seated according to rank. Discussions occurred for some time before Constantine arrived. Then the emperor entered, as a messenger from God, covered with gold and precious stones, a magnificent figure, tall and slender, and full of grace and majesty. He opened the council with these words: "When I was told of the division amongst you, I was convinced that I ought not to attend to any business before this. And it is from the desire of being useful to you that I have convened you without delay. But I shall not believe my end to be attained until I have united the minds of all, until I see that peace and that union reign amongst you, which you are commissioned, as the anointed of the Lord, to preach to others. He took part in the deliberations also and acted as the real head of the council, though the Spanish bishop Hosius probably served as the spiritual president. Only bishops or their accredited proxies had a vote. 3 distinct parties immediately appeared in the council. 1. The Arians led by Arius. 20 bishops with Eusebius of Nicomedia at their head constituted the voting party. 2. The Semi-Arians were led by Eusebius of Caesarea, the church historian. They had a majority and were inclined partly to the Arians and partly to the Orthodox side. 3. The Trinitarians or Orthodox party, led by Alexander, Hosius, Macarius, Marcellus, and Athanasius. At the outset they were in the minority, but soon came to control the council. Unfortunately, the authentic minutes of the transactions are not now extant, if indeed they ever existed. The Arians, it appears, came to the council confident of victory because the emperor's sister Constantia was an avowed Arian, and he himself was supposed to be a sympathizer, since so many scholars about him upheld the doctrine. But when Arius presented his creed signed by 18 eminent names, it created an uproar. The creed was seized and torn to pieces, and its doctrines repudiated. All the signers but Arius and 2 bishops then abandoned the project. Eusebius of Caesarea came forward at this juncture with an old Palestine creed as a compromise. It acknowledged the divine nature of Jesus. The emperor favored it, and the Arians were willing to accept it, but Athanasius was suspicious and demanded so many changes that when, after 2 months of solemn discussion, the amended creed was passed, Eusebius, the originator, hesitated to sign it. This was a grand triumph for the Orthodox party. The emperor required all bishops to subscribe to it. The Semi-Arians did so under protest. Arius and 2 Egyptian bishops refused and were banished to Illyria. Arius was publicly excommunicated and his writings ordered burned. The business of the council concluded, Constantine dismissed it with a splendid feast which Eusebius likened to the kingdom of heaven. The results of Nicaea were very significant. 1. The Church was given its first written creed, the Nicene Creed, the basis of all later creeds, Greek, Latin, and evangelical. This was the first official definition of the Trinity and has continued to be the Orthodox interpretation. The Nicene Creed contains all the cardinal Christian doctrines. It was universally proclaimed as imperial law. 2 church canons were enacted. The West accepts 20, the East more, which constitute the basis for the canon law of the Middle Ages. These canons indicate the burning questions in the Church at that time. 3. The method of calculating the date for Easter, which differed in Eastern churches and Western churches, was determined. For this council, guided, as was believed, by the Holy Ghost, acted as the infallible sovereign power of the Church and set precedents which later conflicted with the supreme power claimed by the Pope. 5. The development of the papal hierarchy was stimulated. The Bishop of Rome was recognized as the only patriarch in the West. He was soon forced to be the recognized champion of orthodoxy. 6. The Council of Nicaea marks the beginning of the breach between the East and the West, which resulted in the first great schism in Christendom. 7. The law of celibacy was almost imposed on the Church. 8. Interference in the most vital concerns of the Church was recognized as an imperial prerogative. The emperor called the council, presided over its proceedings, acted as mediator between contending factions, forced the Nicene Creed on the Church, fixed the day for celebrating Easter, and approved the first ecclesiastical canons. 9. The various heresies and schisms of the time were condemned. This action threw into prominent relief throughout the empire the powerful party of Orthodox Catholics, who henceforth were to control the destinies of the Church in both its internal and external organization and evolution. The condemnation of Arianism was only a temporary victory. Soon Constantine himself was won over by the Arians, invited Arius to his court, and ordered Athanasius, who meanwhile had become Bishop of Alexandria, 328, to reinstate Arius in his parish. Athanasius refused to do so, and was condemned and deposed by the councils of Tyre, 334, and of Constantinople, 335, and exiled by the emperor to Treves in Gaul. Arius died before he could be recalled, 336. Constantine Roman II restored Athanasius to his see 338, but his brother Constantius and his Arian friends deposed him again 339. Athanasius then fled to Pope Julius at Rome 339, who laid his case before a Western council 341, which vindicated both his creed and his rights. This supreme appellate power assumed by the Bishop of Rome is significantly prophetic. To heal the Arian conflict, which was again active this time between the East and the West, the Council of Sardica was called in 343. The Roman party controlled it, reconfirmed the Nicene Creed, and adopted 12 new canons. The Arians refused to take part and held a rump council. The result was a wider separation of the East and the West. Under Constantius, however, the Arian party grew stronger, held the 3 Arian councils of Sirmium 351, Arles 353, and Milan 355, forced their decrees upon the whole church, exiled Hosius, Hilary, and Lucifer, drove Athanasius, who had meanwhile once more returned to his office 346, out of his see, and even deposed Pope Liberius and elected an Arian pope, Felix Roman II, in his place. Thus the Arian party seemed triumphant east and west. But the Arians soon split into bitter factions and began to destroy themselves. Under Emperor Julian, they lost imperial favor and saw the Nicene party tolerated. The Orthodox faction was thus able to gradually re-win power in the west and south. Theodosius the Great, 379–395, externally completed the Nicene conquest of the whole empire through an imperial edict, 380, and by calling the Second General Council of Constantinople, 381, which ratified the Nicene Creed in a revised form and passed 7 additional canons. But Arianism lingered long within the empire, especially among the Teutons, who were slow to accept the Roman faith. The Vandals in 530, the Burgundians in 534, the Suevi in 560, the Goths in 587, and the Longobards in 600. It also reappeared again and again in the later heresies on down to the present day. Sources: A. Primary. I Church Fathers, Eusebius, Life of Constantine. Nick and Post-Nick Fathers, 2d Sir IBK, 2-3 Church History, Ib I Athanasius Works, 2d Sir Ib Roman 4, Fath of the Holy Cath, ch Roman 8, Roman 13, Roman 19, Bright W. Orations, Oxf. 1873, Socrates Ecclesiastical History, Nick and Post-Nick Fathers, 2d Sir Roman 2, BK, 1 ch 8 ff, Sazomen Ecclesiastical History, 2d Sir Ib Roman 2, BK, 1 ch 17 ff, Theodoret Ecclesiastical History, 2d Sir Ib Roman 3, BK, 1 ch 113, Philostorgius Epitome of Ecclesiastical History, Bone Eckel, Lib. Roman 2, 429–528. Roman 2 Collections, Percival H.R. The 7 Ecumenical Councils, in Nick and Post-Nick, Fathers 2d Sir Roman 14, NY 1900, Pusey E. The Councils of the Church to 381, Fulton J. Index Canonum, NY 1892, Lambert W. Canons of the First 4 General Councils Lond, 1868, Hammond W.A. The 6 Ecumenical Councils, Oxf. Bright W. Notes on the Canons of the First 4 General Councils, NY 1892, Mitchell E.K. Canons of the First 4 General Councils, Univ. Of Pa Transl and Repper, Roman 4, Crystal J. Authoritative Christianity, Jersey City, Volume I, Schaff P. The Creeds of the Greek and Latin Churches, Lond, 1877, Roman 2, 28, 29, 57, 62, 66, Lumby J.R. The History of the Creeds, Lond, 1880, Volume Roman 2, Howard G.B. Canons of the Primitive Church, Lond. B. Secondary. I. Special, Boyle I. Historical View of the Council of Nicaea. N. Y. 1856 Bright W. Waymarks of Church History. Lond, 1894, 56 ff. Bull G. Defense of the Nicene Faith, 1685. Transl in Lib. of Anglo-Cath, Theol, Lond, 1851. Dorner I.A. History of the Doctrine of the Person of Christ. Edinb. 1860–135 vols. Dubos W.P. The Ecumenical Councils. NY 1897. Dudley T.W. History of the First Council of Nicaea, Bost, 1880. Guatkin H.M. Studies in Arianism. Cam, 1882, The Arian Controversy, NY 1889. Ch. 1-2, Hefel C.J. History of the Church Councils. Edinb. B.K. Roman 2, Ch. 1-2, K.J. Some Account of the Council of Nicaea. Lond. Neal, J.M. History of the Holy Eastern Church. Lond. Newman, J.H. The Arians of the 4th Century. N.Y. Stanley, A.P. History of the Eastern Church. N.Y. Swainson, C.A. The Nicene and Apostolic Creeds. Lond. Note see Chapter Roman 7 for additional works. Roman 2 General. Adeni, Ch. 1 Allies v. Ch. 3739. Ulzog I Section 110-112 Backhouse PT. 11 Ch. 1112. Bartlett Ch. 9 Bohr Roman 2. Buzik Roman 2 Ch. 1 Butler Ch. 24. Cheatham PT. Ch. 1011. Cox Ch. 2 Sec 15 Ch. 3 Sec 1014 Crooks Ch. 2123. Daras IPD. 2 Ch. 1 Dollinger ICH. 2 Roman 2 Ch. 3 4 Roman 3 Ch. 2 Sec 2 3 Duff Ch. 3335. Fisher 104 119 130. Fleury BK 21. Fawkes Ch. 4 Gibbon Ch. 21 Giesler I Sec. 8184. Gilmartin I 16 Garrick Sec. 8193. Harnack Dogma Roman 4 Ch. 1 Hayes Sec. 104 Hoare Ch. 4 Hurst I 431 FF. Jackson Ch. 1116 Jennings ICH 4 Kurtz I Section 49. Mahan BK Roman 4 Ch. 16 Milman I BK 1 Ch. 2 Milner I Cent 4 Ch. 3 4 Moeller I 330 1337 Neander Roman 2 403 FF. Newman I PD Ch. 2 P 323. Robertson BK 2 Ch. 1 Schaff Roman 3 minus 689. Stoughton PT 2 Ch. 1. Chapter 9. Rise of the Papacy. Outline I favorable conditions when the Christian era began. Roman 2 Forces at work up to 313. Roman 3 Description of the Roman Church in 313. Roman 4 Growth of the Papacy from 313 to V. Condition of the Papacy at the close of this period. Roman 6 Sources. To see how a handful of outlawed, persecuted Christians in Rome became the omnipotent hierarchy of the Middle Ages is to comprehend the most marvelous fact in European history. But when the conditions and forces which produced this wonderful organization are clearly understood, the miracle becomes a natural and an inevitable product. In the 1st century of the Christian era, Rome was the heart and mistress of the world. The Apostle Paul gloried in having introduced Christianity into the great metropolis. The Roman Empire had developed an imperial and provincial system of government which was to serve as the model for the organization of the Christian Church. This decaying empire, after a feudal contest with Christianity, was to become its servant. The mighty Catholic Church was little more than the Roman Empire baptized. Rome was transformed as well as converted. The very capital of the old empire became the capital of the Christian Empire. The office of Pontifex Maximus was continued in that of Pope. The deeply religious character of the Romans on the one hand, and the inadequate and degenerate religion which they held on the other, were positive and negative forces enabling the Christian Church to make rapid conquests in territory and numbers. Even the Roman language has remained the official language of the Roman Catholic Church down through the ages. Christianity could not grow up through Roman civilization and paganism, however, without in turn being colored and influenced by the rites, festivities, and ceremonies of old polytheism. Christianity not only conquered Rome, but Rome conquered Christianity. It is not a matter of great surprise, therefore, to find that from the 1st to the 4th century the Church had undergone many changes. During the first half of the 3rd century, the hierarchical scheme of church government appeared to reach a very advanced stage of organization. Cyprian gives us the boldest and broadest claim of the Bishop of Rome to the heirship of Peter. By the 4th century, the hierarchical and monarchical principles were fully developed, and the papacy had begun its wonderful career. The leading forces operating to develop the Roman hierarchy, up to 313, will now be indicated. The fundamental factor which first attracts attention in the consideration of this problem is the obvious advantage in location. In the origin of the civilization of Western Europe, three cities have been conspicuous for their contributions: Jerusalem, Athens, and Rome. Jerusalem, the sacred city, gave Christianity to the West and through the West to the world. Athens, the city of culture, bequeathed philosophy, art, ideals, and science to the Romans, and through them to the Celts, Teutons, and all peoples. Rome, the city of power, overthrew Jerusalem, took Athens captive, received the contributions of both as her right, and on the ruins of both built up her universal sovereignty. The rise of Rome to world dominion is one of the deepest mysteries in history. Rome possessed the matchless capacity of appropriating everything on earth that would contribute to her greatness. When Jesus appeared to give the world Christianity, Rome was the center of all power and influence. Rome was in the highest degree adapted to spread civilization abroad. From Rome, influences could be sent out into the world, which could not possibly have emanated from Jerusalem or Athens. In fact, anything connected with Rome assumed, in consequence, an importance by virtue of Rome's greatness that no other part of the world could give. Christianity, in its cosmopolitan character, resembled Rome and was drawn thither irresistibly as the best center for propagandism. Hence, from the outset, the Roman Christian Church was a church of worldwide importance and power, and her bishop the most influential. Out of the ruins of political Rome arose the great moral empire in the giant form of the Roman Church. In the marvelous rise of the Roman Church is seen in strong relief the majestic office of the Bishop of Rome. 2. In addition to the favorable location and extraordinary opportunity that site gave, the fact that the Church, planted in Rome and there organized by Peter and Paul, was thus established on a double apostolic foundation gave to the Bishop of Rome a respected and commanding position from the very outset. No other church west of the Adriatic could claim such a distinguished origin. It was both easy and logical, therefore, to make the Bishop of Rome not only a commanding leader in the universal church, but more particularly the conspicuous head of the Church of the West. 3. The theory about Peter's primacy, asserted certainly as early as the 2nd century and generally accepted in the 3rd century, gave an indelible character to both the person and office of the Bishop of Rome, and elevated him high above all other officers in the Church. The actual belief in this theory, a fact which cannot be questioned, made possible the realization of the papal hierarchy. It seems to be an actual fact, likewise, that before the end of the 2nd century, the pontiffs of Rome had assumed a title implying a jurisdiction over the whole Christian world as successors and representatives of Peter, the Prince of Apostles. Irenaeus said, "Because, therefore, of her apostolic foundation and the regular succession of bishops, through whom she hath handed down that which she received from them, all churches, that is, all the faithful around her and on all sides, must on account of her more powerful preeminence resort to this church, in which the tradition, which is from the apostles, is preserved." Tertullian, after he had joined the heretical Montanists, accused the Bishop of Rome of assuming the titles of Pontifex Maximus and Bishop of Bishops. He complains also that the Supreme Pontiff was in the habit of quoting the decisions of his predecessors as conclusive on all disputed questions, and that he furthermore claimed that he himself sat in the chair of St. Peter. These charges show how early the Petrine claims were made and recognized. 4. The missionary zeal of the Roman Church soon led to the formation of a number of suburban branches, and within a comparatively short period to the spread of Christianity throughout Italy and to other sections of Western Europe. These local churches naturally looked to the head of the church in the great capital for assistance and instruction, and were willing to acknowledge his jurisdiction and pretensions. The episcopal organization of the church in the West, which was probably present from the beginning, made the transition to the hierarchy comparatively simple. At Rome, the process may be more plainly traced than in connection with any other church. 5. The persecutions of the Christians centered in Rome and consequently made the Bishop of Rome a conspicuous leader, with social and political, as well as religious duties, whose office was frequently sanctified by martyrdom. The persecutions helped to emphasize the necessity of a better organization on a monarchio-episcopal basis. That organization became very exclusive and made a responsible head imperative. Who else but the Bishop of Rome could meet the demands? To him was given, by general consent in the West, the headship of the Church, and he began to act as the conscious Pope of Christendom. 6. The Bishop of Rome was the only official organ of communication between the East and West. He was the sole patriarch of all the United West, while the East had 4 patriarchs, and the 6th canon of the Council of Nicaea confirmed his jurisdiction as an ancient custom. From Clement 95, whose writings are the earliest of any bishop of Rome preserved, onward, he speaks in an authoritative tone, not only to the churches of Carthage, Italy, and Gaul, but also to Greece, Asia Minor, Palestine, and Alexandria. Notwithstanding the fact that Alexandria and Antioch also claimed Peter for their founder, yet not one of the 4 patriarchates attempted to contest Rome's claim to priority of rank. 7. The head of the Roman Church was the champion of orthodoxy and kept the Western Church free from schism. The Church of Rome stood consistently for purity in doctrine and steadfastly opposed that Oriental mysticism which polluted the Eastern churches with a host of heretic and theosophic jugglers. Epiphanius gives a list of 43 distinct heresies in his day. It was no easy matter for the Church of Rome to faithfully combat all these theological vagaries and point out the straight but narrow way. As a reward of her fight for the simple gospel truth, the provincial churches bestowed upon her their affection, confidence, and obedience. They frequently referred for their own guidance to her spiritual experience. In deference and respect they sought her counsels. They watched her course with anxiety and faithfully imitated it. And all these things gave her a singular spiritual influence and authority in this early period, which was not unlike the political power exercised by the city of Rome. Again and again, the Bishop of Rome was requested to pass judgment on the various heresies. 8. After the apostolic days, the multitudes who embraced Christianity seemed in many instances to lack the original fervor and spirituality. Hence, to control the erring, to correct the heretical, to expel those who brought disgrace to the society, and to protect the faithful, it became necessary to develop some more efficient form of government. The Roman model of imperial and local government naturally suggested itself and was either consciously or unconsciously imitated. The gradual transformation of the Bishop of Rome into the Pope of Rome was the product. 9. In the apostolic days, the practice generally prevailed of referring all civil, as well as ecclesiastical, disputes between Christians to the arbitrament of their superior ecclesiastical officials. St. Paul even went so far as to forbid his converts to resort to the pagan tribunals. This work devolved upon the bishop, as a matter of course, who acted, however, rather with paternal authority and through moral influence than in accordance with fixed church law. Thus special duties were laid upon the Bishop of Rome because of his superior rank and extended jurisdiction. So rapidly did his prerogatives develop that he was early recognized both East and West as practically a court of appeal. About 95 AD, Clement of Rome wrote letters of remonstrance and admonition to settle a wrangle in the church at Corinth, and so respected were these epistles that for a century they were publicly read in the churches. About the year 151, Marcion was excommunicated by his bishop and appealed to Rome for admission to communion. The petition was refused, but it shows the influence of the Bishop of Rome. Polycarp of Smyrna showed at least a dutiful deference in going to Rome to lay before Bishop Anicetus, 152, the disputed paschal question. When the East and the West were divided, about 190 AD, upon the proper day for celebrating Easter, Bishop Victor of Rome assumed the authority to decide on the correct day and insisted that all Christendom conform to his decision. The Eastern churches refused to obey him, it is true, but the Council of Nicaea enforced universal conformity to the day chosen by Victor. When Fortunatus and Cyprian of Carthage quarreled over the former's claim to the title of bishop, Fortunatus appealed to the Bishop of Rome, Cornelius, for official recognition. Cornelius assumed the right to remonstrate with Cyprian and to demand an explanation of his conduct. Cyprian repudiated foreign jurisdiction in the domestic affairs of the African Church, but at the same time recognized Rome as the chair of Peter, that principal church whence the sacerdotal unity takes its rise. In 252, 2 Spanish bishops, Basilades and Martiales, were deposed for misconduct by a synod of their province. They appealed to Stephen, Bishop of Rome, who peremptorily ordered that both be reinstated. The bishops of Gaul applied to Stephen for advice as to what to do with Marcion, the bishop of Arles, who had embraced Novatianism. In the West, it seems, therefore, that practically all disputes and misunderstandings were referred to the recognized head of the Church for advice and settlement. Again and again, the Eastern patriarchs appealed to the Patriarch of the West for support, and his support was usually decisive. Likewise, the various factions in the many Eastern schisms strove for favorable decisions from the Roman bishop. In 260, Bishop Dionysius of Rome called the Patriarch of Alexandria to account for false doctrines. Even a Roman emperor, Aurelian 270, declared that no one, not appointed by the bishops of Italy and Rome, should remain in the See of Antioch. As a result of these appeals, the power and authority of the Roman bishop were magnified so that, gradually, he came to claim this exercise as his right. And in addition, precedents were set which were to become ecclesiastical laws in the next period. 10. The idea of one Catholic Church seems to have resulted from the intense struggle against the various forms of heresy, which had divided the early Christians into sects somewhat like the various Protestant denominations of today. This conception of ecclesiastical unity and universality had two sides: doctrine and ceremony. To teach the true doctrine and to perpetuate sacramental unity, the priesthood was created. The persecutions emphasized the fundamental doctrines, which united all Christians and made them conscious of this unity of belief. In order to enforce this uniformity, the Bishop of Rome exercised the power of excommunication. Victor took it upon himself to excommunicate the Bishop of Ephesus and his fellow officials for refusing to conform to the mode of celebrating Easter in the West, 190. Irenaeus emphasized the necessity and value of a spiritual unity in the Church, and to the very great, the very ancient, and universally known Church of Rome, he conceded the most accurate apostolic tradition. He declared that it was a matter of necessity that every church should agree with this church, on account of its preeminent authority. Tertullian spoke of the Catholic Church as if its eternal unity were a common concept. It was left to Cyprian, however, to boldly hold up the occupant of the See of Rome as the representative of both the organized and the sacramental unity of the Church, beyond which there could be no salvation. In his book on the unity of the Church, Cyprian asked, "He that abideth not in the unity of the Church, doth he believe that he holdeth to the faith? He that struggleth against and resisteth this Church, he that deserteth the chair of St. Peter, upon which the Church is founded, can he have any assurance that he is in the Church? Likewise, Paul teacheth the sacrament of unity, saying, There is one body and one Spirit and one hope of our calling, one Lord, one faith, one baptism, one God. The episcopate is indeed one, the Church also is one. There is also but one head and one source. Whoever is excluded from the Church is severed from the promises of the Church. He is a stranger, an outcast, an enemy. He cannot have God for his father, who hath not the Church for his mother. He that doth not hold this unity doth not hold the law of God. He partaketh not of life or of salvation." The power of excommunication to preserve the doctrinal unity and purity of the Church implied some share in appointment and administration. From the very beginning, no doubt, the Bishop of Rome had ordained all provincial bishops, and few matters of great importance had been transacted without his consent or approval. The same tendencies and influences that led to the evolution of the bishop in the early local churches for the sake of order and efficiency produced a centralization of power in the universal Church. With the growth of the idea that the Church had an outward organization, developed the conscious need of a supreme bishop who could rule the Church somewhat as the emperor ruled the state. That such a unifying authority was generally understood to exist by the time of Cyprian seems very clear from contemporary testimony, but it took 250 years to develop that leadership. There were not wanting, either, on all sides evidences of earlier local independence. The rise of the papacy was the logical culmination of the episcopal system. It must be remembered that by the time of Bishop Cyprian, the Church had undergone a series of wonderful changes. The Church had spread outwardly until the whole empire was covered and included all ranks. The Church had come to be naturalized in the empire and was gradually compromising with conditions. Some conception of the part Christianity was to play in the world began to dawn on men's minds. The ascendancy of the See of St. Peter was regarded, therefore, quite generally as a necessity. 11. The centralization of wealth in Rome rendered the church there the wealthiest in Christendom. These riches were lavishly used during the first 300 years to aid the poorer communities. Such favors could not be solicited or received without an appreciable sacrifice of independence on the part of the recipients. Ignatius, considering the munificence of the Roman Church and wishing to confer some special distinction, calls her the fostering mistress of charity. 12. From the time of Peter to Constantine, the great 32 bishops occupied the chair of the Prince of Apostles. The number and character of the members of the Roman Church led to the selection of the ablest of the Western Christians to occupy that important office. These successive bishops, from the weight of their personal influence, transmitted a gradually increasing power. The labors of a few of these remarkable men who filled the Roman See, like Clement, Victor, Callistus, and Stephen, helped powerfully to lay the foundations for the papacy. Clement's attitude was almost imperious. Victor in his presumption on the Easter question, Zephyrinus on the assumption of his proud title of Pontifex Maximus and Bishop of Bishops, Callistus concerning lapsed heretics, and Stephen on the baptism of heretics, were all guilty of hierarchical arrogance. Cyprian d. 258 looked upon Rome as the cathedra Petri and the Roman Church as the head of the universal Church. Thus, it may be accepted as an established fact that the Bishop of Rome was generally accepted as Peter's successor, at least in the West, when Emperor Constantine legalized the Christian religion and made it free to complete its organization and to carry on its propagandism openly. He also increased the wealth and power of the Roman See and made its bishop the undisputed head of the Western Church. At the same time, in removing his capital to Constantinople, Constantine permitted the Roman bishop to assume imperial prerogatives and encouraged the completion of the church organization after the imperial model. A comparison of the church in 313 with the Apostolic Church reveals the fact that many pronounced changes and developments had occurred. In extent, the Roman Church had spread from the Eternal City over the entire Italian peninsula, and then to Spain, France, England, Germany, and Africa, and numbered perhaps 10 million members. In organization, the Church had changed from a democracy to an absolute monarchy, from many local centers of authority to one great world power based on an imperial hierarchy, from communism to paternalism, from decentralization to centralization, from apostolic simplicity to worldly grandeur, and from a spiritual organization to one largely political. The spiritual shepherd of the flock at Rome had come to claim and to exercise superior prerogatives over Western Europe and to serve the Roman emperor as virtually his spiritual advisor. In wealth and culture, too, the Church had become a powerful social, industrial, and educational factor. In institutions, rites, and ceremonies, as well as in organization, the Church of the 3rd and 4th centuries was very different from that of the 1st. A pompous ritualism with suggestions of image worship had been introduced. Great emphasis had come to be laid upon the sanctity and power of holy water, sacred relics and places, pilgrimages, and the use of the cross. The development of new ideas in reference to the merit of external works resulted in asceticism and a celibate priesthood, fanatical martyrdom, indiscriminate almsgiving, and various patent methods for spiritual benefits. At the same time, the number of church festivals had greatly increased and now included Easter, Pentecost, Epiphany, and various saints' days. These new ideas and practices naturally gave the priest the lofty position of mediator between God and man. A differentiation in the ministry gradually crept in as an outcome of the hierarchical spirit. The Bishop of Rome was elevated above all bishops as God's chosen representative on earth. The bishops were exalted above all the presbyters or priests. The priests in turn held a position far superior to the subordinate officials, who had now come to include subdeacons, readers, acolytes, precentors or cantors, janitors, exorcists, and other officials of minor importance. These under-officers likewise were cut off from the laity by a pronounced gulf. To conduct the general affairs of the Church, synods and councils of the clergy came into existence as early as the 2nd century. Roman or Greek assemblies may have suggested the form of the synod, though it is more probable that they sprang spontaneously out of the needs of the Church. These meetings at first were irregular and very informal, and resulted either in resolutions with no binding force on the dissentient minority or in a letter. There were 4 classes of councils. 1. The synod of a single diocese, which probably existed from the beginning. 2. The provincial council of the bishops of several dioceses. This type began early in the 2nd century. 3. General councils consisting of the bishops of several provinces. 4. Universal councils representing the whole Church. When Constantine gave Christianity legal recognition, councils became more common for the purpose of formulating common rules and dogmas, as for instance Arles 314. After the Council of Nicaea in 325, the validity of earlier decisions was recognized and given the force of imperial law. Thus had the councils changed in a few years from local to general, from recommending to sovereign bodies. Paralleling this remarkable evolution in the organization of the Church was a marked departure from the simplicity and purity of the early Christian life on the part of both clergy and laity. The apostolical constitutions, the canons of the Holy Apostles, and the decrees of the councils of Elvira 306, Arles 314, Neo-Caesarea 314, and Nicaea 325 all reveal the worldliness of the clergy in the laws passed against their engaging in worldly pursuits, frequenting taverns and gambling houses, accepting usury, habits of vagrancy, taking bribes, and immorality. Because the multitude of pagan converts were carrying their ideas and practices into the Church, many corrective measures were enacted against this degeneration. The licentiousness of the clergy became a still more crying sin among the laity, for it was unreasonable to expect the rank and file to be better than their leaders. Footnotes: Acts Roman 19, 21 Roman 23, 11 Roman 25, 11 Roman 28, 14 ff. Rom I 8. Gregorovius I 5. Greenwood Cathedra Petri I 104 107. The East had 4 patriarchs: Jerusalem, Antioch, Alexandria, and Constantinople. See chapter Romans 6. Against heresies Roman 3, c3. On modesty, section 1. Greenwood Cathedra Petri I 107 108. Gibbon I 579 ff. See chapter v. Greenwood Cathedra Petri I 175. See chapter Romans 7. Origen said, extra hanc domum, i.e. extra ecclesiam nemo salvator. Home 3. Saint Cyprian of Carthage asked, do they that are met outside of the Church of Christ think that Christ is with them when they meet? It is not possible for one to be a martyr who is not in the Church. Unity of the Church, ch. 13:14. Jerusalem, Antioch, Ephesus, Alexandria, and, later, Constantinople. The 4 early patriarchates were of apostolic foundation. Greenwood Cathedra Petri, I 193. Greenwood Cathedra Petri, I 164 165. 1 Cor, Romans 6, 113. See Smith and Cheetham Dict, of Christ, Antic, for a full discussion of the Paschal controversy. Cyprian Ep. 49:55. Greenwood I 168 thinks this quotation a later interpolation. Cyprian Ep. 68. Ibid Ep. 67. Euseb Eckel Hist. Romans 7:30. It must be remembered that Rome had no monopoly of these appeals and that her decisions were not always accepted in these early days. Cf. Greenwood I 171 ff. Euseb Eckel Hist. v. 2325. Irenaeus against heresy Roman 3, 3. Library of Antioch, Fathers v. Ibid Roman 15. Library of Antioch, Fathers Roman 8. Greenwood Cathedra Petri, I 192. Euseb Eckel Hist Roman 4, 23 Roman 7, 6. To Corinth Ep. I c 44. Schaff Roman 3, 351. Ep. 43:5, 55:8, 59:14, Lib of Antioch, Fathers Roman 8. Apost. Const. Roman 8, 615, Ulzog I section 92-93. Apost. Const. Roman 8, 28. Ulzog section 95. Ibid section 93. Euseb Eckel Hist, Romans 6:43. Ulzog, I. 393. Hatch Org of the Early Christ, Churches 143 ff. Euseb Eckel, Hist, v. 16, Tertullian de Jejunus 13 Cyprian ep. 75 Hatch Org of the Early Christ, Churches 169-170. See Hefel Hist of ch. Councils I. Section 117. Chapter 10. Rise of the Papacy continued. The growth of the papacy from 313 to 604 was very marked and may be traced with little difficulty. In fact, from the 4th century onward, the proofs that papal supremacy was both asserted and recognized are so numerous that it is only necessary to select typical cases and illustrations. Certain formative influences and forces noticeable in the period prior to 313 were continued into the later epoch and will be considered in order here. 1. The missionary zeal of the Roman Church accomplished wonders. By the 4th century, Spain and Gaul had sufficient Christians to warrant the division of the territory into bishoprics. Some of the Gallic bishops were imbued with a remarkably active spirit of propagandism, notably Saint Hilary, Bishop of Poitiers 350-66, who fought the Arians incessantly, Honoratus, Bishop of Arles, who inspired others to labor, Saint Martin, Bishop of Tours, called the Apostle to the Gauls, and Saint Denis, Bishop of Paris, who suffered martyrdom for the cause. Similar workers were found in Spain. About the same time, Celtic missionaries from the north were working southward to join the work spreading northward from Rome. Columba labored among the Scots and Picts, Aidan in Northumbria, Columbanus with the Burgundians, Gallus in Switzerland, and Amania and Kilian in Thuringia. From Rome went forth the famous missionary expedition to England under Augustine, 596, which succeeded in winning the Anglo-Saxons to a belief in the Roman faith and to a recognition of Roman authority. In return, a counterwave of missionary activity spread from England back to the continent, led by Wilfrid in Friesland, Willibrord around Utrecht, the Ewald brothers among the Saxons, Swidbert on the Ems and Ussel, Adelbert in Holland, and Boniface, the apostle to the Germans, among various Teutonic tribes. This widespread missionary work resulted in eventually bringing all Western Europe under the subjection of the Roman Church. Thus new blood, a more primitive enthusiasm, and an intense devotion were called to her service, and all powerfully aided the rise of the papacy. 2. The continued orthodoxy of the Western Church made it a pillar of strength, and gave its head a commanding position in dealing with heresy and schism. To him, more than ever, did people east and west look for final decisions in disputed matters of doctrine, and contested cases of jurisdiction, rank, territory, and authority. Saint Jerome in eloquent words besought the Sun of Righteousness in the West to teach him the true doctrine because here in the East all is weed and wild oats. 3. The claim of the Bishop of Rome to appellate jurisdiction, which had been exercised more or less from an early date, received a sweeping confirmation and a new impetus in 347 through the Council of Sardica. In 340, Athanasius, the Patriarch of Alexandria, the champion of orthodoxy, appealed to Julian I from an unjust decision against him in the episcopal courts of the East. Julian I called a council, to which he invited the Eastern bishops, who refused to attend, reversed the decision, and completely acquitted Athanasius. He wrote a strong letter of reproof to the Arians, in which he asserts Rome's canonical supremacy in initiating conciliar proceedings against ecclesiastical offenders. The Council of Sardica confirmed the resolutions of the Roman Synod. It was decreed that any bishop, who might feel himself aggrieved by an unfair trial, could have the judges write to the Bishop of Rome asking for a new trial at which, if it seemed wise, priests representing the Bishop of Rome could be present. Meanwhile, pending the trial, no successor to the office of the accused could be named. This action made the Bishop of Rome referee to decide, however, not the case itself, but whether there ought to be a new trial. The right was conferred, in honor of the memory of Saint Peter, and hence it was soon claimed as an inherent prerogative of the Apostolical See of the West. Later on, it was positively asserted that these canons gave an appeal to the Church of Rome in all episcopal cases. Whatever the original intent may have been, the fact remains that this new power was an important factor in the evolution of papal supremacy. The Pope was given a power previously possessed exclusively by the emperor. In 378, Emperor Gratian added civic sanction to the judicial authority of the Bishop of Rome by compelling accused bishops to go to Rome for trial. Ultimate appellate jurisdiction was definitely assigned to the Pope by Emperor Valentinian Roman III. In 445, when of his own motion, causes could be called to Rome for papal decision. Emperor Gelasius, 496, approved in very positive terms the judicial supremacy of the Bishop of Rome. And Gregory the Great, 604, assumed it as an indisputable fact that every bishop is subject to the See of Peter. After this period, cases were continually referred to Rome for adjustment. Saint Basil, Archbishop of Caesarea, appealed to Damasus I, the latter part of the 4th century, for protection. In 398, the emperor ordered Flavian of Antioch to proceed to Rome for trial. He refused to go, but compromised with the Pope. Saint John Chrysostom, the Patriarch of Constantinople and head of the whole Eastern Church, early in the 5th century, appealed to Innocent I against the persecutions of Empress Eudoxia and for restoration to his see. A. Pierius, a priest of Africa, appealed to Pope Zosimus against the censure of his bishop in 416. The Pope vindicated the priest against his bishop and ordered the latter either to revoke the censure or to appear at Rome for trial. St. Augustine's letter to Pope Celestine in 424 shows that it was a common thing to refer disputes to Rome for settlement. Both St. Cyril and the Nestorians appealed to Pope Celestus, who decided in favor of St. Cyril. Theodoret, the church historian, when condemned by the Council of Ephesus in 449, appealed to Leo I, who asserted that he could hear appeals from any source as a court of first and last resort. These appeals, and many other similar cases, which could be cited both east and west, show the growing power of the Roman Pope, and enabled him to make real the theory of his supremacy. To enable the successor of St. Peter to adjudicate cases more easily, vicars were appointed in various parts of the Papal Empire to decide finally on all cases, not reserved by the Pope. This arrangement greatly enlarged papal jurisdiction by encouraging and facilitating appeals. 4. The removal of the capital of the empire from Rome to Constantinople in 330 left the Western Church, practically free from imperial power, to develop its own form of organization. The Bishop of Rome, in the seat of the Caesars, was now the greatest man in the West, and was soon forced to become the political as well as the spiritual head. To the Western world, Rome was still the political capital, hence the whole habit of mind, all ambition, pride, and sense of glory, and every social prejudice favored the evolution of the great city into the ecclesiastical capital. Civil as well as religious disputes were referred to the successor of Peter for settlement. Again and again, when barbarians attacked Rome, he was compelled to actually assume military leadership. Eastern emperors frequently recognized the high claims of the popes in order to gain their assistance. It is not difficult to understand how, under these responsibilities, the primacy of the Bishop of Rome, established in the pre-Constantine period, was emphasized and magnified after 313. The importance of this fact must not be overlooked. The organization of the Church was thus put on the same divine basis as the revelation of Christianity. This idea, once accepted, led inevitably to the medieval papacy. The priesthood came, in consequence, to assume all the powers of the great founder. The Mosaic forms, as well as the Roman Empire, suggested convenient models and authoritative examples for the new structure. It is not difficult to detect in the oligarchical church polity of the 4th and 5th centuries a yearning for unity. It was but natural, therefore, that Rome should boldly take the remedy into her own hands and pose as the authorized representative of the visible unity demanded by the Christian world. The position Rome had already attained, and the worthy part played in the organization and spread of the gospel, gave her a superior advantage, and enabled, nay compelled, her bishop to become the one high priest, the universal bishop. 5 in the 4th and 5th centuries, the Petrine theory was generally accepted by the Church Fathers East and West. The theory had become a dogmatic principle of law founded upon historical facts. Optatus, the African bishop of Milve, c. 384, strongly asserted the visible unity of the Church and the immovable cathedra Petri, with the Roman bishop as Peter's successor. Ambrose of Milan, d. 397, gave the Bishop of Rome the same position in the Church that the emperor had in the empire, and recognized him as the great champion of orthodoxy, but at the same time called Peter's primacy one of confession and faith, not of rank. He put Paul on an equality with Peter. Jerome, d. 419, recognized the Pope as the successor of Peter and said, "Following none but Christ, I am associated in communion with the chair of Peter. On that rock I know the Church to be built." Innocent I, 414, made a magnificent defense of the theory. Augustine, d. 430, the greatest of the Latin fathers, admitted the primacy of Peter and recognized the Roman bishop as his successor. In his remarkable book, The City of God, he did more than all the fathers to idealize Rome as the Christian Zion. Maximus of Turin, d. 450, and Orosius, d. 5th century, bore similar testimony. The Greek fathers uniformly spoke of Peter in lofty terms as the Prince of Apostles, the tongue of the apostles, the bearer of the keys, the keeper of the kingdom of heaven, the pillar, the rock, etc., but they held generally that Peter's primacy was honorary, and that he transferred his power to both the Bishop of Antioch and the Bishop of Rome. But these modifications of the Petrine theory did not arrest the evolution of the papal power. The important historical fact to be taken into account is that the belief in the supremacy of St. Peter's successor was quite generally recognized and accepted. 6. The growth of conciliar prerogatives tended to advance the development of papal authority. The Council of Nicaea, 325, gave the Western Church the Nicene Creed, practically made the Bishop of Rome its defender, and recognized him as the sole patriarch of the West with 10 provinces as his diocese. The Council of Sardica, 343, in reality only a local Western body, decreed that deposed bishops might appeal to the Bishop of Rome for a new trial, that vacant bishoprics could not be filled till his decision was received, and that he could delegate his power to a local synod. This gave him a kind of appellate and revisory jurisdiction in the case of deposed bishops even in the East. It is claimed that this was a new grant for a specific case and in deference to Pope Julian alone. This power was confirmed by Emperors Valentinian I, 364-375, and Gratian, 375-383. In this manner, the Roman popes were furnished the opportunity to claim universal jurisdiction. The Council of Aquileia, 381, begged Emperor Gratian to protect the Roman Church, the head of the whole Roman world and that sacred faith of the apostles. The African councils of Carthage and Milve, 416, sent their actions against Pelagius to Innocent I for his approval. The councils of Ephesus, 431, and Chalcedon, 451, gave the Bishop of Rome a primacy in rank and honor, which he soon made a primacy in power. The latter body recognized the necessity of obtaining the Pope's confirmation to ensure legality. Here again, the Bishop of Rome had usurped a prerogative claimed by Constantine and his successors. Later, the popes called most of the councils, presided over them in person or through legates, and confirmed their proceedings in order to give them legality. 7. The power of excommunication, an authority inherent in all societies, was early developed and exercised by the Roman bishop. This right was clearly recognized in the New Testament. The power of excommunication was originally put into the hand of the local bishops. They expanded the biblical precepts into a penal code and assumed the right to act as judges and to pronounce censure or final excommunication. The apostolic constitutions and canons reveal a direct substitution of the authority of the bishops for that of Christ in these particulars. Excommunication, for the first 3 centuries of the Christian era, was looked upon as a remedial and corrective measure to prevent a breach of discipline, disobedience, and heresy. It is a significant fact, therefore, that the Roman bishops by the 3rd century claimed the power to put out of communion not only individuals but whole communities who did not conform to Roman usages and beliefs, even though the sentence could not always be enforced. Innocent I, imbued by the lofty idea of the prerogatives of his office, did not hesitate to pronounce sentence of excommunication against the heretics, Pelagius and his pupil Celestius. Thus the right of universal censure grew, and Rome came to have her own officers to execute the law. 8. From the 5th century onward, the title of Papa, or Pope, was unvaryingly used by the bishops of Rome. This title is an abbreviation of the words pater patrum, father of fathers, was at first given as a title of respect to ecclesiastics generally. In the Eastern churches, it has continued to the present day, and in the Roman Church, the general use of father may be regarded as the continuation of a variation of the original word. The next step in the early church was the restriction of the term papa as a special title for bishops. By the 4th century, it had been gradually reserved for the metropolitans and patriarchs. After the 5th century, it was claimed and borne as the badge of the supreme rank of the successor of Saint Peter among the churches of Christendom. Not until 1073, however, did Gregory Roman VII formally prohibit the assumption of the title by other ecclesiastics. This unique transfer of a distinction first from all to a few, and then from a few to one, indicates a concentration of rank, dignity, and power in the one thus distinguished. A term, originally one of filial respect and reverence, becomes one of authority. The name and the office react on each other. 9. The letters of the Roman bishops gradually came to be regarded in the Western Church as apostolic ordinances and laid the foundation for the vast ecclesiastical legal system. Siricius, 380–4398, wrote the first decretal which had the force of law. A typical illustration of the character and power of papal letters is seen in the commanding communication of Pope Celestine, sent in 428 to the bishops of Vienne and Narbonne concerning ceremonial abuses in their provinces. Inasmuch, he wrote, as I am appointed by God to watch over the whole church, it is my duty everywhere to root out evil practices and to substitute good ones, for my pastoral superintendence is restrained by no bounds, but extends to all places where the name of Christ is known and adored. The Gallic churches received this pronouncement without a whisper of disapproval. The Council of Chalcedon, 451, accepted a letter from Leo I, settling a disputed point in theology. Gelasius I, 494, instructed Emperor Anastasius on the superiority of the spiritual over the temporal power. The decretals of Gregory the Great spoke with a bold, undisputed authority. 10. The Edict of Milan in 313 did not make Christianity the state religion, but merely put it on a legal equality with paganism. It was not long, however, until this new status enabled Christianity to outstrip its old rival and actually become the constitutional faith. State patronage prepared the way for a conscious and natural adaptation and assimilation of forms of imperial polity. Accordingly, the admonition of the early period assumed the tone of mandates. Interferences, whether for advice or arbitration, took the character of appeals, rescripts, and ordinances, and the model of discipline and ritual for all churches emanated from Rome. 11. Constantine, fully aware of the preeminence and power of the Roman Church, took special pains to bestow upon it his imperial munificence. The Bishop of Rome was transferred from a humble dwelling to a spacious palace, possibly to the Lateran, owned to this day by the Pope. Confiscated property was restored and money donated. Splendid churches were erected. With grateful hearts, the Christians gladly accepted the sovereignty of the emperor. As Roman citizens, there was no conception in their minds of the spiritual government of the church independent of the imperial power. When Constantine called councils like Arles and Nicaea, heard appeals, made appointments, and legislated for the church, it was all accepted as a matter of course. The Church of Rome gained obviously more than any other spiritual body corporate of the Christian world. This advantage, coupled with the wide-reaching claims set forth for at least 2 centuries, carried her by a mighty leap far above all other churches, and made her head, in theory and fact, if not in name, the Pope. Thus all the contentions of the Petrine claim of ecclesiastical government fell into a natural harmony with the plans of the empire. The rise of provincial churches corresponded to the provincial system of the empire. The elevation of the Bishop of Rome to a primacy over all churches created a counterpart to the emperor. The union of the empire and papacy was not only easy and natural, it was inevitable. 12. No sooner did the church rise from persecution to a great world power than the necessity was felt everywhere of some central authority to preserve its unity. The divisions in the Arian controversy clearly revealed that need. The emperor, in a way, sought to meet the requirement, but when he failed, he called the Council of Nicaea to serve that end. A universal council might be of great service in a crisis, but it could not easily be in perpetual session. The Roman Church saw its chance at this juncture and embraced every opportunity to pose as the supreme unifying power in Christendom. It was a long and not always an easy struggle, but the effort was at length successful. It was not long after the day of Constantine that it may be said that the Church had gained control of the empire. That conquest gave the Church an unprecedented preeminence. In this movement, the Church of Rome played the leading role. The next great problem was to enable the Pope to get control of the Church, and in this way wield absolute sway over the Christianized empire. Or, to state it the other way, over the imperialized Church. Nothing seems clearer, after taking into account all the factors, than that the rise of papal power was a natural, logical, historical process, which began with the planting of the Church in Rome. Numerous incidents mark the different stages of development to show that every new assumption of papal prerogative was disputed and contested. Indeed, nothing more distinctly marks the growth of papal authority than the fact that these protests were so numerous and so widely scattered. In the beginnings of ecclesiastical organization, bishops enjoyed and exercised an equality of power and rank. The persistence of this idea may be seen long after the period of Constantine, but hierarchical tendencies began very early and are very conspicuous in connection with Rome. In the opening decades of the history of the Church, it was customary for Christians eminent in station or piety to address letters, advisory or hortatory, to other churches on general points of creed or discipline, or on special local questions. Thus wrote Clement of Rome, Polycarp, Ignatius, and others. Not infrequently churches appealed to prominent bishops for assistance and advice. Often one bishop would censure another for the manifestation of unwarranted assumptions. Thus Irenaeus reprehended Victor for excommunicating the heretical bishops of Asia and did it as an equal. Tertullian, after he joined the heretical Montanists, scornfully denies the powers claimed by the Bishop of Rome by asking, "How comes it that you take to yourself the attribute of the Catholic Church?" He answers by denying the whole Petrine theory. Hippolytus, Bishop of Pontus, in a controversy with Calixtus I, shows how the claim of the Bishop of Rome was denied in the beginning of the 3rd century. Origen also repudiated the Petrine claims. While the great Cyprian did so much to create the concept of the one Catholic Church under the leadership of Rome, yet, at the same time, he strongly asserted episcopal equality and independence. This important historical fact must never be forgotten in considering the rise of the papacy, namely, that the change was not directly from democracy to monarchy, but from democracy indirectly through oligarchy to monarchy. In addition to the instances of episcopal equality and independence already given, the apostolic canons in Canon 35 ordered each province to determine for itself which one of its churches should hold the primacy. This idea persisted long after the time of Constantine, and indeed, the Council of Antioch in 341 repeats the rule as if recognizing a long-established regulation. The Council of Nicaea in 325, while assigning the highest rank to the apostolic sees of Rome, Alexandria, and Antioch, at the same time reserved to every province the rights of its own church. In the Second Universal Council, held in 381 at Constantinople, when the great provinces of the Church were defined and the honorable primacy of Rome clearly asserted, no interference was allowed with the autonomy of the provincial churches. In the West, however, local autonomy and provincial primacy were not so much emphasized as in the East. Rome and St. Peter's successor residing there early established a predominance over Spain, Gaul, and Britain. In Africa, Carthage for the most part obeyed Rome, and in Italy, Ravenna and Milan occasionally showed stubborn resistance. 13. The civil government naturally approved a system of church polity which was in harmony with that of the state. It is no surprise, therefore, that imperial edicts supported the lofty position of the Bishop of Rome. Did he not represent the Church of the great empire and the faith of the emperor himself? Besides, it was always easiest to deal with him as a representative of the entire Church. In fact, there was a sentiment in the Church that it was much better to carry on all business with imperial authorities through him. To this end, the Council of Sardica in 347 decreed that all prelates visiting Rome for the purpose of obtaining civic favors should present their petitions through the Bishop of Rome. Theodosius, 380, commanded that all subjects, should hold that faith which the divine Peter, the apostle, delivered to the Roman bishop. Valentinian, Roman 3. 445, commanded all bishops to recognize the Bishop of Rome as their leader in both judicial and administrative matters. Later emperors lavished on the Roman Church wealth, immunities, and exemptions, which greatly enhanced its power and magnified the importance of its head. Justinian, in a decree of 532, declared that he had been very diligent in subjecting all the clergy of the East to the Roman See. He also expressed a firm resolution never to allow any business affecting the general welfare of the Church to be transacted without notifying the head of all the churches. Such a positive and sweeping assertion by such a powerful ruler shows the height to which papal power had climbed by the 6th century. Pope John Roman II was highly pleased with the useful acknowledgement of Justinian, complimented him on his perfect acquaintance with ecclesiastical law and discipline, and added, "Preserving the reverence due the Roman See, you have subjected all things unto her, and reduced all churches to that unity which dwelleth in her alone, to whom the Lord, through the Prince of the Apostles, did delegate all power. And that the Apostolic See is in verity the head of all churches, both the rules of the fathers and the statutes of the princes do manifestly declare, and the same is now witnessed by your imperial piety. The emancipation of the Church and the great inflow of wealth and pagan converts wrought a woeful change in its character and habits. A heathen historian declared that candidates would stoop to any means to secure the pontifical office because the successful candidate gains the opportunity of fattening upon the oblations of matrons, of being conveyed about in stall carriages, of appearing in public in costly dresses, of giving banquets so profuse as to surpass even royal entertainments. The fathers of the Church like Hilary, Jerome, and Basil deplored the vices, thus rebuked, in terms of even greater severity. 14. The barbarian invasions on the whole strengthened both the spiritual and temporal supremacy of the Holy See. They gave the death blow to paganism in Rome. Once converted to Roman Christianity, the Germans became the staunch supporters of the papal hierarchy and enabled the Pope to enforce his prerogatives in the West. Backed by these sturdy Teutons, the Pope became the most powerful individual in Christendom and soon declared his independence of the Byzantine court. 15. Another factor of no small moment was the extraordinary ability of some of the successors of St. Peter. Among them were men of commanding leadership, men of brains and faith, fearless administrators, aggressive judges, and men conscious of the tremendous part the papacy was destined to play in the world's history. Conscious of their own power, and standing on their lofty assumptions, they took advantage of every condition and circumstance to increase their authority and prerogatives. Thus the office of the Bishop of Rome continually grew in power and jurisdiction. Julian I, 337–352, the supporter of Athanasius, held lofty ideas of his power as pope and gave his famous decision on the Eucharist in the Council of Sardica, 343. Damascus, 366–384, staunch defender of orthodoxy and champion of celibacy, insisted on the recognition of his jurisdiction over East Illyricum, and, as a warm friend of Jerome, established the authority of the Vulgate. Siricius, 380–5398, upheld the jurisdiction of the Holy See and issued the first decretal now extant. In legislating about discipline and abuses in the Spanish Church, his words were intended to convey universal authority on baptism, marriage, and celibacy. Speaking in conscious virtue of the authority of the Apostolic See, he said, "We bear the burdens of all that are heavy laden, nay, rather the blessed Apostle Peter bears them in us, who, as we trust, in all things protects and guards us, the heirs of his administration." Innocent I, 402–417, accepted, as a matter of unquestioned right, all that had been claimed by his predecessors, and surpassed all of them by the wide range of his pretensions. He sought to obliterate all distinction between advice and command. He spoke in a dogmatic and imperative tone on all questions pertaining to doctrine, discipline, and government in the Church of the West. "It is notorious to all the world," he said, "that no one save St. Peter and his successors have instituted bishops and founded churches in all the Gauls, in Spain, Africa, Sicily, and the adjacent islands. Nor did the West deny the maternity of Rome. Consequently, he asserted complete jurisdiction over Illyria, assumed that the African churches were dependent upon the See of Rome, formulated 14 rules for the Gallic bishops, settled controversies in Spain, and manifested a lofty attitude toward the churches of the East. He played a prominent part in repelling the attacks of the barbarians on Rome. He was the first to claim a general prerogative, as the one single fountainhead which fertilizes the whole world by its manifold streamlets, to revise the judgment of provincial synods and thus to legislate by his own fiat for the whole church. As the great guardian of orthodoxy, he condemned Pelagius and excommunicated him. Unstained in life, able and resolute, with a full appreciation of the dignity and prerogatives of his see, he lost no opportunity of asserting its claims. And under him the idea of universal papal supremacy, though as yet somewhat shadowy, appears already to be taking form. The first pope in the proper sense of the word was Leo I, called the Great, 444-61. In him, the idea of the papacy became flesh and blood. He conceived it in great energy and clearness, and carried it out with the Roman spirit of dominion so far as the circumstance of the time at all allowed. Before his elevation to the papacy in 440, very little is known about Leo. His place of birth, nationality, and early education are all shrouded in obscurity. For 10 years prior to his election, Leo was perhaps the most prominent man in Rome and noted for his learning and piety. While absent on a civil mission in Gaul, he was chosen pope. At that time, the empire was in a very weak condition. Women, surrounded by their court of eunuchs and parasites, ruled at Constantinople and Ravenna. Barbarians were pressing in from all sides. Heresies rent the east, and ignorance was fast covering the west. Western Christendom must be consolidated and disciplined so that it could meet the crudeness and heresy of the powerful invaders and overcome both. The See of St. Peter must replace the tottering imperial power. The law of Rome must once more be obeyed over the empire, but this time as the ecclesiastical law. Leo was the only great man in church or state, so the burden was thrust upon his shoulders. Leo possessed those qualifications which made him the master spirit of his age and the founder of the medieval papacy. Lofty in his aims, severe and pure in life, of indomitable courage and perseverance, inspired by a fanatical belief in the Petrine theory, uncompromisingly orthodox, the great first theologian in the Roman chair, he made the first clear-cut exposition of the extreme limits and prerogatives of the medieval papacy. He asserted and exercised the superabounding power of the Pope to regulate every department of church government without any human limitations. Driven on by a dream of the universal dominion of Rome and Christianity, a great orator who swayed the Romans at will, he acted as a resolute Christian monarch conscious of his divine mission. Possessed of a capacity for complex rule, an extraordinary organizer and administrator, he used all his ability to make Christianity and the papacy the one great world power. Twice he saved Rome from the barbarians, once in 452 when Attila, king of the Huns, was persuaded to withdraw without attacking the city, and again in 455 when the Vandal leader, Genseric, was induced to spare the capital from fire and murder. He drove heresy out of Italy and suppressed it in Spain. He forced the African Christians to submit to his authority, 443, regained the papal power lost in East Illyria, compelled the Gallic bishops to obey his mandates, and even asserted his supremacy over the Eastern Church. Through a legate, he presided over the Fourth Ecumenical Council of Chalcedon, guided its theological discussions, and was the finisher of the true doctrine of the presence of Christ. Pope Leo laid the greatest possible emphasis upon the fact that there is one God, one church, one universal bishop, one faith, and one interpreter of that faith, and that the recognition of this basic fact alone could bring unity and efficiency to Christendom. He very wisely cultivated a close alliance with the state and secured from Valentinian Roman III the promulgation of an imperial edict in 445, which raised him to the exalted position of spiritual director and governor of the universal church. Thus the Pope would issue his laws for the church, just as the emperor did for the empire. After Leo the Great, who died in 461, no important pope filled the chair of St. Peter until the time of Gregory I, called the Great, 596. 4. If Leo drew the outline of the medieval papacy, Gregory made it a living power. He issued the first declaration of independence and assumed actual jurisdiction over the whole Western Church. His high ideal was completely realized, so that even Gibbon calls his pontificate the most edifying period of church history. Gregory I was born at Rome in 540 of a rich, pious, senatorial family. His great-grandfather was Pope Felix Roman II. 483–492, his father was a wealthy lawyer and senator. His mother and 2 aunts were canonized. He was very well educated for that period as a saint among the saints, as John the Deacon, his biographer, declared. In grammar, rhetoric, and logic, he was second to none in Rome. He studied law preparatory to public life and was well versed in the inspiring history of Rome and in current events. At 30, he was a distinguished senator, and 3 years later Emperor Justin Roman II made him praetor of Rome. From his mother, Gregory inherited a profound religious temperament, hence he naturally became imbued with the ascetic religious ideas of the age. The monastic crusade of the West, now at its height, found him a willing convert. Upon his father's death, Gregory used his vast wealth for charity and for founding 7 monasteries. Persuaded by his pious mother, he himself became a monk in 575. Selling all his costly furniture, fine clothes, and jewels for the poor, he turned his own house into a monastery and almost killed himself by his vigorous fasts and ascetic vigils. Soon he gained great fame as a monk, was chosen abbot, founded 6 monasteries in Sicily, and enforced a tyrannical discipline. Gregory was a man of too great ability, however, to be penned up in a monastery. Consequently, Pope Benedict called him to his court as one of the 7 deacons of Rome. In 579 he was sent, as a papal nuncio, to Constantinople to reconcile the emperor and the pope, and to unite the Eastern and Western churches, while at the same time he was instructed to solicit military aid against the troublesome Lombards. For 6 years, he remained at Constantinople on this mission and gained much fame as a theologian and diplomat. Although he failed to reunite the 2 branches of the Christian Church, he did bring about an amicable understanding between the Pope and the Emperor and got some help against the Lombards. In a discussion with the Patriarch of Constantinople over the nature of the body after resurrection, Gregory won a signal victory. During his stay in the East, he wrote his renowned work Magna Moralia. In 585, he returned to Rome, resumed his duties as abbot, became a popular preacher, and was recognized generally as the most able man in the church. When Pope Pelagius Roman II died in 590, the western part of Europe was in a very critical condition. The Teutonic barbarians had overrun the empire from England around to Constantinople, destroying or burying nearly all that was best in the civilization of Old Rome. Justinian, to be sure, had recaptured Rome in 556, and it was to remain nominally under imperial rule until the time of Charles the Great 800, but the emperor's hold on the West was limited and precarious. His representative, the exarch, lived mostly at Ravenna. The Pope, however, acknowledged the sovereignty of the emperor both in theory and practice. As a result of the weakness and inactivity of the exarch, nearly all Italy lay prostrate before the fierce Lombards, and no efficient help came from the east. The city of Rome was in a miserable condition. The Tiber had overflowed its banks and had swept away the granaries of corn, thus entailing famine and starvation. A dreadful pestilence had swept away thousands, among them the Pope himself. In a letter, Gregory compared the Roman sea to an old shattered ship, letting in the waves on all sides, tossed by daily storms, its planks rotten and gnawed by rats almost a wreck. An imperial organization was needed to give Latin Teutonic Europe the highest type of an organized Christian civilization under one law and one faith, and thus to preserve for future generations the best that was in old Greece and Rome, as well as the best that was in the Germans. It is impossible to conceive what had been the confusion, the lawlessness, the chaotic state of the Middle Ages without the medieval papacy. A man of heart, power, and lofty purpose, a ruler who saw the opportunity and need of the Christian Church in Western Europe, who felt her new impulses, and who could guide her through a crucial period to a great and useful career, such a man the Roman Senate, clergy, and people believed that they had found in the monk Gregory. He alone could save them from Teutonic anarchy, on the one hand, and from Roman decay on the other. Although elected pope unanimously by the Senate, clergy, and people of Rome, Gregory did not want the office. He felt unworthy of it and feared its duties might lure him to worldliness. Hence, he fled the city and wrote the emperor beseeching him not to confirm the election. But the Roman prefect intercepted the letter and sent instead a petition urging the confirmation. Gregory was captured at last and forcibly consecrated supreme pontiff. He was the best qualified man in all Christendom for the place. He represented the best in Rome and the best in Christianity. His comprehensive policy, his grasp of fundamental issues, his political training, his capacity for details made him the man for the hour. He merged the office of Roman emperor and Christian bishop into essentially one, and thus became the real founder of the medieval papacy. His pontificate, therefore, was an era in the history of the Church. Gregory's policy was to uphold and extend the Petrine theory to the utmost, although personally refusing the title of universal bishop. He censured the ambitious Patriarch of Constantinople for assuming that title and wrote to John of Syracuse, "With regard to the Church of Constantinople, who doubts that it is subject to the Apostolic See? The Apostolic See is the head of all churches." To the Patriarch of Alexandria he wrote, in the preface of the epistle, "You have thought fit to make use of a proud title, calling me universal pope, but I beg your most sweet holiness to do this no more." Again he exclaimed, "Whoever calls himself universal bishop is Antichrist." Gregory meant to exercise as much autonomy as possible in ruling the West, but at the same time, to submit to imperial authority in all instances of conflicting claims. He planned to unify and purify the Church and to extend Christianity over the known world. Under Gregory's able management, papal power was consolidated and made supreme in Western Europe. He systematized papal theology and perfected and beautified the church liturgy until it took 3 hours to celebrate the Mass. He regulated the calendar of festivals. He checked heresies by driving Manichaeism and Arianism out of Italy, Spain, and Gaul, and even advised the persecution of African Donatists, 591. The Jews, however, were tolerated, and efforts made to convert them. To get rid of simony, he personally refused all presents and abolished all fees in his court. From priest to bishop, he corrected the clergy and urged upon them celibacy. He restored discipline throughout the Church and patronized all sorts of charity. He fought paganism fiercely by denouncing the Roman classics and even boasting of his own ignorance of them, while at the same time he sent missionaries over most all of Western Europe. Monasticism, which he himself had adopted with all his heart, he encouraged and improved by restoring the early rigid discipline, by separating monks and clergy, by restricting admission to religious houses to persons above the age of 18 years, by insisting on a probation of 2 years, by condemning deserters to life imprisonment, and by favoring the Benedictine rule as the model. The papal court was reorganized, and clergy were substituted for boys and secular adults to attend the pope. Even some efforts were made to check the European slave trade. In administrative power, Gregory was perhaps inferior to Leo I. The Church was very wealthy, owning lands by this time all over Western Europe and in Africa. The Pope had to rule these vast estates as a mighty landlord. Subdeacons were his agents. Tenants were controlled politically as well as religiously. The surplus income was given to the clergy, papal domestics, monasteries, churches, cemeteries, almshouses, and hospitals. On the first of every month, he distributed to the poor corn, wine, cheese, vegetables, oil, fish, meat, clothes, and money. The country was full of tramps and poor clergy. These he provided for and also supported impoverished nobles. His letters are full of items about lawsuits, disputes over weights and measures, collection of rents, emancipation of slaves, marriage of tenants, produce accounts, and a multitude of other affairs. In addition to these multitudinous duties, he was virtual king of Italy. He denounced the corrupt exarch and drilled the Romans for military defense, though he always labored for peace. He held the haughty Lombards in check and converted them to Christianity. He extended his authority over Africa, Spain, Gaul, England, and Ireland, and even claimed jurisdiction over the East. He was the first pope to become in act and in influence, if not in name, the temporal sovereign of the West. He paved the way for Hildebrand and Innocent Roman III. In culture, Gregory was a true son of an age of credulity and superstition. He believed all the current tales about ghosts, miracles, and supernatural manifestations. The linen of St. Paul and his bondage chains, he declared genuine and possessed of miracle-working power. To the converted Visigothic king in Spain, he sent a key made from Peter's chain, a piece of the true cross, and some hairs from the head of John the Baptist. Indeed, this was a practice which he followed in the case of many of his friends whom he desired to especially favor. The monuments of classic genius he despised, asserting that it was his wish to be unknown in this world and glorified in the next. He very severely censured the profane learning of a bishop who taught grammar, studied the Latin poets, and pronounced Jupiter and Christ in the same breath. It was his constant habit, on the other hand, to enforce upon all Christians, clergy, and laity alike the great duty of reading the Bible. Still, his own literary work was rather voluminous. He wrote 850 letters more than all his 69 predecessors together on all topics and to all Christendom. In addition, he produced his Magna Moralia, some homilies, a book on pastoral rule, and liturgical treatises. His productions are below mediocrity, and he cannot compare with Leo I as a critic, expositor, or original thinker. He had but a slight knowledge of Greek and knew no Hebrew, nor did he possess a deep acquaintance with the Church Fathers. Yet for that age, he was a cultured man and enjoyed a high reputation for piety and learning, and spoke to unborn generations. By his writings and the fame of his personal sanctity, by the conversion of England and the introduction of an impressive ritual, Gregory the Great did more than any other pontiff to advance Rome's ecclesiastical authority. His virtues and faults, his simplicity and cunning, his pride and humility, his ignorance and his learning all were suited to the times and made him the greatest of all the early popes. He closes the period of the Church Fathers and opens the Middle Ages. For 150 years, there were no material acquisitions of ecclesiastical power. Hence, the history of the papacy becomes very uninteresting and comparatively unimportant. When Gregory the Great closed his remarkable career, 604, the papacy of the Middle Ages had been born and in form resembled the empire. The head of the church was known as Pope. Because of his peculiar personal holiness, he could be judged by none, though himself judge of all. The hierarchy of officers had been practically completed. The laity was distinctly cut off from the clergy and deprived of powers exercised in the 1st and 2nd centuries. The election of the clergy had changed from a democratic to an aristocratic process. There was a marked evolution in rites and ceremonies. Art and music were now employed. The Mass gradually became the powerful, mysterious center of all worship, while public worship became imposing, dramatic, theatrical. Festivals were multiplied almost without number. The worship of martyrs and saints became so widespread and popular that a calendar of saints was formed. Pilgrimages grew to be very numerous, and the use of relics developed such a craze that the fathers, councils, popes, and at last the emperor himself sought to check it. Religious pageants were multiplied, and the use of images and pictures of saints were encouraged in the churches. The Virgin Mary was exalted to the eminence of divinity. In imitation of the court calendar, loftier titles of spiritual dignity were adopted or invented for the higher ecclesiastics. The dogma of the unity of outward representation had acquired not merely a material and visible, but also a sacramental character. Thus the Church was the only channel of spiritual graces, hence union with the Church was absolutely indispensable to salvation. The Church had become immensely wealthy in lands, buildings, and furniture. This corrupting familiarity with secular affairs was early seen and denounced. St. Chrysostom sharply rebuked the bishops who had fallen to the condition of land stewards, hucksters, brokers, publicans, and pay clerks. The Council of Chalcedon ordered the bishops to appoint land stewards to look after their estates. Sources: A. Primary, Colby, C.W., Selections from the Sources of English History. Lond and N.Y. 1899, G. H. and Hardy, W.J., Documents Illustrative of English Church History. Lond, 1896, Henderson, E.F., Select Historical Documents of the Middle Ages. N.Y. 1892, Innocent Roman III, The Mirror of Man's Life. Lond, 1576, The Droom of Doomsday, Tr. by G. Gascoigne. Lond. Bull of March 3, 1216. Tr. by W. Beaumont. Lond, Lee, G.C., Leading Documents of English History. Lond, Ogg F.A., A Sourcebook of Medieval History. N.Y., Robinson, J.H., Readings in European History, I. 338. Thatcher and McNeill, A Sourcebook for Medieval History, 497, 535, 537. B. Secondary. I. Special, Bauer, A. History of the Popes, Roman 6, 183 ff. Greenwood, T. Cathedra Petri, v. 321-668 Gurney, J.H., 4 Ecclesiastical Biographies. Lond. Note: there is no good biography of Innocent Roman III. In English. Langen, Herder, de Litzt have excellent works in German, and Jory and Luchaire in French. Roman II General. Adams 354, 269, 393, 414 Allen Roman II, 73, 80, 82, 90, 99, Alzog Roman II, 411, 421. Bryce, C.H., 13. Butler, C.H., 81, 82 Cox Lect, 7 Sec 6 Creighton I 21, Crook, C.H., 34 Darras Roman III, 311 ff. Dollinger Roman IV, ch. 3, sec. 3. Emerton, ch. 10. Fisher, P.D. 6 ch. 3. Fawkes 369, 398 Gibbon Roman 6, 36. Giesler Roman II, section 54. Gilmartin Roman II, ch. 56 Gregorovius B.K. Roman 9 ch. 13. Gizot Hist of Fr. ch. 18 Hallam Roman 3, ch. 6 Hardwick ch. 10 Sec 1 Hare ch. 13 Hayes Sec 192. Ingham ch. 1. Jennings ch. 13. Kurtz Sec. 96 109. Milman BK 9 ch. 110. Milner Roman 3 Cent 12 ch. 6 Moeller Roman 2 275. Mosheim Cent 11 pt. 2 ch. 2 Neander Roman 4 173. Platina Roman 2 6873. Reichel 242 ff. Robertson BK 6 ch. 1 Robinson ch. 14. Tout ch. 14. Footnotes: Thatcher and McNeill, number 105. Henderson, 420. Bari, The Papal Monarchy, 287, calls him a Roman with northern blood in his veins. He wrote, De Contemptu Mundi, Civi de Miseria Humani Conditionis, Mean, Volume 217. Part tr. In Greenwood v. 349, Mysteriorum Evangelici Leges et Sacramenti Eucharistui, de Quadriortita Specia Nuptorum, lost. Herder, Volume I, 8990. Greenwood, Volume V, 371. Gesta in, Roman 3, Sec Roman 2, p. 34. Ep in Roman 3, Lib I ep. 117, 335. Gesta, Sec 8, ep. I 23, 577, Herder I 125, Thatcher and McNeill, number 123. Greenwood v. 376, ep. I 410. A papal bull declaring Sicily a papal fief was accepted without opposition. Gesta, Sec Roman 2. Ibid, Sec 910. Creighton I p. 21. Thatcher and McNeill, number 130. Mohn, Jur, Roman 2, 224. Greenwood v. 510. Thatcher and McNeill no. 135, 136. Og, section 66. Gesta Sec. 58. Ep. I 99, 249, 446. Greenwood v. 456. Thatcher and McNeill, number 118. Henderson, 11. Lee, Sourcebook of Ang Hist, Sec. 66. Ep. v. 66. See Roger of Wendover's Chronicle for facts about Life of Langton and Hooke, Lives of Archbishops of Cant, Roman 2, 657. Cf. Roger of Wendover Chronicle tr. by Giles. Lee Sourcebook, Sec. 67, Colby, number 29. Lee Sourcebook, Sec. 68, 69. Ibid, Sec. 71. Greenwood v. 587. Ep. Roman 16, 77. Lee Sourcebook, Sec. 72, 73, 74. G. and Hardy no. Roman 25. Roger of Wendover Chronicle tr. by Giles Roman 2, 304. Lee Sourcebooks. Reimer I 135. Thatcher and McNeill, number 129. Gesta par. 60, 61. Ep. I 353, 354. Ibid 109, 110. Ibid, 6870. Thatcher and McNeill, number 286. Transl and reprints Roman 3, number 1 p28. Gesta, sec 83, 85, 87. Ibid, sec 89, ep. Roman 7, 164, Transl and reprints Roman 3, number 1 p20. Gesta, sec 93. Gesta, sec 98. Thatcher and McNeill, number 288. Robinson readings, I 338. Ep. I 494. C. Munro, The Wren of the 12th Cent. Inan, Rep of A.M. Hist. Asak, 1906 I 45. Lee Hist, of Inc., ICH 2. Ibid, I 64. Ibid, 66. Lee Hist, of Inc., Volume I 68. Ibid, 69. Ibid, 72. Robinson, Readings, I 380. Lee Hist, of Inc., I 76. Ibid, 89. Robinson, Readings, I 381. Robinson, Readings, I 385. Ep. I 94. Ibid, 7980. Ibid, 94. Ep. Volume Roman 2, 335. Ibid, I 94. Ibid, X 149. Greenwood v. 641-644. Lee Hist, of Inc., I 314, 320. Gesta, sec 41-42. Ep. I 335, 349, 399. Greenwood v. 651. Ep. I 130. Gesta, sec 133. Ep. I 7980. Ibid, Roman 16, 3034. Lee Hist, of Inc., I 4146. Matt, Paris in 1215, Murat Roman 7, 893, Reynaldus in 1215. Lee Hist, of Sac, Celib. By the 13th century, celibacy was generally recognized as a canon all over the Latin Church, but secret alliances continued as an unmitigated evil. Ep. I 205, 217, 250, 292, 294, 388, 416, etc. Gesta sec. 3445. Greenwood v. 666. Reynaldus and 1216 sec. 11. Fleury H.E. Roman 16, 426. Gesta sec. 134. Chapter 11. Monasticism. Outline I. Importance of the institution of monasticism. Roman 2. Antecedents and analogies. Roman 3. Causes of the origin of Christian monasticism. Roman 4. Evolution of Christian monasticism. V-spread of group monasticism from the east to the west. Roman 6. Development of monasticism in Western Europe. Roman 7. Opposition to monasticism. Roman 8. Result and influences of monasticism. Roman 9. Sources. Monasticism, the story of which is one of the strangest problems in church history and is enshrouded in legend, originated outside the church, but soon became the dominant factor in the church. It was not the product of Christianity so much as an inheritance and adopted child. It supported the Orthodox faith, upheld the papal theory, monopolized ecclesiastical offices, helped to mold the church constitution, and supplied the great standing army of the popes. It was a determining factor in European civilization. The monk was the ideal man of the Middle Ages. He stood for the highest morality and best culture of that period. As a missionary, he planted the church over Western Europe. He stood between the laity and the hierarchy, as the friend of the former and the champion of the latter. He created the system of public charity and had a marked influence on industry and agriculture. Before long, a monk sat in the chair of St. Peter and sought to rule the church. The first series of great ecclesiastical reforms was produced by the Hermits in the 4th century, the Benedictines in the 6th, the Clugniacs in the 11th, and the Begging Orders in the 13th. Monasticism, therefore, was a very important institution in the rise of the church. Monasticism originated in antiquity and was based on a general principle broader than any creed. It grew out of that mystical longing for an uninterrupted inner enjoyment of the soul, out of a passion for self-brooding, and out of an abnormal view of the seclusion necessary for the cultivation of the true religious life, which would save the soul from sin. It was simply an effort to explain the riddle of existence and to comprehend the true relations of God, man, and the world. Every great religion has expressed itself in some form of monasticism. Centuries before Jesus, there were monks and crowded convents among the Hindus. The sacred writings of the ancient Hindus, 2400 BC, reveal many legends about holy hermits and give ascetic rules. Buddha, who founded his faith possibly 6 centuries BC, enjoined celibacy on his priests. Alexander the Great found monasticism flourishing in the East. In Greece, the pagan Jesuits, the Pythagoreans, were a kind of ascetic order. Plato, with his powerful appeal for the ideal life, had a marked influence upon the ascetic views of the early Christians, and Neoplatonism became a positive force in Christendom during the 3rd and 4th centuries. The priestesses of Delphic Apollo, Achaean Juno, and Scythian Diana were virgins. In Judea, the ancient Nazarites afford an example. The Essenes seem to be the direct forerunners of Christian monasticism. In addition, there were conspicuous individual examples in Jewish history like that of Elisha, Elijah, Samuel, and John the Baptist. In Rome, the name of Vestal Virgin was a proverb. In Egypt, the priests of Serapis were ascetics, the priestesses of Ceres were separated from their husbands, and the Therapeutae were rigid monks who lived about the time of Jesus. These influences and examples, coupled with Platonic philosophy and the interpretation put upon the teachings and lives of Jesus and his apostles, produced Christian monasticism. Jesus himself was unmarried, poor, and had not where to lay his head. He commanded the rich young man to sell his property for the poor, and said, "Take no thought for the morrow what ye shall eat, and what ye shall drink, or wherewithal ye shall be clothed." St. John and probably other apostles were celibates. The apostles likewise taught that following Jesus meant forsaking father, mother, brethren, wife, children, houses, and lands. They urged Christians to crucify the flesh and disparaged marriage, and they too were poor and homeless like their master. The supreme question asked by earnest Christians in all ages has been this: what is the true, the ideal Christian life? At every step of her progress, the Church has given a different answer to the important query. Yet in all this divergent opinion, there is plainly seen one common conviction: to live in the service of God, in the religious denunciation of the world, and in the abnegation of the joys of life, that is the universal reply. In the early Church, this position was very strongly emphasized and led, in consequence, to the rise of monasticism. Hence, it may be said that the monastic ideals simply expressed the highest ideals of the Church, and the history of monasticism becomes a vital part of the history of the medieval Church. It must be remembered, too, that the old belief that the Church was poor, pure, and wholly spiritual until the time of Constantine is a false tradition. The secularization and materialization of the Church was so noticeable as to cause complaint as early as the 3rd century. The Church Fathers unanimously deplore the precocious decay of the Christian world. To the minds of many, therefore, the only way to escape the damning effects of contamination with the Roman world, the only way to elude the evils in the Church itself, and the only sure way of leading the ideal Christian life was to flee from villages and cities to the mountains and deserts. They fled not only from the world, but from the world within the Church. When Christianity was drawn from the catacombs to the court of the Caesars, it lost its power to regenerate souls. That memorable alliance hindered neither the ruin of the empire nor the servitude and mutilation of the Church. Associated with the power that so long sought to destroy her, the Church was brought face to face with the tremendous task of transforming and replacing the empire. At the same time, the Church made a desperate attempt, though in vain, to keep alive the spiritual torches of apostolic Christianity. The solution of that great problem, however, was left to the monks. The philosophy which prevailed among many of the early Christians held that the material world is all evil, and that the spiritual world is the only good. Gnosticism, which permeated Christendom in the 2nd century, declared that the body is the seat of evil and hence that it must be abused in order to purify the soul within. Montanism advocated an excessive Puritanism and prescribed numerous fasts and severities, which paved the way for asceticism. Other groups of Christian philosophers exercised similar influences. The Church itself commended fasting and other practices for the cultivation of spiritual benefit. Celibacy of the clergy gradually became the rule. As a result, the belief soon developed that the surest way to gain eternal joys in heaven was to turn away from the transitory pleasures of earth. Christianity in the 1st and 2nd centuries was the gospel of renunciation and resurrection. The next logical step was to make the body as miserable as possible here, sort of a pious sacrifice in order to make the soul happier hereafter. To die that one might really live, to find one's life in losing it, that became the supreme purpose of earthly existence. The most eminent of the early fathers commended asceticism, particularly fasting and celibacy, and many likewise practiced it. It is easy to feel that the air was charged with ascetic ideals. The literature, the philosophy, and the religion of the day all pointed out narrow paths that led to holiness. As a result, there were many ascetics of both sexes, although they were bound by no irrevocable vow. The persecutions of Christians by the Roman government forced many to flee for safety to the deserts and mountains. Thus Paul of Thebes and St. Anthony fled in the Decian persecutions about the year 250. When persecution ceased, martyrdom had become such a holy act, and such a short, easy road to a sainted, eternal life, that the most devout resolved that since they could not die as martyrs, they would at least live as martyrs. The mildness of the climate in Egypt and Palestine, where the small amount of food and clothing needed for subsistence was easily procured, made those regions the birthplace of monasticism. The growth of worldliness in the church, with the increase of numbers and wealth, gave rise to many cries for reform. The legalization, and along with it, the paganization of the church gave birth to much that was bitterly denounced. The union of the church and state was the climax. The church was no longer the bride of Christ. It was held, but the mistress of a worldly ruler. Hence monasticism turned its back not only on the world, but also on the church. To understand it, therefore, it must be viewed as the first great reformation in the church, a desire to return to simple, pure, spiritual, apostolic Christianity. Christian monasticism did not begin at any fixed time or place. It was slowly evolved as a curious mixture of heathen, Jewish, and Christian influences. The whole church had an ascetic aspect during the apostolic age, hence endurance, hardihood, and constant self-denial were required of its members. But for 150 years no proofs of a distinct class of ascetics can be found within the church, except, perhaps, the order of widows, devoted to charity, supported by gifts from the faithful, and sanctioned by the apostles. In the 2nd century, however, a class of Orthodox Christians, who desired to attain Christian perfection, were called abstinents or ascetics. They withdrew from society but not from the church, renounced marriage and property, fasted and prayed, and eagerly sought a martyr's death. The belief that the end of the world was near no doubt did much to emphasize the necessity of preparing for the day of judgment. By the 3rd century, the Christian literature, philosophy, and theology were tinged with asceticism. Cyprian, Origen, Hieracus, Methodius, Tertullian, and others taught the efficacy of asceticism in one form or another, and, to some extent, practiced it themselves, but always within the church. The heretical sects became still more prominent in their reverence for austerities and even outdid the Orthodox in practice. This first stage of asceticism was neither organized nor absolutely cut off from the church. The product of this widespread ascetic agitation was the creation of a new type, namely, anchoritism or hermit life, about the middle of the 3rd century. This was the second phase of monastic evolution. It appeared first in Egypt about the 4th century, where the physical conditions were most suitable, in the home of the Therapeutae and Serapis monks, the stronghold of heresy and paganism, the birthplace of Neoplatonism amid a people famous for fanaticism. The Decian persecution in 250 was, apparently, the immediate occasion for its birth. Anthony of Alexandria and Ammon were the earliest representatives of this new form of asceticism. Paul of Thebes, however, is now generally believed to be a pious romance from the pen of Jerome, but he may still be viewed as typical. Anthony 251–356, the patriarch of the monks, was the real founder of anchoritism. He early sold his estate for the poor, gave his sister to a body of virgins, and cut himself off from the world by retiring to a desert in order to devote his life to spiritual things. He lived as a strict hermit till a great age, gained a worldwide fame, had many visitors seeking spiritual guidance, and won many converts to monasticism. Soon the wildest tales were told about his divine powers. Before he died, Egypt was full of hermits, and some were found in Palestine. Athanasius wrote his biography, which was read over all Christendom and scattered seeds of anchoritism everywhere, a book which influenced the thought of the age. Ammon had a settlement of possibly 5,000 hermits at Mount Nitria in Lower Egypt and was almost as renowned as Anthony, his great contemporary. The example of these illustrious characters drew thousands of both the curious and the sincere to Egypt. Whole congregations, led by their bishops, withdrew to the desert for salvation. Priests fled from the obligations of their office. By the 4th century, that land was full of hermits. Their life was of a negative character, founded on abstinence and bodily abuse, a holy rivalry of self-torture and suicidal austerities. These practices may be divided into 4 classes: dietetic, sexual, social, and spiritual. 1. From a dietetic standpoint, the hermits either fasted, or ate the simplest foods, or consumed the smallest quantities. Thus the renowned Isidore of Alexandria never ate meat, and often at the table would burst into tears for shame at the thought that he who was destined to eat angels' food in paradise should have to eat the material food of animals. Macarius ate but once a week. His son lived 3 years on 5 ounces of bread a day and 7 years on raw vegetables. Allos boasted that up to his 18th year he never ate bread. Simeon ate but once daily, and in fast time not at all. Heliodorus often fasted 7 days at a time. In Mesopotamia, a group of hermits lived on grass. 2. Sexually, the hermits believed either in absolute virginity or in abstinence. 3. The social and domestic vagaries of anchoritism assumed many forms. The hermits fled from the society of the world, deserted friends and family, courted the company of wild beasts, lived in caves, dried-up wells, swamps, rude huts, tombs, and on the summits of solitary columns, or wandered about without fixed homes. A monk named Aixismas lived 60 years in the same cell without seeing or speaking to any person, and was finally shot for a wolf. Some hermits wore no clothing, and thus exposed the body to the broiling sun and to biting insects. Macarius, to atone for killing a gnat, lay naked 6 months in a swamp and was so badly stung that he was mistaken for a leper. Others wore hair shirts, carried heavy weights suspended from the body, slept in thorn bushes, against a pillar, in cramped quarters, or deprived themselves altogether of sleep. Many never washed their faces nor cared for their hair, beards, teeth, and nails. With them, filthiness seemed to be next to godliness. Anthony and Hilarion scorned either to cut or to comb their hair except at Easter, or to wash their hands and faces. Saint Abraham never washed his face for 50 years, yet his biographer proudly says, his face reflected the purity of his soul. Theodosius, like a second Moses, had a stream of water burst from a rock that his thirsty monks might drink. One wicked fellow, overcome by a pitiable weakness for cleanliness, took a bath when, lo, the stream dried up. Thereupon, the frightened and repentant monks promised never to insult heaven by using water for that purpose again, and after a year of waiting, a second miracle gave them a fresh supply. 4. A sincere desire for spiritual improvement expressed itself in various practices. Prayer was perhaps the most common means to that end, and it was believed that number and duration counted the most. Paul the Simple repeated 300 prayers a day and counted them with pebbles. A certain famous virgin added 400 to that number daily. Some spent all day, and others all night in prayer. Meditation and contemplation were generally employed. Preaching and singing were common forms of religious activity. Studying and writing engaged those of a more scholarly bent of mind. Out of this unorganized anchoritism there grew, by the latter part of the 3rd century, a crude form of group monasticism. This was the 3rd stage in the progress of monastic life. Such renowned hermits as Saint Anthony in Upper Egypt, Ammon at Mount Nitria, Joannes in Thebaid, Macarius in the Setish desert, and Hilarion in the Gaza desert each had a coterie of imitators imbued with a common purpose and with a profound respect for their leader, but no uniform rules governed them at first. As time passed, however, the necessity of regulating the various relations of so many became apparent. The organizations of the Essenes and Therapeutae may have served as models. At Mount Nitria, the monks by common arrangement lived in separate cells, but had a dining room and a chapel for all. Pachomius, 280–346, a converted heathen soldier, of little education, a pupil of Palemon for 12 years, created the first monastic rule and organized at Tabana on the Nile the first monastic congregation, 322, while his sister formed the first convent at Tabnesi. This first walled monastery had many cells built to accommodate 3 monks in each. Membership was guarded by 3 years' probation on severe discipline. The monks met in silence for one daily meal and wore white hoods so as not to see each other. They prayed 36 times daily, worked with their hands indoors and out, and wore over their linen underclothes white goat skins day and night. They were ruled by priors, chosen on merit from the 24 classes of monks. At the head of the whole system stood an abbot. When Pachomius died, 346, he had established 9 cloisters with 3,000 monks. He called them all together twice a year and paid them annual visits. By 400, the monks numbered 50,000. The great Athanasius visited Tabana to inspect the system and to study the operation of this epoch-making rule. From Tabana, organized monasticism spread over Egypt and then to nearly every province in the Roman Empire by the end of the 4th century. In the Holy Land labored Hilarion, Epiphanius, Hesychas, the Bethlehem brothers, Ammonius, Silvanus, and Zacharias. Jerome, the celebrated church father, with Paula, a rich Roman widow, left Rome for the east. After studying monasticism in Egypt, they located at Bethlehem, 386. There Jerome studied the scriptures and ruled a large crowd of monks, while Paula became the head of a convent for girls. Melania built a convent on the Mount of Olives and ruled 50 virgins, 375. Gadana and Elias labored on the lower Jordan. In Asia Minor labored, conspicuous among many, Eustathius, who first prescribed a monastic dress, Basil the Great, c. 379, who originated the monastic vow, the famous Nilus, c. 430, and the hated hermit Marcus, c. 431. Syria was renowned for at least a dozen hermits, the most celebrated being Simeon Stylites, c. 459, the pillar saint. From Egypt and Asia, the institution spread to Greece and became quite general by the 4th century. The most famous cloister was that of Studium, 460, at Constantinople. The islands of the Adriatic and Tuscan Sea were soon covered with monasteries swarming with monks. The 4th and most important step is found in the development of the institution in Western Europe. Athanasius, a hero and oracle to the Western Church, on a tour to Rome in 340, carried with him from Egypt 2 specimens of hermits. His Life of Anthony was soon translated into Latin. The West had already heard about the institution, and many individuals had visited the most celebrated hermits in Egypt. After 340, many men and women began to give enthusiastic support to the new institution. Eusebius, c. 370, lived by rule with his clergy under one roof at Vercelli in northern Italy. Ambrose fostered it in and around Milan. Paul of Nola, c. 431, lived in Campagna. Conspicuous examples were found among the Roman virgins and widows. Marcella in Rome turned her palace into a convent. Paula and her whole family lived as ascetics. The widow Lee was an active worker. Melania devoted her fortune to the cause. Many of the nobles of Rome likewise became converts to the new idea. Jerome and Rufinus were conspicuous examples of those devotees who by precept and practice soon popularized monasticism throughout Italy. Convents for both sexes were soon founded. From Rome, Augustine carried the institution back to northwestern Africa. When Cassian, c. 448, left Egypt and planted 2 monasteries at Marseille, he found monks already in France. Martin, the Bishop of Tours, turned his episcopal palace into a monastery, and at his death, 2,000 monks followed him to the grave. Poitiers, Lyon, and Treves, together with the bordering mountains, were soon scenes of monastic activity. Donatus, an African monk, early carried the new faith to Spain, where it soon became so popular that by 380 a synod forbade priests dressing as monks. Athanasius, who lived at Treves as an exile, probably introduced it into Germany. The British Isles had a flourishing system long before the mission of Augustine. By the 5th century, therefore, monasticism had been firmly planted over all Western Europe. Although Western monasticism was an offspring of the Eastern type, yet the child differed much from the parent. Anchoritism gained but little foothold in the West because of climatic and ethnic differences. The group type was dominant in the West, and extremes and excesses were absent. No pillar saints and other conspicuous fanatics were found there. Western monasticism was a more practical system, an economic factor, a powerful missionary machine, an educational agency, and the pioneer of civilization. It was not a negative force, but very aggressive and made history. It led all the great reform movements. It was uniform in spirit, though widely divergent in form. In some cases, monks were under abbots each with his own rule. Others had no fixed abode, and many of them were tramps of the worst description, living on their holy calling. Jerome, Ambrose, Augustine, and many other fathers have left sufficient complaints about the growing monastic disorders. The need of a common rule, therefore, was generally felt in order to unify the highly varied, and in part, highly doubtful forms of monasticism. Early efforts were made to meet that need. Jerome translated the rule of Pachomius into Latin, and it was used in parts of Italy. Rufinus brought the rule of Basil the Great to Rome, and it was adopted in southern Italy and in Gaul. The rule of Macarius was at least known in the West. Cassian, c. 448, was the first, however, to write out for the cruder Western institution a detailed constitution, c. 429. He had studied monasticism in Egypt and drew up a very complete rule which covered all the essential phases of cloister life. It was used in many cloisters till the 9th century. During this early unorganized period, popes, councils, and even secular powers often tried to control and regulate monasticism. The great organizer and unifier of Western monasticism, however, was Saint Benedict, d. 543, the patriarch of the monks of the West. Born of rich parents at Nursia in 480, he was sent to Rome to complete his education. There he became disgusted with the vice about him, fled from college, family, and fortune, and at the age of 16, retired to a cave at Subiaco 30 miles from Rome. He became a severe ascetic, wore a hair shirt and a monk's dress of skins, rolled in beds of thistles to subdue the flesh, and chose to be ignorant and holy rather than educated and wicked. His fame soon attracted disciples, and he established 12 monasteries, with a dozen monks and a superior in each, but all under his own supervision. Later he left Subiaco and went to Monte Cassino, where he spent the closing years of his remarkable career. Monte Cassino became the capital of Western monasticism. To control his monks, Benedict drew up in 529 the Holy Rule, which became the basis for all Western monastic orders and was a rival of Saint Basil's rule in the East. The Holy Rule was the product of Benedict's own sad experience as hermit, cenobite, and superior, and also of his observations concerning the monastic laxness which he saw on all hands. It consists of a prologue and chapters on 73 governmental, social, moral, liturgical, and penal subjects. The whole spirit and aim of the rule were constructive and reformatory. It provided for an organization monarchical at the top and democratic at the bottom. Each monastery had an abbot elected for life by all the monks to rule the monastery in the place of Christ. The abbot chose the prior and deans on the basis of merit, with the approval of the monks, but minor officials were named directly by the abbot. The important business affairs of the monastery were conducted by the abbot in consultation with all the monks, but minor matters required only the advice of the superior officers. Admission was open to all ranks and classes of men above 18 on an equal footing after 1 year's probation. The two fundamental principles in this constitution were labor and obedience. Indolence was branded as the enemy of the soul. Each candidate had to take the vow of obedience and constancy to the order, chastity and poverty, of course, being implied. A monk's day was minutely regulated, according to the seasons, and consisted of an alternation of manual work, study, and worship, with short intervals for food and rest. Labor was thus regulated in the monastery somewhat as in an industrial penitentiary. The frugal meal was eaten in silence, while some edifying selection was read. The monks had to renounce the world and give all the fruits of their labors to the monastery. Obedience was regarded as the most meritorious and essential condition of all. Monasticism meant a generous sacrifice of self and implied a surrender of the will to a superior. The monk must obey not only the abbot but also the requests of his brethren. Monks were treated as children grown up. They could not own property, not even the smallest trifles. They were not allowed to walk abroad at will, If sent away, they could not eat without the abbot's permission, they could not receive letters from home, and they were sent to bed early. Once in the order, the vow of stability prevented withdrawal. A violation of any of the regulations entailed punishment, private admonition, exclusion from common prayer, whipping, and expulsion. This rule, all things considered, was mild, flexible, and general, with order, proportion, and regularity, yet brief, concise, and well-tempered to the needs of Western Europe. Hence, like Aaron's rod, it soon swallowed up the other rules in use. Before 600, it was supreme in Italy. In 788, the Council of Aachen ordered it, and no other to be used throughout the kingdom of Charles the Great. In the 9th century, it superseded the Isidore rule in Spain. It embraced likewise the Columban rule in Western Europe, and by the 10th century prevailed everywhere. Under it, the Benedictines had a remarkable history. At one time, they had 37,000 monasteries and altogether produced 24 popes, 200 cardinals, 4,000 bishops, and 55,505 saints. The Benedictine monasteries differed from later monastic bodies in the fact that they were quite independent of each other and had no common head. After the 13th century, they were surpassed by the begging orders and devoted themselves mostly to literary pursuits, soon becoming more noted for learning than piety. Their edition of the Church Fathers is a monument of scholarly industry. The order still exists, chiefly in Austria and Italy, and is noted mostly for its classical learning. They boast of 16,000 distinguished writers. These early monasteries were like swarming bees in planting monastic societies in every part of Western Europe. The passion grew until it became a veritable madness, which seized the pious and lawless alike. Popes like Gregory I praised the institution and promoted its interest in every possible way. Even kings like Carloman of the Franks, Rothschild of the Lombards, great statesmen like Cassiodorus, and others voluntarily became monks. Louis the Pious, the Roman emperor, was prevented from that course only by his nobles. The monk was the leader and pattern of the Middle Ages. Every father was ambitious to have his son enter that holy calling. To the quiet and peaceful abode of the monastery, therefore, went not only the pious, but the student, those who disliked the soldier's life, the disconsolate, the disgraced, the disappointed, the indolent, and the weary. And this powerful organization was utterly under the control of the great Roman bishop and his subordinates. The remarkable growth of monasticism brought great wealth and political power, which were used in large measure to strengthen the church. Kings and nobles made large grants of lands, especially Charles the Great and Louis the Pious. Besides, many monks brought their possessions as gifts to the monastery, and not infrequently powerful abbots took lands by force. Monasticism thus gradually became secularized and also feudalized. Monasteries were often used as prisons for deposed kings, criminals, and clergy convicted of crime. The abbots were virtually secular lords who ruled as local sovereigns, claimed immunity from tolls and taxes, went hunting and hawking, and even fought at the head of their troops. As a result, the office of abbot became a coveted prize for the younger and the illegitimate sons of nobles. What effect this secularization had upon the high ideals may be easily seen. Soon, only certain ceremonies distinguished the monks from the secular clergy. The monks as such belonged to the laity. Monasticism was viewed as a lay institution as late as the Council of Chalcedon, 451, when the legal authority of the bishop over the monks of his diocese was recognized. The monks were called religiosi in contrast to the seculares, the priests. The monks were the regulars who formed the spiritual nobility and not the ruling class in the hierarchy. They formed another grade in the hierarchy between the clergy and the laity. But after the 5th century, the difference became less marked. Since monasticism was considered the perfection of Christian life, it was natural to choose the clergy from the monks. Gregory the Great was the first monk to be elected pope. Monasteries were the theological seminaries to supply priests for the church, hence the ignorant clergy looked up to the educated monks. Still, monks at first, because not ordained, could not say Mass nor hear confession. Each monastery kept a priest or an ordained monk to fulfill these duties. Abbots were usually in priestly orders. In time, however, monks assumed the dress of priests and became ambitious for priestly powers, especially after the Council of Chalcedon, backed by the state, gave bishops jurisdiction over cloisters. Often monasteries applied to the Pope for independence from episcopal jurisdiction and were taken under the immediate protection of the Bishop of Rome. By the 6th century, monks were classed in the popular mind with the clergy. In 827, a council at Rome ordered that abbots should be in priests' orders. Monks now began to sit in and to control church synods, and to exercise all the rights of the secular clergy, even to having parishes, and thus became powerful rivals of the established priesthood. The crystallization of ascetic ideals into monastic institutions was attacked by heathenism and did not meet the unanimous approval of Christendom. Before Constantine, the pagans denounced the hermits because they were guilty of the treasonable act, from a Roman view, of fleeing from social and civic duties. After Constantine, when monasticism became the fad, it was assailed by the aristocratic pagan families who lost sons, and especially wives and daughters, in the maelstrom of enthusiasm, because it broke family ties and caused the neglect of obvious responsibilities. Julian, the imperial pagan reactionist, called it fanaticism and idolatry. Pagan poets like Libanius and Rutilius denounced it as an institution hostile to light. Within Christendom, hostility came from Christian rulers like Valens, because monasticism withdrew civil and military strength from the state, when all was needed against the barbarians, and because it encouraged idleness and unproductiveness instead of useful activity and heroic virtue. From Christians of wealth and indulgence who felt rebuked by the earnestness, poverty, and holy zeal of an ascetic life. From the clergy who did not comprehend the significance of monasticism. And from the liberal party in the church, who took a saner view of salvation and ethics. Juvinian, d. 406, like Luther, first a monk and then a reformer, held these 5 points according to Jerome. 1. That virgins, widows, and wives are all on an equality if good Christians. 2. That thankfully partaking of food is as efficacious as fasting. 3. That spiritual baptism is as effectual in overcoming the devil as baptism. 4. That all sins are equal. 5. That all rewards and punishments will be equal. Jerome answered him, and Pope Siricius excommunicated him and his followers as heretics, 390. Helvidius of Rome denounced the reverence for celibacy and declared that the marriage state was as holy as that of virginity. Again, Jerome wielded his intellectual cudgel. Bonasus, bishop of Sardica, was excommunicated for holding the same view, 389. Vigilantius, an educated Gallic slave, a disciple of Juvinian, attacked the necessity of celibacy, denied the efficacy of virginity, opposed fasting and torture, ridiculed relics, objected to candles, incense, and prayers for the dead, and doubted miracles. He was a Protestant living in the 5th century. He too was assailed by Jerome and put under the papal ban. Arius of Sebasta, a presbyter, called into question the need or value of fasts, prayers for the dead, the inequality of rank among the clergy, and the celebration of Easter, and of course was outlawed by the Church. Lactantius declared that the hermit life was that of a beast rather than a man and treasonable to society. But all these loud outcries against the monks were branded as heresy and drowned in countershouts of praise. When the results and influences of monasticism are carefully weighed, it is seen that the good and evil are blended together almost inextricably. These diametrically opposite effects are perplexing and astonishing. Conspicuous among the positive results are the following. 1. Religious. The effort to save pure Christianity from the secularized state church by carrying it to the desert or shutting it up in a monastery produced the first great reform movement within the Christian church. It was always the monks who saved the church when sinking, emancipated her when becoming enslaved to the world, defended her when assailed. Monasticism was, therefore, a realization of the ideal in Christianity. In no small sense, it likewise paved the way for the Reformation of the 16th century. The monastic conquest of Christianity left in its train higher ideals of a holy Christian life and a keener religious enthusiasm, and emphasized the necessity of humility and purity. Likewise, monasticism, through its aggressive missionary efforts, completed the overthrow of heathenism in the empire, and in its stead, planted the true faith over Western Europe. The monks were the fiercest champions of orthodoxy, and the intellectual giants of that age, like Jerome and St. Augustine, were in their ranks. The monk, rather than the priest, was the apostle of the Middle Ages who taught men and nations the simple Christian life of the gospel. In monasticism were developed the germs of many humanitarian institutions through which Christianity expressed itself in a most practical manner. The monastery offered a home to the poor and unfortunate, and gave hope and refuge to both the religious invalid, who was sick of the world, and to the religious fanatic. The papacy, too, was supported and strengthened in 1,000 different ways by monasticism, and the whole religious history of the Middle Ages was colored by it. Too social. Monasticism tended to purify and regenerate society with lofty ideas. It became an unexcelled machine for the administration of charity. It fed the hungry, cared for the sick and dying, entertained the traveler, and was an asylum for all the unfortunates. It helped to mitigate the terrors of slavery. It inculcated ideas of obedience and usefulness. It advocated and practiced equality and communism, and it tutored the half-civilized nations of Western Europe in the arts of peace. 3. Political. In its organization and practical life, it kept alive ideas of democracy. From the ranks of the monks came many of the best statesmen in the various European governments. Monastic zeal had much to do in saving the Roman Empire from utter destruction at the hands of the barbarians and in helping to preserve imperial ideas until the rough Teutons were Latinized in their legal and political institutions. In addition, the monks helped to form the various law codes of the German tribes, put them into written form, and took an active part in many forms of local government. In many an instance, they saved the unprotected vassal from the tyrannical noble. 4. Educational. In the monasteries, the torches of civilization and learning were kept burning during the so-called Dark Ages. The first musicians, painters, sculptors, architects, and educators of Christian Europe were monks. They not only established the schools and were the schoolmasters in them, but also laid the foundations for the universities. They were the thinkers and philosophers of the day and shaped the political and religious thought. To them, both collectively and individually, was due the continuity of thought and civilization of the ancient world with the later Middle Ages and with the modern period. 5. Industrial. Not only did the monks develop the various arts such as copying and illuminating books, building religious edifices, painting, and carving, but they also became the model farmers and horticulturists of Europe. Every Benedictine monastery was an agricultural college for the whole region in which it was located. By making manual labor an essential part of monastic life, labor was greatly ennobled above the disreputable position it held among the Romans. The negative effects of monasticism were by no means lacking and may be stated here under the same institutional headings. 1. Religious. In making war on nature, the ascetics made war also on God. They aimed not too high religiously but in the wrong direction. They exaggerated sin and advocated the wrong means to get rid of it. They took religion away from the crowded centers of population, where it was most needed, to the desert or monastery. Thus an abnormal, unwholesome type of piety was created. In replacing faith by works, the monks thus gave birth to a long list of abuses in the church, and in nourishing an insane religious fanaticism, they entailed many grave evils. From one point of view, monasticism became a morbid excrescence of Christianity and tended to degrade man into a mere religious machine. At the same time, the doctrine of future rewards and punishments reached an abhorrent evolution. The awful pangs of hell, the terrific judgments of God, and the ubiquitous and wily devil of the monk's vivid imagination sound strange to a modern mind. But the gravest error in the monastic system was the false and harmful distinction so clearly drawn both in theory and practice between the secular and the religious. The modern world easily harmonizes the two. Too social. Monasticism disrupted family ties and caused the desertion of social duties on the ground of a more sacred duty. It lowered respect for the marriage state by magnifying the virtue of celibacy. In making the monk the ideal man of the Middle Ages, it advocated social suicide. All natural pleasures and enjoyments of life were labeled sinful. Practices, which were little more than superstitions, were advocated. Society in general was demoralized because monasticism failed to practice its own teachings. 3. Political. By inducing thousands, and many of them men of character, ability, and experience, to desert their posts of civic duty, the state was weakened and patriotism forgotten. The monk died to the world and abjured his country. Monasticism aided powerfully in developing the secular side of the papal hierarchy, and soon came to exercise a large amount of political power itself. The monks frequently became embroiled in social disputes and military quarrels, and thus incited rather than allayed the fiercer brute passions of men. For cultural, by holding the education of the people in their hands, the monks had a powerful weapon for evil as well as good. In making the monk the ideally cultured man, a false standard was set up and certain fundamentals in education ignored. Secular learning was not generally encouraged. The supreme end of all their education was not to produce a man, but a priest. 5. Industrial. Thousands withdrew from the various lines of industrial activity, some to obtain the higher good, but many to enter as they supposed a life of ease and idleness. Much of the good that was done in the earlier days was negatived by the begging friars later. Of these two sets of influences which predominated, that both were powerful no one can doubt. All things considered, however, it must be said that monasticism, as it developed in the West, fulfilled a genuine need and performed an important service for Christian civilization. Saint Benedict not only presented a satisfactory solution of the grave dangers threatening this institution as a force in the evolution of the medieval church, but with his organized army of devoted, obedient followers, he met the barbarian hosts invading the Roman Empire and gradually won them to adopt and in due course of time to practice the Christian code. Indeed, it is difficult to imagine how the Church could have forged its course so triumphantly through all the breakers, trials, and vicissitudes of this crucial epoch. How its jurisdiction could have been extended so rapidly and so effectively to all parts of Western Europe, and to some points in the East and in Northern Africa. How its great humanizing, spiritualizing, and edifying influences could have been so persistent, and at the same time so efficient. How the simple, fundamental truths of the gospel as set forth in the Apostolic Church could have been handed on to the later ages had not the growth of monasticism been regulated and utilized. Therefore, next to the evolution of that magnificent organization of the papacy, as a creative factor in the rise of the medieval church, must be placed organized Western monasticism. Sources: A. Primary. I. Jewish, Old Testament. Josephus Antiquities I. BK, 15 ch. 10 sec 45 BK, ch. 1 sec 5 Roman 2 BK, 2 ch. 8 sec 2-11, Philo Contemplative Life. Bone Eckel, Lib. 1855 Roman 4, 121. Roman 2 Greek. New Testament Apocrypha Eusebius Church Hist. Roman 2, ch. 17. Nick and Postnick, Fathers I. Several other eds. Socrates Church Hist. I. 13 Roman 4, 23 ff. Ib. Roman 2 other eds. Sazomen Church Hist. I. 1214 Roman 3, 14 Roman 6, 2834 Ib. Roman 2, Theodoret Church Hist. Ch. 33. Ib. Roman 3, Bone Lib. Evagrius Life of St. Anthony. Bone Lib. 1851, Palladius Historia Lausiaca. Ed. by Butler Texts and Studies. Cam. 1898, Concerning the Ascetic Life, not in Ang. Roman 3 Latin, Sulpicius Severus Dialogues I. Roman 3, Nick and Postnick, Fathers 2d Sirs I. pt. 11, Athanasius Life of Anthony, Ib. Roman 4, 195-21, Ambrose Concerning Virgins, Ib. X. 360, Letters No. 63, Ib. 457 Augustine The Work of Monks. Fathers of the Holy Catholic Church Roman 22, 475-16. Cashin Institutes, Nick and Postnick. Fathers 2d Sir, Zycoenobia Ib. Conferences Ib. Jerome Life of St. Paul I Hermit. Ib. Roman 6, 318 Letters No. 22, 130. Ib. Gregory the Great Letters Ib. Roman 12, Life and Miracles of St. Benedict. Ed. by Luck Lond, 1880, Rufinus History of Monks, not in Ang. Cassiodorus Dissertation on Monasticism, not in Ang Letters. Ed. by Hodgkin Oxf, 1886. Roman 4 Collections, Apostolic Canons, CCH, Roman 9, of this work, Apostolic Constitutions. Ib. Henderson Select Hister. Docs, of the M.A. 274-314, Univ of Neb Europe, Hist. Studies Roman 2, No. 6. Univ. Of Pa, Translations and Reprints Roman 2, No. 7. B. Secondary. I Special, Allies TW The Monastic Life from the Fathers of the Desert to Charlemagne. Lond, 1896, Brown EGK Monastic Legends. Lond, Butler A Lives of the Saints. Lond, 1833 2 vols Balt, 1844 4 vols, de SP Monastic Institutions. Lond, 1865, Dill S. Roman Society in the Last Century of the Western Empire. NY 1904, Fosbroke T.D. British Monachism, 3D ed. Lond. 1843, Fox S. Monks and Monasticism, Eng. Lond, 1848, Hardy H.S. Eastern Monachism. Lond, 1864, Harnack A. Monasticism, Its Ideals and Its History. Tr. by Gillett N. Y. Lond, 1895, Hill O.T. English Monasticism. Lond, 1867, Jameson Mrs. A. Legends of the Monastic Orders. Lond, Reverend ed. Bost, 1896, Kingsley C. The Hermits, Their Lives and Works. Lond. Lee H.C. History of Sacerdotal Celibacy. Phil, 1884 d. ed., NY 1907, 2 vols, Lechner D.P. Life and Times of St. Benedict. Lond, Littledale R.F. Monachism, and Sick, Brit, Montelembert Count de Monks of the West, New ed. Lond, 1896, 7 vols, Northcote J.S. Celebrated Sanctuaries of the Madonna. Lond, 1868, Ruffner H. Fathers of the Desert, NY 1850. 2 vols, Smith I.G. Christian Monasticism, 4th 9th cent. Lond, 1892, Wishart A.D. Short History of Monks and Monasticism. Lond, 1900. Roman II General. Adams Civ, of M.A. Adony Ch. 13, Ulzog Roman II, 114-121, Butler Ch. Hist, Ch. 3435, Brown Stoics and Saints Ch. 56, Cheetham Ch. 12 Sec. 34 Church Begin of M. A. 4858. Clark Events and Epics Ch. 34, Cox Lect, Sec. 3 Cunningham West, Civ. Roman II, 3740. Daras I. Roman II, 3435 121 387 Roman III, 43. Dollinger Roman II, Ch. 5 Sec. 9 Roman III, Ch. 4 Sec. 6. Draper Intel Develop of Europe. Fisher 111, 113, 114, 115, 116, 175, 234. Fitzgerald, I 215-27. Fowlkes 88, 93, 151, 51, 221, 243. Gibbon Ch. 37. Giesler Roman II, Ch. 4 Sec. 95, 97. Gilmartin ICH 9, 22, 45. Hayes Sec. 132, 136. Hurst ICH 3031, Jennings ICH 6, Kurtz I 248-58, 503-509 Lecky Hist of Europe. Morals Roman II, Ch. 4, Mahan BK 4 Ch, Maitland Dark Ages, Milman I BK 1 Ch, 2 BK 3 Ch, 1 Roman II BK 3 Ch, 6, Milner I Cent 4 Ch, 5 Moeller I 355-377, Moshheim BK, Roman II, Cent, Roman 4, Ch. 3 Section 13 Neander Roman II, 262. Newman, I 451. Putnam Books and Their Makers I Robertson BK, 2 Ch. 6 Sec 4 Schaff Roman III, Zenos 104, 154, 171. Chapter 12. Spread of the Christian Church over Europe. Outline I Extent of Christianity under Gregory the Great. Roman II, Character of Missionary Work from the 6th to the 10th century. Roman III, Conversion of the British Isles. Roman IV, Conversion of the Franks. V. Conversion of the Germans. Roman VI, Conversion of Scandinavia. Roman VII, Planting of the Church among the Slavs. Roman VIII, Efforts to convert the Mohammedans. Roman IX, Sources. From the outset, the Christian Church was imbued with a most intense and burning general missionary zeal. The command came in very distinct terms from the Master himself, but there was no recognized principle of propagandism and no special organizations to carry on the work. Each Christian felt the individual obligation to win his fellows to the new faith. Separate churches, no doubt, naturally felt the necessity of some corporate action to convert the heathen in the neighborhood. Prayers, indeed, for the conversion of the heathen were early made an integral part of the liturgies of the Church, East and West. The actual diffusion of Christianity, however, proceeded in a special sense from the evangelical labors of the individual bishops and the clergy. In fact, missionary work was regarded as one of their specific duties handed down from the apostles. With the development of the organization of the church and the appearance of patriarchs, arose the thought that it was the duty of these powerful centers to carry on missionary activity in foreign fields. Monasticism was early utilized for this important work. It must never be forgotten that the aggressive evangelizing efforts of the early church were mainly those of the West, and here is seen another powerful factor in the rise of the medieval church. The conception early developed in the church that the spread of God's kingdom on earth was a warfare. That idea was founded on the words of Jesus, on the assertions of the apostles, and on the sacrifices of the early martyrs. Monasticism made this conviction peculiarly personal. The organized church asserted it on every occasion. The conversion of the barbarians was viewed, in a broad sense, as an invasion and a conquest. It was a campaign with all Western Europe as its field. In time, it covered 6 centuries or more. The generals, the able strategists, were the competent and zealous Roman pontiffs, and the subordinate officers were emperors, kings, princes, bishops, and abbots. The army was that great host of devoted monks, of consecrated priests, and earnest Christian laymen. The weapons in the hands of these conquerors were Christian love and sympathy. They were driven on by an irresistible zeal for saving souls. They were clothed in the power of poverty, austerity, suffering, obedience, and self-denial. The conflict was one which, in its outcome, was to shape the destiny of the world. The man above all others who was carried away by this dream of duty for the church militant in winning those outside the true church to membership was the monk pope, Gregory the Great. Pagan Rome had failed to make a complete and permanent conquest of the barbarians. Christian Rome, inspired by this master spirit, was to succeed in conquering both the bodies and the souls of the barbarians, and to use them for her own glory. When Gregory the Great died in 604, Christendom practically covered the Roman Empire, and at certain points extended beyond it. Those who bore the name Christian included Jews, Romans, Greeks, Celts, and Germans. The Christian world was already divided into 2 great branches: the Eastern, or Greek Church, and the Western, or Roman Church, which were becoming more and more pronounced in their differences. The Christian missionary work, from the 6th to the 12th century, must be viewed broadly as a process of civilization, since the missionaries carried with them intellectual light, as well as spiritual truth, and paved the way for law and justice. They opened up channels through which the higher ideals and better institutions of the South might work northward to revolutionize agriculture, trade, social life, and general economic conditions. "The experience of all ages," said Neander, "teaches us that Christianity has only made a firm and living progress, where from the first it has brought with it the seeds of all human culture, although they have only been developed by degrees." Medieval conversion to Christianity was, as a rule, tribal or national, rather than individual or personal, and consequently it took some time before satisfactory fruitage was noticeable in the lives of the people. But it was a great victory to substitute the Christian for the pagan ideal. The agencies employed to carry out this process of conversion were: 1. Missionaries, mostly Latin, Celtic, English, German, Greek, and Slavic monks. 2. The sword in the hands of a stern ruler. 3. The marriage of Christian women to pagan kings and princes. And 4. The recognized superiority of Christianity, Christian institutions, and Christian nations. It must be borne in mind, likewise, that some of the German tribes settled in the very heart of Christendom, where Christian influences could operate directly and immediately. The earliest successful conversion of the Teutons was to Arianism. That work was begun at least as early as the time of Constantine, because a Gothic bishop sat in the Council of Nicaea, 325. Bishop Ulfilas d. 381, the Apostle to the Goths, called by Constantine the Great the Moses of the Goths, translated the Bible into Gothic and won his countrymen to Arianism. Saint Chrysostom in 404 established in Constantinople a school for the training of Gothic missionaries. The Ostrogoths, Visigoths, Burgundians, and Vandals all embraced that faith. But the fervent and more aggressive missionary zeal of Rome gradually replaced Arianism in Western Europe with Orthodox Christianity. The Burgundians in 517. the Suevi in 550, the Visigoths in 587, the Lombards, the last stronghold of Arianism in the West, in the 8th century. The unparalleled missionary activity of the Roman Church was due, of course, primarily to religious enthusiasm, but other causes must also be taken into account. As a matter of self-preservation to protect herself from the inveterate paganism of the ancient world, on the one hand, and from the torrent of barbaric invaders on the other, the conflict was thrust upon Rome, and she must conquer or perish. Again, the development of the hierarchy along the lines of the Petrine theory made it imperative that Rome should win and rule the West. The wise policy of winning kings first and nations afterwards was simply adopted from Roman imperial practice, but it was eminently successful. It likewise enabled the Pope of Rome to control all missionary enterprise from his ecclesiastical capital, and to employ it for the further extension of the papal prerogative. The results of the spread of Christianity over the Greco-Roman world have already been considered. That conquest decidedly modified the apostolic church in organization, in ceremony, and in doctrine, and laid the foundations for the Roman and Greek churches. The Romanized, monasticized Christian church, over which Gregory the Great ruled, reveals the product of all these early influences. The conversion of the Teutons to Roman Christianity marks another new epoch, not only in the history of the Church, but also in the history of the world. Just as from the Apostolic Church emerged the Roman Church with its pronounced differences, so from the Roman Church evolved the Teutonic Roman Church, which in turn was strikingly unlike its prototype in several particulars. The Germanized Roman Church declared its absolute independence of the Eastern Emperor and launched out on a new world career. The product of all these elements was the Medieval Church, which stood for primitive Christianity, modified first by a growth covering 5 centuries through a stratum of Roman civilization, and secondly for 7 centuries through a superimposed stratum of Germanic civilization. When the pagan Franks began their conquest of Gaul 486, they encountered a civilization that was nominally Christian. Their king, Clovis, married Clotilda, a Christian princess, the daughter of the Burgundian king, 493. She no doubt labored with her lord and master to induce him to embrace her faith. He permitted his child to be baptized in accordance with the Christian rite and tolerated Christian priests and monks as a matter of policy, but that was all. At length, in a battle with the stubborn Alemanni, Clovis, hard-pressed, prayed to the Christian God and promised to turn Christian himself in exchange for victory. His foes fled and left him conqueror. True to his vow, Clovis, after receiving instruction from Bishop Remigius of Rheims, was baptized on Christmas Day 496, and with him 3,000 warriors. This important event, the first step toward the world historical union of Teutonic civilization with the Roman Church, paved the way for Charles the Great and made possible a Christian France. This event was a significant victory for the Nicene Creed and for the Pope of Rome. Orthodoxy and Roman dominion now advanced side by side with Frankish conquests, until both became absolutely independent of the imperial power in the East. The Romans abandoned the island of Britain in 409 forever. About 450, the pagan kinsmen of the Franks, namely the Angles, Saxons, Jutes, and Frisians, crossed to Britain and there found the Christian church already planted. They drove it back to Wales, Ireland, and Scotland, or crushed it out altogether. The Christian Celts, who were thus treated, made no effort at first to convert their heathen conquerors. That was left to missionaries from Rome under the leadership of the monk Augustine. Bede, the venerable church historian, tells the pious tale of how Gregory the Great, before being made pope, saw in the slave market of Rome some boys of a white body and fair countenance, and forthwith became so deeply interested in them and their land that he begged the pope to send him as missionary to Britain. The Romans, it is said, refused to allow him to go, and soon honored him with the tiara of St. Peter. As pope, however, he carried out his intention by sending Augustine, a Benedictine abbot, with 40 monks and Gallic interpreters, and with letters and a library of sacred literature, to England in 596 to begin the work. Now it happened that Ethelbert, the King of Kent, had married Bertha, a Christian princess from Paris, who had been permitted to take a Gallic bishop with her to England. Thus the way had been already opened for the favorable reception of the monks under the guidance of Augustine, which led in 597 to the conversion of Ethelbert at Canterbury, and with him nominally the whole kingdom of Kent. At the first Christmas festival, Ethelbert and 10,000 of his subjects were baptized. Thus Roman Christianity became at once the established state church, and everywhere the bishop's throne was set up side by side with the king's. Augustine, as a reward for his successful services, was soon made the first Archbishop of England, and proceeded to organize the church by sending to Rome for more helpers, by appointing bishops and priests to particular fields of labor, by purifying pagan temples and dedicating them to Christian services, and by repairing and building Christian churches and monasteries. As a result of the sincere, practical measures adopted by Augustine, thousands were soon won to the new faith and Christianity was permanently replanted in the British Islands. The work, so well begun, was continued until Sussex, the last kingdom of the Heptarchy, in 604, embraced the popular religion. Pope Gregory the Great took a keen interest in this grand triumph and made it contribute to the glory of the Roman Church. The monks sent to England by Pope Gregory the Great soon came to see that the Celtic Church differed from theirs in many respects. Augustine himself, having concluded an alliance between Ethelbert and the Roman See, held several conferences with the Christian Celts in order to accomplish the most difficult task of their subjugation to Roman authority. These differences were largely ritualistic and disciplinary. The Celtic Christians celebrated Easter according to the calculation of Sulpicius Severus, while the Romans had another mode of computing the proper day. The Celts appealed to St. John, the Romans to St. Peter. The Celtic Church might be called a monastic church, since the abbot ruled over the bishop. The Celts shaved the front of the head from ear to ear as a tonsure, while the Romans shaved the top of the head, leaving a crown of thorns. The Celts permitted their priests to marry, the Romans forbade it. The Celts used a different mode of baptism from that of the Romans, namely, single instead of trine immersion. The calendar for all movable festivals was not the same. The Celts held their own councils and enacted their own laws, independent of Rome. The Celts used a Latin Bible unlike the Vulgate, and kept Saturday as a day of rest, with special religious services on Sunday. Notwithstanding these variances, which do not seem to be at all on the fundamentals, there were many doctrinal and constitutional resemblances. Both churches were orthodox, both used a Latin ritual, both had developed an episcopal organization, both believed in monasticism, and both were actively engaged in missionary work. Nevertheless, the British Christians looked with much disfavor upon the Augustine mission to convert their pagan conquerors and oppressors. King Ethelbert in 602 arranged a conference of British and Roman bishops on the Severn in Essex. At that, gathering Augustine with unreasonable rigor and haughtiness demanded conformity, the Britons refused to surrender their independence. To settle the matter, Augustine proposed that an appeal be made to a miracle. Accordingly, a blind Anglo-Saxon was brought in. The Celtic clergy prayed over him in vain. Whereupon Augustine knelt and prayed, and immediately the blind man was restored to sight. But the Celts refused to accept that act as final without the consent of a larger representation in the synod. The next year, therefore, a second council was held at which the persistent Augustine once more demanded conformity to Roman practices and the recognition of papal supremacy, and also requested missionary cooperation. But the Britons, displeased with Augustine's narrow dogmatism and apprehensive of the loss of their freedom, refused to submit. "As you will not have peace with brethren," said the stern Roman monk, "you shall have war from foes, and as you will not preach unto the English the way of life, you shall suffer at their hands the vengeance of death." When, 10 years later, a wholesale Saxon massacre of British Christians occurred, in which possibly 1,000 priests and monks were slaughtered and many churches and monasteries destroyed, further conferences were at an end for 50 years. It was not until 664 that the famous Council of Whitby was called by King Oswy of Northumbria, in which Bishop Colman and Bishopsed, renowned Celtic divines, defended the British Church, while Bishop Agilbert and Wilfrid, the greatest English ecclesiastic of his time, championed Rome. In the discussion about the correct day for Easter, it was asserted by Wilfrid that St. Peter held the keys to the kingdom of heaven. The king then asked Colman and the monks with him whether that was true, and they were forced to confess that it was. Consequently, feeling that it was safer to be on the side of Peter, the doorkeeper, the king decided in favor of the Church of Rome. This was a very significant victory for the See of St. Peter, because papal supremacy was now recognized in the British Isles, and likewise for the future of England, because it opened up a channel through which Roman Christian civilization flowed into the British Isles to influence to a greater or less degree every institution in that country, and later, through the great empire which England was to build up to carry those cultural influences around the world. The work of cementing the Latin and Celtic churches in England into one was completed by Theodorus, the Archbishop of Canterbury, d. 690, and the Venerable Bede, d. 735. Ecclesiastical unity hastened political unity in England and developed a common civic life among the divided peoples of the British Isles. Christianity had early spread from Britain to Ireland. The labors of St. Patrick, d. 493, and the work of St. Bridget, the Mary of Ireland, d. 525, have become classics. The Anglo-Saxon invasion drove many Christians to Ireland in the 5th and 6th centuries, so that by the 7th century Ireland had become the Island of Saints, and the whole island was Christianized. Many famous monasteries were planted, and an intense missionary zeal had sent to Scotland, North Britain, France, Germany, Switzerland, and Northern Italy many representatives of the Celtic Church. In 629, Pope Honorius exhorted the Irish Church to conform to the Roman Easter Day. A Celtic deputation was then sent to Rome and, upon returning home, reported in favor of the Latin system, which was adopted first in Southern Ireland in 632, then in Northern Ireland in 640, and by 704 was generally observed. The Norman conquest, in 1066, made the union of Ireland with Rome as well as with England more complete, but it was left to Henry Roman II, who conquered Ireland in 1171 to give finality to the dependence of Ireland on Rome religiously and on England politically. Christianity was planted in Scotland during the Roman period. An Irish colony, converted by St. Patrick, settled there in the 5th century. The labors of St. Ninian, 6th cent, the work of St. Kentigern, d. 603, and the activity of St. Columba, d. 597, completed the conversion of the country. St. Columba was a famous Irish missionary who went to Scotland in 563, there converted the king of the Picts, and founded many churches. He made his headquarters on the small island of Iona, on which was planted a monastery famous as a school for missionaries, as the center of educational activity, and as the Rome of the Celtic Church. For centuries, the Celtic Church maintained its independence in Scotland, but gradually gave way to the better organized and more aggressive Roman Church, though the Culdees were not absorbed until 1332. The enthusiasm of the Celtic and English Christians soon attained such proportions that it overflowed and swept back upon the continent like a mighty tidal wave. The great pioneer in that movement was Columbanus. He was born in Leinster about 543 and received his monastic education at Bangor. At the age of 40, he conceived the idea of preaching the gospel to the pagan German tribes. With 12 young companions, he crossed over to France, where they remained several years, teaching the faith. Then they went to Burgundy, where King Gontran persuaded them to build a monastery. For 20 years, Columbanus labored in the wild Vosges Mountains, planted the 3 famous monasteries of Angray, Luxeuil, and Fontaines. Luxeuil virtually became the monastic capital of France. He gave his monks a stringent rule, borrowed from the rigid discipline of the Celtic monasteries, and he clung to the peculiar rites and usages of his mother church. His influence was strongly felt, and an army of disciples gathered around him. From his mountain home, he sent forth reformatory waves that covered all Europe and posed as sort of a spiritual dictator of the whole church. Another result of his influence was to incite the enmity of the Gallican clergy and the Burgundian court. In 602, he was arraigned before a Frankish synod, but he ably defended his life and his beliefs. This affront led him to appeal to Pope Gregory the Great in several interesting letters. At last, in 610, he was banished from the Burgundian kingdom, never to return. He went to Tours, Nantes, Metz, up the Rhine Valley, and into Switzerland, where he remained 3 years engaged in active missionary work until forced to leave by Burgundian influence. Crossing the Alps into Lombardy, he received an honorable welcome from King Agilulf, and was given a site for the celebrated monastery of Bobbio, where, in 615, he passed away in peace. To him must be given the credit of opening up Europe to England and Ireland as an excellent field for foreign missions. Gallus, an Irish companion of Columbanus, called the Apostle of Switzerland, labored among the Alemanni and Swabians. His monastery of St. Gall became one of the great centers of learning in the Middle Ages. He died in 645. 3 other Irish monks of note worked in Germany. Fridolin founded a monastery on the Rhine near Ball. Trudbert went into the Black Forest and became a martyr to the cause. Caelian, the Apostle of Franconia, went to Würzburg where he met with considerable success but lost his life. The English were early drawn into this ardent missionary impulse. More missionaries were sent to Europe in the 7th and 8th centuries from England than go today to foreign fields. Willibrord, a native of Northumberland, educated in Ireland, embarked in 690 with 7 assistants for Frisia at the mouth of the Rhine. The native prince was Radbod, an uncompromising pagan. Acting on the advice of Pepin of France, he went to Rome and was invested with the bishopric of Utrecht. He then evangelized parts of Frankish Frisia, after which he visited Denmark. After a zealous career of half a century, he died in 740. Other Englishmen followed in his wake. Adelbert labored in the north of Holland, Wernfrid near Elst, and Wiro among the natives of Guelders. The Ewald brothers were slain by the savage Saxons. Wolfram, the bishop of Sens, made excellent headway among Radbod's Frisians. Indeed, the zeal of these northern missionaries might have planted the Celtic Church firmly on the continent, had they not been so sadly deficient in capacity for organization, and had the Pope of Rome not been so zealously watchful. Roman colonies on the Rhine in the 3rd and 4th centuries first carried Christianity into Germany. In the Council of Arles 314, there were present a bishop and a deacon from Cologne and a bishop from Treves. By the 5th century, Christianity had been spread by Severinus, an Italian monk, into Bavaria along the Danube. It was really left to Saint Boniface, the Apostle of Germany, to organize and unify the work already done, and to subject the Christian church in Germany planted by his predecessors to Rome. He was a most remarkable character and played an important part in the Christianization of the Teutonic peoples. Born in 680 in Devonshire, England, of noble Saxon family, he early entered the monastery at Exeter, where he received an excellent education for that day. He soon evinced a longing for the life of a monk. His father gave his consent reluctantly, and he assumed monastic vows in a monastery near Winchester. He became a famous preacher and expounder of Scripture, and at the age of 30 was ordained priest. He now felt called upon to carry the gospel to the land of his ancestors. Consequently, in 716, with 2 or 3 fellow monks as companions, he crossed from London to Frisia to begin his missionary labors as the successor of Willibrord, whose successes had been largely reversed. Radbod, the baptized Frisian king, had backslid when he learned that his pagan forefathers were among the damned. He declared that he preferred to be there with his ancestors rather than in heaven with a handful of beggars. Hence he had devastated the Christian churches and monasteries and was now at war with Charles Martel. King Radbod met Boniface but refused to permit him to preach, so Boniface returned to England without having accomplished anything. Notwithstanding the failure of this first enterprise, Boniface left England again in 718 and forever, and now went through France to Rome to obtain papal sanction for his future missionary work. Pope Gregory Roman II formally commissioned him as missionary to the German tribes, 719. Armed with that letter and many precious relics, he started north the following spring to his field of labor. First, he went to Thuringia and Bavaria, regions already partly Christianized, but at this time considerably disorganized, and demanded their submission to Rome. Then, learning of King Radbod's death, 719, he hastened to Frisia, where he labored for 3 years with Willibrord, who had meantime returned to continue his labors. In 722, he passed through Thuringia and entered Hesse, where, within a short time, he converted 2 local chiefs together with many thousands of their followers. A foothold was thus secured by Rome in the pagan world of Germany and never again lost. These successes led the Pope to recall Boniface to Rome to receive directions concerning conditions in Germany. After exacting from him a confession of faith in the Trinity, and binding him by an oath ever to respect papal authority, the Supreme Pontiff created him missionary bishop in 723. Boniface then returned to Germany with a code of laws for the Church, and with letters of introduction to Charles Martel and to other influential persons who might aid him. He was aware that little could be done without the assistance of that powerful ruler and wrote, "Without the protection of the Prince of the Franks, I could neither rule the people of the Church, nor defend the priests or clerks, the monks or handmaidens of God, nor have I the power to restrain pagan rites and idolatry in Germany without his mandate and the awe of his name." Hence he attached himself for a while to the court of the Frankish ruler before he began the work so near his heart. Hesse and Thuringia, Christianized nominally by Celtic missionaries and consequently under no episcopal authority, refused to recognize papal jurisdiction. To awe them into submission, Boniface cut down their gigantic sacred oak at Jasmer, and from it, subsequently, built a chapel to St. Peter. The people were convinced and received the new faith. With the aid of Charles Martel, the assistance of the Pope, and the help of English missionaries who joined him, Boniface completed his conquest of that region, filled it with churches and monasteries, and extended papal rule over it. Schools were established, learning and a higher civilization began to flow in from England and Rome, and the dark days of paganism were gone. As a reward for his labors, Pope Gregory Roman III, who received the papal crown in 731, raised Boniface in 732 to the dignity of missionary archbishop. This new authority enabled him to coerce refractory bishops who thwarted his efforts. 5 years later, Boniface made his third and last visit to Rome, not now as an obscure missionary, but with a great retinue of monks and converts. Once more returning to Germany with authority, he organized the church in Bavaria, 739, and thus curtailed ecclesiastical lawlessness by creating 4 bishoprics: Salzburg, Friesingen, Passau, and Regensburg. In the year 742, continuing the work of organization begun so well in Bavaria, he succeeded in creating in central Germany the bishoprics of Würzburg, Büreburg, Erfurt, and Eichstätt. To organize the church and regulate ecclesiastical affairs, he held numerous synods. At the same time, he labored hard to enforce celibacy, to restore church property alienated by rulers, and to suppress heresy. In 743, he was made Archbishop of Mainz, with jurisdiction over a region from Cologne to Strasbourg and from Coire to Worms, and now sought to complete the work of consolidating the German church. By this time, he had become not only the head of the church in Germany, but was recognized as a powerful factor in political matters. It is even reported that he crowned Pepin at Soissons, 752. The great monastery of Fulda was founded, 744, and it was destined to become the head of the Benedictine institutions in Germany. Having appointed Lull as his successor at Mainz, he resigned in 754, returned a third time to Frisia as a missionary, and there was slain in 755 as a martyr to the Christian cause. Boniface did more than any other one individual to carry Christianity to the German peoples and to tie the Church of Germany firmly to the papal throne. He was a civilizer and lawgiver as well as a Roman missionary. After the Apostle Paul, he was probably the most eminent in missionary endeavor. His work was continued by his disciple Willibald B. 700, a relative, a pilgrim to Rome and the Holy Land, and a Benedictine monk who was made Bishop of Eichstätt, 741. He called his brother, sister, and others from England as missionaries into Germany. He founded Benedictine monasteries, and it is thought by some that he wrote a biography of his great leader, d. 781. Gregory, an abbot of Utrecht, a Merovingian prince converted by Boniface, worked with his master and took charge of the Frisian mission after his death, 755. Sturm, the first abbot of Fulda, 710-779, a Bavarian nobleman educated by Boniface, had his teacher's bones buried at Fulda and served for years as a missionary among the Saxons, d. 779. Charles the Great gave him support and encouragement. Another means used to convert the Germans was the sword. This was especially true of the Saxons, a sturdy, defiant, warlike people who lived in Hanover, Oldenburg, and Westphalia. They were the last to accept Christianity because they hated the Franks and far-off Rome, Fruitless efforts to convert them had been made by the Ewald brothers, Suidbert, and others. The work was left, however, for Charles the Great, who consumed 33 years in subjecting them to Christian rule, 772–805. This was done only after 5,000 inhabitants had been massacred at Verdun, 10,000 families had been exiled in 804, and bloody laws were enacted against relapse into paganism. This new type of missionary work, which was a radical departure from the apostolic method, can be excused, perhaps, only when we take into consideration the moral standards of the age and the motives of Charles the Great. The best men of the time, however, like Alcuin, vehemently opposed this method. After Charles had subjected the Saxons, he established among them 8 bishoprics: Osnabrück, Munster, Minden, Paderborn, Verdun, Bremen, Hildesheim, and Halberstadt. The Prussians, located to the northeastward of the Saxons along the Baltic, stubbornly resisted efforts to Christianize them. Adalbert, Bishop of Prague, 997, and his successor, Bruno, were both massacred by them. At length, a Cistercian monk, who was appointed the first bishop of Prussia in the 12th century, made some headway among them, but was soon compelled to withdraw. Then followed the Crusade of the Teutonic Order, 1230–1280, in which the methods of Charles the Great were employed, and with the same results. Christianity was first introduced into Denmark in the 6th and 7th centuries through raids on Ireland, commerce with Holland, and the story of the White Christ. Willibrord was the first missionary. When he was expelled from Friesland in 700, he went to Denmark, where he was received with favor by King Ungrin, organized a church, and bought 30 boys to be educated as missionaries. Saint Sebaldus, the son of a Danish king, was a product of this early missionary effort. Charles the Great ruled part of Denmark, carried on extensive trade with the people, located churches in Holstein and at Hamburg, and planned to convert all the Danes. Louis the Pious, appealed to by King Harold Clack to settle a family feud, sent Archbishop Ebo of Reims and Bishop Hallutger of Cambrai to Denmark in 822. Ebo made several journeys, later preached extensively, won many converts, baptized them, and built a church at Wellnow. When in 826, King Harold Clack fled to the emperor for aid, he, together with his whole family and train, was converted and baptized at Ingelheim. Upon returning, the king took with him Ansgar, a Frank born at Amiens 800, who had been early trained as a missionary teacher and preacher, and who was to win the title of Apostle of the North. He labored in Denmark with some success, but in 829 was expelled, when Harold Clack was once more driven out, and went to Sweden until he was elected Bishop of Hamburg in 831 with all Scandinavia as his see. In 846, Bremen was united to Hamburg, and Ansgar was made archbishop. He soon succeeded in planting Christianity, and with it monasticism, in Denmark. His successor, Archbishop Rimbert 865–888, continued the spread of Christianity undisturbed, and his successors Adalger 880–909, Unni 909–936, and Adaldag 936–988 had a comparatively clear field. The last of these saw the consecration of 4 native bishops, an increase in the possessions of the church, and an organized struggle against heathenism. When the Danes made a conquest of England, the results were seen in the conversion of King Sweyn, a zealous worker for the church, and his son Canute, 1019–1035, who completed his father's work with the aid of English missionaries. So strong was the church in Denmark by the 12th century that a separate archbishop was appointed. The supremacy of the Roman Church was recognized. The conversion of the Northmen has an interesting history. The political situation in the 10th century opened the way for the introduction of Christianity. Håkon the Good, educated in England as a Christian, conquered and united all Norway, converted his followers, called over priests from England, and sought to force Christianity upon all his people, but in this failed. The sons of Eric, also Christianized in England, wrested the throne from Håkon the Good in 961, and likewise tried to uproot paganism, but they, too, were unsuccessful. Olaf, of romantic career, was called in 995 to rule. He likewise waged a crusade in behalf of Christianity, and with such success that when he died in 1000, it had been permanently established. Olaf the Saint, 1014–1030, however, completed the Christianization of Norway and put it under the protection of the Archbishop of Bremen-Hamburg. As early as the 8th century, Culdee anchorites were accustomed to retire to Iceland from Scotland. In the 9th century, Norwegians began to flee thither from the tyranny of their kings. Most of these emigrants were pagans, but one Norwegian convert in Saxony persuaded Bishop Frederick to go with him to Iceland, where the bishop remained 4 years, but made little impression. Thorbrand journeyed thither in the 10th century, but likewise largely failed in his efforts. After the conversion of Norway, however, the intimate relations with Iceland soon produced different results. Christianity spread so rapidly that in 1000 the Christian religion was made the state religion. The first church built on the island was from timber sent by Olaf the Saint. Greenland was discovered and colonized by the bold Icelander, Eric the Red, in 986, and Eric's son was sent over by Olaf to plant the Christian church there in 1000. The church flourished there for 400 years until disrupted by the Esquimaux. About the year 1000 Vinland was discovered, and thus the gospel was known on the coast of New England 5 centuries before Columbus appeared. Like the Danes, the Swedes learned of Christianity through wars and conquests, and commercial relations. Bjorn, the Swedish king, asked Louis the Pious to send him Christian missionaries. Accordingly, in 829 Ansgar, expelled from Denmark, went to Sweden where he labored 2 years with some success. 5 years later, he sent Gottbert and Nithard to Sweden with a number of priests, but the pagan uprising killed all the priests and soon swept away all traces of Christianity. In 848, Ansgar made a pompous visit to Sweden again with costly presents and letters, and reopened the field for missionary work. By the 11th century, the king of Sweden and his sons were baptized, and the work was pushed with renewed vigor, although it was not until the middle of the 12th century that the conversion of Sweden was completed. In the time of Charles the Great, the Slavs were located along the eastern side of his empire, the Wends along the Baltic Sea between the Elbe and the Vistula, the Poles along the Vistula, the Russians behind the Poles, the Czechs in Bohemia, and the Bulgarians back of the Danube and Balkan mountains. Charles the Great had attempted to force the Wends to accept Christianity, but with no success. Otto the Great conquered them and likewise sought to convert them. He located bishoprics at Havelberg, Oldenburg, Meissen, Merseburg, and Zeitz, and an archbishopric at Magdeburg in 968 with Adalbert as the first archbishop. Reaction began in the time of Otto Roman II. Under the leadership of Mstiwoi, an apostate Christian, in which churches and monasteries were burned, and priests and monks killed, 983. Later, Gottschalk, his grandson, an educated Christian monk, angered at the murder of his father, 1032, led an anti-Christian crusade, but was defeated and then repented and ever after labored hard to establish Christianity. The old bishoprics were restored and new ones created at Rasburg and Mecklenburg. 5 monasteries were built. Missionary work was encouraged. The liturgy was translated into Slavic, and the church in that region became wealthy and powerful. But the heathen party, in a general uprising, killed Gottschalk and his old teacher, 1066, destroyed the churches and monasteries, and once more slew the priests and monks. The final Christianization of the Wends, therefore, did not take place until the middle of the 12th century. Charles the Great subjugated the Moravians, directed the Bishop of Passau to establish a mission among them, secured the conversion of their chief, Moimir, and founded the bishoprics of Olmütz and Nitra. Louis the German deposed Moimir on suspicion of treason and elevated Radoslaw to power, but he soon turned against his benefactor and defeated him, formed an independent Slavic kingdom on the eastern boundary of Germany, and sent for Greek missionaries, 2 of whom, Cyrillus and Methodius, brothers and educated monks, were sent by the Greek Emperor Michael Roman III. In 863, Cyrillus understood the Slavic tongue and invented an alphabet and translated the liturgy into Slavic. He preached and celebrated service in the language of the people and had a most able assistant in Methodius. They were very successful in their labors and built up a national Slavic church. The German priests who had been laboring there for some time were driven out, and with them disappeared the Latin liturgy. Seeing their great success, Pope Nicholas I, in 868, invited them to Rome and won them to a friendly arrangement. Their Cyrillus died in 869, but Methodius was returned as the Roman Archbishop of Pannonia. The Pope agreed both to the use of Slavic in the Mass and to the independence of the Slavic Church under papal control. 10 years later, Methodius made a second visit to Rome, and a second agreement was entered into, satisfactory to both Rome and Moravia. He died before the 9th century ended, and before the close of the 10th century, the Latin Church had replaced the Slavic. The expelled Slavic priests fled to Bulgaria to build up a new church. Neither Charles the Great nor his son Louis was able to conquer the Bohemians. When Bohemia became a dependency of Moravia, however, the way was opened for the introduction of Christianity. The Bohemian Duke Borzyway and his family were converted, but reaction followed under Boleslav the Cruel. Otto I in 950 completely defeated Boleslav, recalled the priests, and rebuilt the churches. The bishopric of Prague was established in 973, and under Archbishop Severus, 1083, general laws were enforced concerning Christian marriage, observance of the Sabbath, and morality. The Latin language and the Roman ritual prevailed in the Bohemian Church. The first missionaries to Poland were Slavic, perhaps Cyrillus and Methodius. With the breakup of the Moravian kingdom, many nobles and priests fled to Poland and were kindly received. In 965, a Bohemian princess married Duke Mieczyslaw and took priests with her. The duke was converted and baptized, and paganism was destroyed by force. The church was then organized on the Latin-German model, and German priests were introduced. The first Polish bishopric was established at Posen subject to the Archbishop of Magdeburg. But it was to take many additional years before Roman Christianity was firmly established. The Bulgarians, Slavic in institutions, but not in origin, captured Adrianople in 813 and carried away many Christian prisoners, among whom was the bishop himself, who began the conversion of their captors. In 861, a Bulgarian princess, returning from captivity in Constantinople as a Christian missionary to her own people, converted her brother, the Duke Bogoris. This work was supplemented by Methodius, who was sent there in 862 to help on the good work, and by other Greek missionaries who followed him. In 865, the baptized Duke of Bulgaria wrote to Pope Nicholas I for Roman missionaries and asked 106 questions about Christian doctrines, morals, and ritual. The Pope sent 2 bishops and elaborate answers to the questions, but the Greek faith finally predominated. Magyars, who entered Europe in the 9th century and in 884 settled near the mouth of the Danube, finally located in present Hungary. They first learned of Christianity at the Byzantine court. In Hungary, however, they came in touch with the Roman missionaries. Otto the Great compelled them to receive missionaries from the Bishop of Passau. When Prince Jasum married a Christian princess, their conversion was rapid and complete. Adalbert of Prague visited the country and made a great impression. King Stephanus, 997, made Christianity the legal religion, enforced the German ecclesiastical system, formed 10 bishoprics, located an archbishopric at Grau on the Danube, built churches, schools, and monasteries, and received a golden crown from Pope Sylvester Roman II. In 1000 as His Apostolic Majesty. The Russians claimed St. Andrew for their apostle, but probably actually learned of Christianity from Constantinople in the 9th century. Photius, in 867, told the Pope that the Russians were already Christians. A church was built at Kiev on the Dnieper, the Russian capital, and in 955 the Grand Duchess, Olga, journeyed to Constantinople and was baptized. Grand Duke Vladimir, the grandson of Olga, established Christianity at one sweep when he married Anne, the daughter of Emperor Basil, and was baptized at his wedding in 988. Churches, schools, and monasteries spread rapidly all over the country, but the Greek church instead of the Roman was firmly planted there, and in 1325, Moscow became the Russian Rome. While the Roman Church was winning new subjects all over northern and central Europe, she was losing nearly as much in territory and numbers in Africa and Spain. This loss was due to the rise of a rival religion in Arabia, which bid fair to outstrip Christianity in the race for world conquest. Mohammedanism, shortly after its birth, 622, began to threaten Christianity. After having driven the Christian church from northern Africa, the followers of Islam overthrew the Visigothic power in Spain 711, and then swarmed across the Pyrenees to overrun most of France. The very existence of Christendom was at stake, and the future of Europe hung in the scales and might have been very different, Had not Charles Martel with his stalwart Christian knights in the bloody Battle of Tours, 732, checked the advance of the Crescent and forced its adherents to hastily retrace their steps. The Caliphate founded at Cordova, 756, continued as a standing menace for more than 6 centuries. Meanwhile, Moslem corsairs scoured the Mediterranean, seized Sicily, and from that vantage point sought to make a conquest of Italy, venturing at times to the very gates of Rome. The contest between the faithful of these two religions continued for centuries and attained its climax in the Crusades. The followers of each faith sought to either conquer or exterminate the other. This form of missionary work was like that employed by Charles the Great against the Saxons and Otto the Great against the Slavs. The repeated assaults of Frankish rulers, Spanish princes, and Norman warriors in Italy were finally successful, and Islam was thrust back into Africa, but only to enter Europe by way of Constantinople. In sharp contrast to these harsh methods, there are not a few instances of devout Christians laboring in love among the followers of the Prophet to save their souls. Conversions to Christianity were not infrequent in Spain, Italy, Egypt, and the East. The Franciscans and Dominicans both labored heroically among the followers of the Prophet to teach them the higher and better faith. Notwithstanding the fact that Christianity spread so rapidly throughout the Roman Empire, yet it must be remembered that more than 12 centuries were to circle away before the cross was carried to all European peoples and planted among them. The problem was as difficult as that encountered today in Africa, Asia, and the islands of the seas. By the 12th century, all Europe, except Lapland and Lithuania, had been won to Christianity. If the number of Christians approximated 30,000,000 at the death of Constantine, the number at the time of Pope Innocent Roman III in 1200 may have been 200 million who came within the direct or indirect jurisdiction of the Christian Church. The sweeping control of the Roman Church gathered under her broad aegis possibly 100,200,000. Through these missionary activities, therefore, the successor of St. Peter had extended his actual sway until it included all of Western and Central Europe, with a population as large as that of the empire of Caesar at the birth of Christ. This unprecedented increase in dominion and subjects carried with it a corresponding change in the power, duties, wealth, and opportunity of the papacy. The Pope of Rome became the greatest force in the West and one of the greatest in the world. The hierarchy was necessarily extended and elaborated. The number of officers, both locally and in the ecclesiastical court at Rome, was greatly increased. The rapid addition of so many sturdy recruits to the Roman Church, carried on for centuries, gave the Western Church a pronounced ascendancy over the Eastern Church. Papal prerogatives, which were little more than assertions in the early period, became realities. As a result of these heroic and persistent missionary efforts, the medieval church, at the end of the missionary period, had attained its highest power. A stream is colored and influenced in its purity by the soil and rock through which it flows. An institution is modified by the peoples through whom it passes. It is not a matter of surprise to the historical student, in consequence, to see the Christian church reflecting the civilization through which it grew. Christianity may easily be reduced to the fundamental gospel principles taught by Jesus, but in that pure, simple form it was not spread over the world and perpetuated. Originating on Jewish soil, it never outgrew the Jewish tinge. During the post-apostolic period, it was powerfully modified by the classical philosophy of Rome, Greece, and Alexandria. In post-Constantinian times, the multitudes of heathen converted to Christianity introduced heathen modifications and compromises. The spread of the church to Teutonic soil, there to encounter a sturdy barbarism in most intimate relations, produced modifying influences which can easily be seen in the history of the church. The Germanic contribution was to prove to be one of the most important and influential forces in the whole history of the church, because it created, in a large sense, modern civilization and the modern church. This period of zealous missionary endeavor among the Celtic and Teutonic tribes was a great pioneer movement. Far too little attention has been paid to it by historians, and, consequently, comparatively small credit has been granted to it as a force in the evolution of our institutions today. It is impossible to conceive what would have been the history of Europe, and the civilization she has planted around the earth had not Christianity entered at this epoch to lay the foundations. Every institution would have developed differently, and the world would certainly not be what it is today. Sources: A. Primary. I. England, Ireland, and Scotland. C. Gross, Sources and Lit. of Eng. Hist. Gildas D. 570, Works, Transl. by J. A. Giles, Bone Lib. Bede D. 735, Ecclesiastical History of England, various eds, Nemius D. 9th cent. History of the Britons to 642, Bone, Ethelwerd D. 988, Chronicle to 959. Ib. Asser D. 909, Life of Alfred to 893. Ib. Geoffrey D. 1154, British History to 688. Ib. Henry of Huntingdon D. 1155, History of England. Ib. Florence of Worcester D. 1118, Chronicle. Ib. Earl J. 2 of the Saxon Chronicles. Lond, 1865. Plummer C. 2 of the Saxon Chronicles. Lond, 1889. Giles J. A. Pater's Ecclesiae Anglicanae. Lond, 1843-8. Vols, Works of 13 Fathers. Parts in Eng, The Pipe Rolls. Lond, 1884-1900. 24 vols, English Historical Society Publications. Lond, 1830-850. Vols, Mason A.J. The Mission of St. Augustine to England according to the original documents. Cam, 1897. Haddon A.W. and Stubbs W. Councils and Ecclesiastical Documents relating to Great Britain and Ireland. Lond, 1869-71. 3 vols, Some Transl and Fine Eng. Notes, Johnson J. A Collection of the Laws and Canons of the Church of England to 1519. Oxf. 1850, Fox J. Acts and Monuments. Lond, 1563. Best ed. by Pratt and Stoughton. Lond, 1877. 8 vols, G. H. and Hardy W. J. Documents Illustrative of English Church History. Lond, 1896. Colby C. W. Selections from the Sources of English History. Lond and N.Y. 1899. Lee G. C. Leading Documents of English History. Lond, Stevens H. M. and Adams G. B. Select Documents of English Constitutional History, N.Y. 1901. Univ. Of Pa, Translations and Reprints Roman II, No. 7. Roman II France, Masson G. The Early Chroniclers of France. Lond, Gregory of Tours Ecclesiastical of the Franks, Univ. of Pa, Tr. Announced. Roman III Germany, Boniface Works. A few letters translated in Preface of Giles, Pater's Ecclesiae Anglicanae. Bibliographical note: much valuable material for England has not yet been translated into English. For France, Spain, Germany, Scandinavia, and the Slavic lands, practically all the material is in Latin. Some of the chief sources are Pertz Monumenta, Mansi Sacrorum Mene Patrologiae, Niebuhr Corpus Byzantini, Jaffe Monumenta and Regesta, Pottthest, Regesta, Bolland Acta, Pelzel and Dabrowski Rerum Bohemic. Hubner, Inscriptions Britanniae Christiani. B. Secondary. I. Special, Aikman J. L. Cyclopedia of Christian Missions. Lond, Allen J. R. Monumental History of the Early British Church. Lond, 1889. Bliss E. M. Encyclopedia of Missions, N.Y. 1891. 2 vols, Briggs F. W. Missions, Apostolic and Modern. Lond, Burkitt F. C. Early Christianity Outside of the Roman Empire. Cam, 1899. Charles Mrs. R. Early Christian Missions in Ireland, Scotland, and England. Lond, 1893. Choules J. O. and Smith T. Origin and History of Missions. Bost, 1842. 2 vols, Whole C. Early Missions to and within the British Isles. Lond, 1888. Home Missions in the Early Medieval Period. Lond, 1889. Kingsmill J. Missions and Missionaries. Lond, 1853. MacLear G. F. Apostles of Medieval Europe. Lond, History of Christian Missions during the Middle Ages. Cam, 1863. Conversion of the Celts. Lond, 1879. Conversion of the Slavs. Lond, 1879. Conversion of the English. Lond, 1879. Conversion of the Northmen. Lond, 1879. Marival C. Conversion of the West. N.Y. 1879. 5 vols. The Conversion of the Roman Empire. Boyle-Lecht Lond, 1864. The Conversion of the Northern Nations. Boyle-Lecht. Lond, 1865. Newell E. J. St. Patrick Lond, 1878 Smith, F. The Origin and History of Missions, Bost, Smith, G. Short History of Christian Missions, N.Y., Smith, R.T. The Church in Roman Gaul. Lond, 1878, Smith, T. Medieval Missions, Edinburgh, 1880, Snow, T. B. St. Gregory the Great, Lond, 1892, Summers, W. H. Rise and Spread of Christianity in Europe, N.Y. 1894, Taylor, A.T. How Christianity Conquered the Roman Empire, Walrond, T.F. Christian Missions Before the Reformation, Lond, 1873, Wise, J. Missionary Centers of the Middle Ages, Lond. Roman II, General. Adony, C.H., 8, Ulzog, Roman II, C.H., 1, Anderson, J. Scott, in early C.H.R. Times, Butler, C.H., 4649. Cheetham, C.H., 14, Cox, Lect, Sec. 2830, Lect. 4, Sec. 13 Crooks, C.H., 31. Daras, I. 269, 329, 330, 336, 399, Roman II, 254. Dollinger, Roman II, ch. 2 Roman III, ch. 1, Fowlkes, ch. 510. Fisher 45F 145F 163, Giesler 2 DPD, Sec 107 108 122 and 26 134 3 DPD, Sec 1640 44, Gilmartin ICH 2426. Godkin Hist, of Hung Godwin Hist, of Fr. Green Hist. Of M. A. Garrick, Sec 68. Hardwick ch. 15913, Hayes Sec. 148 156. Hoare ch. 8, Hurst I. 556 599 619. Kurtz I. 397 401 444 82 Roman II, 113. Mahan BK, 4 ch. 12. Masson, Early Chroniclers of Fr. Millman I. BK, 3 ch. 2 Roman II BK, 4 ch. 35 Moeller I. 535 541. Neander Roman III, 184 271 346. Pressensey BK, ICH, 1 Robertson BK, 2 ch. 13. Schaff PD, 3 ch. 1 PD, 4 ch. 3.